Chapter 89: The Weight of Reality. Naruto idly twirled the brush as he walked back to his room, admitting that he had probably spent too much time going over the day's activities and the modifications to his plans made by Tsukiyomi. Why he didn't think about having them run underground, he never knew. Most of their shit was already there anyway. Hopefully Chizuru hadn't been waiting for him all this time. He did say to visit him tonight, but she had seemed really excited at the idea of brushing her hair. Much more excited than Hinata had been, certainly, and his little bunny had been looking forward to it for quite some time. When he eventually reached his door, he opened it, slowly peering in to see if she was already waiting for him. She was. The lights were off except for a single lamp by his bed, keeping the room dim, but allowing him to see Chizuru as she squirmed excitedly from a kneeling position on his bed. She was also staring right at him. Oh yes, more excited than his bunny by far. It took him a moment, but he also realized that the woman bouncing excitedly on her knees was completely naked. That feeling he had earlier that he had missed something? It had returned with a vengeance. As he lay in his bed, a content Chizuru snuggled into his side, Naruto idly noted that he had figured out why the brush had those little thorns poking out like studs. He still had no idea where she had managed to get such a thing, though. He also wondered how on earth she had gotten into that sort of stuff. For some reason he had a strange feeling he should be blaming Anko. Or maybe Tayuya. Inoichi walked briskly through the early morning streets, ignoring the few scattered souls he passed on his way to the wolf's den. While he still didn't know what had bothered the young man that afternoon, he was aware that he could be of service in confirming the identity of Hyde's killer. Even if he didn't feel like he owed Naruto for giving him back his body, he wouldn't have hesitated to offer his aid to such a cause. As semi-retired as he might have been due to his illness, Hyde had been a respected and well-loved shinobi here in Konoha. Any Yamanaka would be honored to help find the man's killer, especially when the plan was to turn him over to the man's lover. Bringing the killer to justice and giving Yugao closure? It was definitely something he could support. Reaching the out-of-place building that served as the entrance to the den, he made note that the few people out and about scattered as he drew near, almost as if they were afraid they'd be dragged inside and devoured by the wolves when the doors opened. Not an unfounded fear, he supposed. They didn't possess the legendary reputation quite yet, but they were certainly on their way to becoming international boogeymen. Knocking on the door, he only had to wait a moment before a snarling wolf peered out at him. "I heard you were in need of a Yamanaka." Inoichi didn't waste a second, already moving closer to the door as he spoke. The wolf froze for a second, processing his words before backing up to allow the man entry into their sanctum. Naruto-sama mentioned such, the wolf admitted with a nod as he closed the door behind them. "Did you want me to get him, or would you prefer me to take you to Mai? I believe she's already taking care of things in her office." Inoichi waved off the suggestions. "Just take me to the prisoner. It should only take a few minutes to confirm he's the one we're looking for." The wolf considered it for a moment before giving a shrug. "I suppose that's fine this way, if you will." Taking the lead, the wolf guided them deep into the bowels of their lair, nodding towards the few remaining siblings as they walked. Mai had sent most of them to aid Sai with Mizu no Kuni, and now only a skeleton crew remained to ensure security. As soon as they reached the cells, the wolf made straight for the back. Well, as straight as they could. The pathway between the cells was a confusing serpentine labyrinth that Inoichi was fairly certain he would get lost in if he didn't have a wolf to guide him. It was probably just as efficient at keeping prisoners in as the cells themselves. When they did get to the cell holding the suspected killer, Inoichi made note that there were not one, not two, but 4 guards posted outside the cell. It spoke volumes about how important Naruto felt this was. 2 of the guards stepped aside at their approach as the other 2 opened the door to enter the cell. The door was closed behind them by the remaining 2, and 20 seconds later there were 2 sharp raps of the door. Stepping aside once again, Inoichi was invited to enter the cell, where he found the first 2 wolves flanking Asuna Jonin rather tightly secured to a metal chair. So this was the one suspected of killing Hyde, huh? With 3 quick strides and a solid right hook, a much more relaxed Inoichi was ready to get to work. When Inoichi left the cell 10 minutes later, he was pleased to have found Hyde's killer, but quite irritated at having to watch the murder from the man's perspective. Another few solid punches helped offset that slightly. Wiping his bloodied hands with the half mask he took from the man, he wouldn't need it for long anyway. The wolf who escorted him there was waiting for him patiently. "Is it him?" they asked. The wolf had a pretty good idea, but verbal confirmation was better. Inoichi gave a deep grunt. "Yeah, that's the fucker." When you hand him over to Yugao, let her know that if she needs any help with him, she's free to call on me. I'm sure Ibiki has been bored lately too. We'll keep it in mind, the wolf nodded. But there's already quite the line of people looking to get a piece of him, you understand. And Noichi gave another grunt. He believed it. At the very least, he had been the one to ensure it was the right person, and he got the opportunity to get his own hits in. Not as many as he would have liked, but probably more than a lot of people would have the opportunity to. He was sure there wouldn't be much left when Yugao had finally tired herself out. You taking him over to her or bringing her here? The Mindwalker asked as he tossed the bloodied fabric back into the cell behind him. He hoped he hit the man with it. Maybe one of the wolves in there would be kind enough to place it back on the Suna shinobi's head while it was still covered in blood. That would be fantastic. It would probably make more sense for her to be brought here, but one of the others mentioned their relationship seems a bit strained at the moment, so I think we'll be giving him to her and simply offering use of our facilities. Briefly, Inoichi wondered if that was why Naruto seemed off the other day, or at least part of it, before he decided that it was really none of his business, and he probably shouldn't pry. Not on Naruto's side, at least. He might still ask Yugao when he saw her next. In either case, I suppose my part here is done. The wolf nodded in agreement. Yes, I suppose it is. The House of Wolves thanks you for your aid. We will be sure to bring it to the attention of Naruto-sama. That Inoichi thought was probably the greatest honor the wolves could come up with. Having Naruto aware of your actions so he could praise and reward you himself was probably the goal of each and every one of these shinobi. He didn't know how to feel about that, really. On one hand it was kind of sad, on the other it was incredibly impressive. Either way, the loyalty of these wolves was unquestionable. If other leaders knew even half the dedication the wolves showed Naruto, they would be most envious of the Konoha genin. I'll leave you to it then. No point waiting around here if they no longer required his assistance. There were things to be picked up, dances to be had, and stairs to climb. Gods above, he loved his new body. Kakashi had been busy as of late, which had absolutely nothing to do with the recent release of a new Aika, he was sure, so there still hadn't been any team meetings since the last mission. It was for that reason Naruto found himself sitting at his desk doing paperwork for the first time in days. Only he had been doing paperwork over the past couple days, so it was a really weird feeling. It was going to take some time to get used to having two completely different sets of memories. Fortunately, the paperwork had been light. It had been ever since he and Tsukuyami had knocked it out together, actually, and so he was more or less relaxing behind his desk and leisurely perusing some reports of little consequence. The expense report did give him some insight as to where Chizuru had gotten the brush from, though, and at that price he might have to take some time to punish her again. He was sure she'd enjoy it. He was just finishing his coffee in a very interesting report about 2 wolves and 3 Inuzuka who had somehow come into joint ownership of a local brothel when there was a swift knock at his door. "It's just me," he said softly. They used to just knock and then peek in, but ever since he had started being intimate with those interested, the other wolves had been much more cautious. He supposed that was mostly his fault. He should have kept it to a more private location. Then again, his bedroom was one of the busiest rooms in the entire house, so it didn't really matter where he spent time with his girls. He might say their place would be better, but Enko was the only one who actually had a place in Konoha. Well, Mai had a room in the den, he supposed. Once they were sure they weren't interrupting anything, one of the wolves did poke their head into the room, taking a second to make sure he actually was alone, and told him something he very much wanted to hear. "We've confirmed Baki as the killer, Naruto-sama." While it was a reminder of his failure, it also meant that Yugao would have the closure she deserves. That alone was enough to bring a smile to his face. "Perfect, excellent work," he praised them. "Shall I assume a Yamanaka stopped by the den then?" "Yes, Naruto-sama. Inoichi visited earlier this morning." Naruto blinked in surprise, not having expected the former head. Well, technically he was still the head. His daughter Ino was acting head and Kushina was the lording head to be the one to aid them. After a moment of thought he decided he probably should have expected that, really. He only knew 2 Yamanaka who didn't despise him and his house. "Most excellent, I'll have to come up with a way to show our appreciation." He scribbled down a note on a nearby scrap of paper before a stray thought had him pausing in concern. He slowly turned his head back to the wolf, aware that it was cocked to the side in a most curious manner, and gave the man a suspicious gaze. "Where exactly is Baki at the moment?" He knew he was onto something when the wolf hesitated, a sudden realization settling on his child that they had quite likely done something wrong. After a second they took a shaky look behind them into the hall, and Naruto gave a deep sigh before pinching the bridge of his nose. You brought him here, didn't you? Yes? And you probably just marched him down the streets of Konoha too, didn't you? Maybe? And I'm just going to take a wild guess that you didn't attempt to hide his identity at all either, right? We took away his headband? You were really excited about bringing him to me, weren't you? The wolf didn't miss a beat, vigorously nodding his head. Yes, Naruto-sama. Gods above, for a group of trained killers they turned into puppies around him. Giving another sigh, Naruto beckoned the wolf over to the desk. They were quick to comply, standing to the side with barely restrained excitement. He was sure that if they had a tail it would currently be slapping against his desk in a most irritating manner. Reaching out his hand, the wolf happily lowered their head to allow him to pat his. Good work, he assured them. But do please be more careful in the future. It's very important that Yugao gets him. We don't want Konoha trying to take him into custody. The wolf cocked his head to the side. Wouldn't that be almost the same thing, though? He quickly added. Naruto-sama? Almost, the young daimyo admitted. But if he's in Konoha custody, she'll be limited by what they say she can do to them. They may even deny her access to him if they think she might go too far. His wolf seemed almost affronted by such a thought being proposed, and Naruto found himself smiling at them fondly as he continued to pat their head. With a final ruffle of their hair, he brought back his hand, much to their disappointment, and turned towards the partially open door. He could just barely see another wolf standing there, probably guarding Baki. I suppose I should probably see to him then, he mumbled. He could throw him in one of the guest rooms. Gods above knew Ganja had made plenty of them, but they really weren't designed to be secure. He did not want Baki getting away right after they had managed to confirm he was the one they were after. He didn't know if Yugao was available at the moment. She could very well have been sent back to Suna to help with the occupation effort. Maybe sending him back to the den was the best option, though it did seem strange to have him removed just to go right back. Then again, maybe having a confused prisoner was best. They didn't know what to expect and would be less likely to feel like they had an opportunity to escape. Maybe. Baki was a jonin though, so it probably wouldn't help much if at all. Fuck it, they'd just send him back. Better to keep him somewhere secure. Before he could give that order, however, another wolf peeked into the doorway. Naruto-sama, delivery from High Captain Kigo. Wonderful. He hadn't heard much about their efforts in Mizu, which admittedly was somewhat odd, but he figured they were simply trying to avoid drawing too much attention to their actions by constantly sending reports back. Sai might be getting them more frequently due his proximity, and because he was their commander, but even if they were trying to keep a low profile, he probably should have received reports from Sai. Having managed to keep caught up on most of his paperwork, he was pretty sure that hadn't been the case. Knowing Sai, he may be trying to turn it into a limerick or something before sending the report off. As long as the report was positive, as he was sure it would be, then it didn't matter too much. He had absolute faith that Sai would not be so irresponsible if there was an issue. Of course, if there was an issue, he was also certain the report would mention what Sai was already doing to set things right. It's why he had been made the commander of the wolves after all. Naruto really wasn't too worried though. He had sided with Yagura because the Kage had the largest chance of success, and thus was the least risky person to have his children's support. Appearing as though he was supporting a Kage's legitimate rule was a bonus, but the extra safety for his wolves was certainly the most important part. He did briefly wonder why the wolf said delivery rather than message, but his question was quickly answered when the wolf entered the room with a small package. What on earth had his first high captain felt the need to send back? Some sort of tribute, no doubt, but that could quite literally be anything when it came from the wolves. The box didn't seem to be leaking, at least. That was usually a good sign. Naruto waved lazily to his mostly clear desk. Anywhere's fine, thank you. The package was released with a nod, and the wolf excused themselves from the room with a silent bow, probably to rest if they had come straight from Mizu. Well, if they had come from Nami too. There was a good chance they had stopped to deliver reports to Commander Sai on their way here, especially if what they had came directly from High Captain Kigo. Atop the package was a sealed folder marked for the eyes of Tsukuyomi, and he went for that first. The papers within were more numerous than he had expected, which might explain why he hadn't received anything thus far. Right as he was starting, the other wolf in the room cleared his throat. Your orders, Naruto-sama? Oh yes, just take him to an empty room for now. I'll probably have him sent back to the den as soon as I've gone over Kigo's report. He was going to want to take a moment to see the man who had caused such pain for Yugao before he condemned him to her mercy, or lack thereof. While the wolf bowed and retreated, he returned his attention to the report, amethyst eyes quickly scanning over the words before narrowing in concern and returning to the beginning for a more detailed look. Yes, he had read that correctly. Unknown forces supporting the bloodline faction and displaying eerily familiar tactics. Now far less confident that the news he was receiving would be favorable, he pressed on only to freeze halfway down the page. It felt like he stared at that sentence for hours before he managed to process it. My regrettable duty to inform you that 3 of my siblings have died in our first engagement with this unexpected complication. Joe Tomesi and Kenjo were lost at approximately. Heavily he leaned back into his chair, eyes unfocused as he tried to come to terms with the news. 3 of his children were dead. A sharp pain echoed out from his heart as the rest of his chest was filled with a cold emptiness that had his entire being aching. He had lost 3 of his children again, just as he had when Inoichi's spies had fled for their lives. This time, however, there was no rage, only despair. Could he even call himself their father? Joe Tomesi, Kenjo, he didn't even know those names. Desperately he tried to put faces to the names, only to realize the majority of the wolves he had seen without their masks, he didn't know the names of either. What kind of a father was he sending off children to fight for him without even knowing their names? They deserved better than that. Better than him. Hardening his resolve, he pushed through the rest of the report, searing every word into his heart in an effort to stop the bleeding. The report, unfortunately, would not be the worst part. His eyes trailed from the pristine paper in his hand to the wooden box sitting innocently on his desk. He already knew what was inside. Kigo made that clear, but there was a large difference between reading that something happened and seeing it yourself. It was a long few minutes he spent sitting there staring at the box before he managed to find the strength to set down Kigo's report and stand from his chair. Looking down on it, the box seemed so simple, so plain. It was hard to believe the horrible truth it contained within. Without looking away from the box, he slipped his hand into his desk drawer to remove a thin knife which slipped easily between wooden panels. Thin as it may have been, the knife was also deceptively strong, and had no trouble providing the necessary leverage to pry the top from the wooden box. The knife was set gently onto his desk, and he took a moment contemplating if he really wanted to finish opening that box to face his failure. In the end, he decided he owed them far more than that. Hands shaking, he removed the top and set it next to the knife before peering into the box. The emptiness returned to his chest with a vengeance, bringing with it the crushing weight of reality. 3 wolves stared up at him, eyes empty, and he couldn't pretend it wasn't his fault. Not just because he hadn't spent enough time with them or because he had chosen sides poorly. Not even because he had sent them on a mission where there was a chance of death. The cold porcelain of one of the masks pressed against his face, far more soothing than the cold taking root in his chest. It was his fault because when the wolves were first sent to Mizu no Kuni, there had been no group supporting the rebels, and certainly none who displayed Konoha tactics. But he had told someone, one single person in the entirety of Konoha, that his wolves would be in Mizu no Kuni to support Yagura in the bloodline war. Yuzuki Yugao. He didn't know how direct her involvement had been, but he was absolutely certain that Konoha would have remained neutral as they had for years had he not told her. Idly he traced his fingers along the mask as he collapsed back into his chair, lost in thought, and he didn't pay it any mind when the sharp edges around the broken hole cut his finger. He didn't know how long he sat there like that, pondering his failure and what his next action should be, but it felt like a lifetime. Naruto-sama, I guess Naruto-sama? The wolf that popped their head into the room paused, staring at the partially broken mask, leaking a thin stream of blood from its shattered eye. Pulled from his thoughts, Naruto turned to face them fully, and the wolf recoiled slightly from the look in his lord's one visible eye. Yes, child? His words were slow and heavy, carrying with them the guilty weight that had settled over his shoulders. The wolf found it hard to form the words under the gaze of his daimyo. Every combination of words seemed so insignificant against the swirling purple pool of loss and self-loathing that saw right through him. Well, my apologies for interrupting too, Sama, but you have a guest. Naruto's masked face tilted ever so slightly in a gesture his wolves seemed so fond of. With his bleeding mask and piercing eye, however, it was an almost menacing gesture, and the wolf felt a shiver trail down his spine. This was his father, this was the lord of the House of Wolves. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Do I? His mumble sounded more like a growl to the wolf, and for a moment he feared he had displeased his father. With a deep sigh, Naruto slumped back into his seat, somehow making the boneless collapse seem elegant, and the wolf's fears were assuaged. Very well, I will see to them here. Just because he was learning of his failings didn't mean he was allowed to neglect his other responsibilities. Rather, it meant he needed to pour more into all of them so this didn't happen again. The wolf had been paying very careful attention to his father, and he was absolutely certain that entertaining a guest was not something the man wanted to be doing at this time. He was able to gather up enough courage to put voice to this question. If you wish to be undisturbed, I will see it done too, Sama. He offered. Naruto stared at him for a few long seconds, contemplating before expending just enough energy to give a dismissive wave of his hand. No, I will see to the matters of the wolves and to the house of wolves and to all those who seek Tsukuyumi. Tsukuyumi, yes, he was Tsukuyumi. Not a wolf but the moon they gazed at in adoration. It was time to take a more active role in watching over them from his throne in the midnight sea of stars. He would be the god they needed. The wolf perked up at that and gave a deep bow. Hi, Tsukuyumi-sama. We'll have them brought to you at once. Normally he'd thank them, perhaps taking the time to pat their heads for a job well done, but as he returned to his thoughts, all he managed to offer was a weary grunt. The wolf didn't seem to mind. As confident as her strides were, her heart was a much different story. Between hope that she might repair damages done, guilt for what she had done to him that he still didn't know about, and a fear that she wouldn't be able to mend their relationship, her chest was aflutter with nerves. But she was an Anbu, a high-ranking captain no less, and she was more than capable of masking that from the world around her. The wolf leading her to Naruto paused a good dozen strides from what she presumed was the room he was in, holding out an arm to tell her to stop. They peered at the doorway for a moment before turning to her. She was only vaguely aware that the wolf behind her had also stopped next to her, their head cocked to the side in question. I would advise you to be careful with your words, Yugao-san. Naruto-sama has expressed that you're a friend of the wolves, but he does not seem to be in a very pleasant mood at the moment. They paused again before admitting. For a moment earlier I thought he might even lash out at me. The wolf next to her tensed, and even with a mask over their face she could tell they wore an expression of shocked disbelief. It seemed to fade quickly as they growled at the first. You dare? He's back. The wolf cut off their sibling before they could start. And it's glorious. But I'm smart enough to know danger when I see it. Whatever happened, he is not pleased. The wolf to her side crossed their arms in a huff, obviously upset that anyone would say anything close to negative about Naruto, but Yugao didn't really notice. A fear slowly started growing in her heart that what she had done had been discovered. It had to be a coincidence though, right? The House of Wolves was international, so it could have been anything. Yes, perhaps one of the other wolves simply did something that had him in a bad mood, or maybe he was in that mood because of their talk yesterday. It could be her fault without it being that, couldn't it? Thank you, but I'll be fine. Her confident words didn't seem to impress either of the wolves. The one standing before her shook his head. It's not you I'm worried about. I don't care what happens to you, Yugao-san. He hesitated a moment, reflecting on what he had just said. No offense, of course, he has declared you a friend of the wolves, and we will respect that, but we care for him much more than we'll ever care for you. I don't want you making things worse for him. She didn't think she could make things worse for him actually, but she gave a nod nonetheless. I understand. I'm not here to cause him any trouble. No, she was here to apologize about not telling him about Hyde's death, and thank him for his show of support when she probably didn't deserve it. Good. The wolf before her nodded in satisfaction. He's been through enough. This way. They continued to the room, the one in the lead knocking on the frame to announce their presence before stepping to the side so she could enter. The two wolves, it would seem, were not entering the room with her, instead favoring positions on either side of the door. The wolf who had trailed behind her for the majority of the trip did take a moment to peek into the room, though, as if the chance to see him was one too great to resist. Yugao did make note of the way they jumped slightly once they had stuck their head in, though, and also the way they turned to the other wolf in awe, and she could swear there was a reverence to it, as she almost rejoicefully declared, "He's back." The first wolf looked very smug about that. Now a bit more hesitant, Yugao nonetheless pressed onward and promptly froze not 3 steps into the office. It wasn't just the mask in his hand stained in blood that had her staring on in horror, but the mask he was wearing. She knew that mask. How could she not? It was her blade that had gone through the previous wearer's head and been pulled out to the side. Her stomach churned as a pit of despair slowly grew within it. These were the masks of the wolves killed because she had informed the Godame of Naruto's plans. These were the masks of the wolves that she and her team had ended the lives of. These masks were the physical evidence of her betrayal, something that couldn't be undone no matter how hard she might wish it. That knowledge was nothing compared to the feelings that tore through her when a single purple eye met hers. That look was all it took to tell her that her worst fears had come to pass. Naruto knew. Chapter 90 Call of the Moon. Of all the people to walk through his door, now she had been the very last on his list of expected visitors. He had not known she possessed the sheer gall to show her face around here after what she had done. Of course, she probably had no idea that he knew. He watched from the corner of his eye as she froze, her gaze flicking between the mask in his hands and the mask covering his face. He saw the recognition in her eyes, and his belief in her involvement was solidified. There was an anger at first even as he turned to face her fully, but he couldn't find the energy to delude himself that it belonged to anyone but himself. It did not lessen the anger he felt, in fact it probably only magnified it, but with a molten core of rage and hatred tightly contained within, he remained cold and collected on the outside. Naruto gave her an accusing glare, but it quickly faded to be replaced by a deep sigh. Yuzuki, his tired voice seemed more gravely than she remembered. You would still come here? After what you've done? Naruto sighed again before shaking his head. I guess it doesn't really matter, I should have known better. And Naruhi held a hand up to stop her, and she fell silent under the weight of his gaze. Go, Yuzuki. Just go. He ordered, turning his chair away from her. You are not welcome among the wolves. As soon as they heard that, the two wolves outside the room rushed in to grab an arm each. She didn't fight as they started to pull her out the door, but she did make one last attempt to explain herself. Naruto, please, we found him, you know, Hai's killer. Yugao froze, and the wolves, seeing that Naruto was still speaking to her, paused in escorting her from the building. Baki of the Sand. For a moment Yugao feared that he might be telling her this just to deny her, but he quickly proved her doubt in him misplaced. You are welcome to him, he is of no use to us. Thank you, Naruto. Please, you have to know, with this I consider my debt repaid, Yugao. You have shown me exactly where we stand, do not return. Narigo. Even if she had been capable of defying the burning rage swirling in his one visible eye, the wolves on either side of her didn't give her the chance, dragging her out of the room at their father's command. As the three left the room, he took a moment to breathe deeply, trying valiantly to contain his rage. He had regretted every other time he let his pride and anger get the best of him. He would not make that mistake again. It helped that he found it so easy to aim at himself. Gods knew his wolves didn't deserve having his rage aimed at them, even unintentionally. Emotion wasn't what he needed right now either. Action was. Drawing strength from his furnace of self-loathing, even as he put up walls of iron, he rose from his desk with all the grace of a prowling predator. His children were going to be fine in Mizu no Kuni before he ruined it by bringing in an entirely unanticipated fourth party. It was up to him to make up for his failure. And that meant bringing the Mizu no Kuni situation under control. Personally. Quick strides ate up the distance between his desk and the door to his office, and a single step outside allowed him to see some of the wolves still here, and Konoha had moved closer to him as soon as they received a whiff of commotion. To me. The command was said calmly and quietly, but even without his status possessed enough power to draw the attention of nearby wolves. They were at his side in seconds. As of this moment, Yuzuki Yugao is no longer a friend of the pack, nor is she associated with any other domain under my command. She is to be treated as her position dictates, an Umbu captain, and neither more nor less. He paused to meet their eyes, only vaguely aware that he was still wearing the mask. Am I understood? Hai Tsukuyumi-sama. They chorused back. They were terribly curious, but they would carry out his orders regardless of reasons. Hopefully one of the girls would be able to relax him soon, because he did not seem to be in the mood for questions. Furthermore, Naruto continued swiftly. I am ordering the suppression of all information regarding the House of Wolves. What has happened today and what will happen is to be considered restricted until I authorize its release. Informing anyone, including your siblings, without my express command will be considered treason. That caught their attention. Some of the younger wolves seemed a bit confused, but the more experienced ones seemed almost giddy at the announcement. Naruto turned to one female wolf in particular. This includes your reports to Mai. The wolf froze at that, their entire body going tense with fear. I will not risk further leaks when my children are already dying because of one. Your reports may resume as normal after we've re-established control of the situation. They still didn't have any idea what was going on, but he received a series of serious nods and a few scattered nearly reverent murmurs of "Hi to Sama." He addressed a wolf at random. Are to fetch Hitaki Kakashi and return immediately to my office. And he turned back to one of Mai's favored. You are to do the same with Mitarashi Enko. Tell them to be prepared with a full combat loadout. How full? One of the more experienced wolves asked from the pack, desperately seeking any scraps of information that might give them a clue as to what they would be taken off their leashes for. Naruto's eye met theirs and they shrunk back slightly. Full. Loaded. He repeated slowly. 3 months' worth of equipment, wartime status. We're going in heavy and hitting harder. The wolves started silently for a moment, trying to process what they had just heard before one of them let out a long whistle. A standard shinobi loadout in wartime was usually enough for 3 days a week if you managed to make room for more rations and were good at scavenging from corpses without becoming one. 3 months' worth of wartime equipment was quite literally an entire arsenal each. Hundreds of kunai and shuriken, kilometers of shinobi wire, and enough explosive notes to level a small country twice. Incidentally, it was also the maximum amount of gear a shinobi could reasonably carry without being weighed down, while still allowing them to access most of it. When he had said full, he had meant it. Whatever had their lord calling for that much gear had really angered him, and the thought, one shared by almost all of the present wolves, had many of them becoming angry themselves. Whoever had gone against Tsukuyomi would be torn apart and turned to ash by his children, they swore it. The rest of you, their attention snapped back to him, eyes alight with righteous fury. Are to find any of your siblings still in Konoha and direct them to my office. I expect you all to be there in 20 minutes in full gear and ready to go. Do not bother Mai with this, it's my mistake to clean up. Mai, like him, was overseeing more than just the wolves. With him turning his attention firmly to matters concerning the House of Wolves, she needed to be available to the Inuzuka and to Hinata's flock. His Kage Bunshin would be here, of course, but she was the one he trusted to assume his responsibilities in his absence, and his Kage Bunshin would dispel if something was to go wrong in Mizu no Kuni. There was also no way in hell she'd ever let him march off to war without her, so this solved that little issue quite nicely. There was a nagging feeling in the back of his head telling him he was forgetting something important he needed to tell her, but he couldn't quite recall. Maybe when he wasn't so focused on burning Mizu no Kuni to the ground, he'd be able to better remember it. Go. A series of salutes were snapped off as the wolves rushed to carry out his orders. When they were gone, he turned towards his chambers and made his way slowly down the hall. He had a war to prepare for. Kakashi looked up from his book lazily, tilting his head curiously at the wolf who had crawled in his window. Did you get lost, little wolf? The wolf didn't bother wasting time on playfulness or pleasantries. Naruto-sama has ordered your presence in his office, and they paused to check their watch. 18 minutes and 45 seconds. You are to arrive in full loadout. Full kit him? How full did he want it? Even as he asked, Kakashi was marking his place in his book and setting it down on the table next to him. The wolf shifted a bit in the window. He wants 3 months of equipment. Kakashi blinked in surprise before shrugging. That was quite a lot of time to be absent from Konoha, but if that's what Naruto needed from him, he was sure he could figure it out. He was caught by surprise when the wolf continued. Wartime supplies. Kakashi paused. He wants 3 months of wartime supplies? Correct. The son of the White Fang gave a long, thoughtful hum. Did he say why? He did not, but the wolf shifted again somewhere between nervousness and excitement. He's ordered an information blackout. Whatever's going to happen, he doesn't want the world to know. Could it be? Did he dare hope? A warm feeling of pride filled Kakashi's chest. 3 months of wartime equipment, and activities he wanted to keep secret? Sounded like a war to him, or at least another hostile takeover. Naruto was the best son a retired Umbu captain could ever hope for. I'll be over immediately, but I'm going to need something. If it's within my power. I'm going to need a mask. Of course, Inuaji. He'd have to work on getting them to call him Inujiji, but he supposed that could wait until after Naruto's war. Yes. Right there, Naruto-sama. Right there. An uncomfortable clearing of the throat drew Anko's attentions from her fantasies to the wolf crouched in her bedroom window. Naruto's Fang was not amused. Unless you're planning on joining me here in bed scram. You're interrupting my Naruto time. Briefly, the wolf considered the benefits of telling the woman that it really wasn't Naruto time if Naruto wasn't here, but quickly decided there weren't any. You have more important things to do. Enko looked at the wolf as if some scandalous thing had just left her lips, and even the wolf realized her words would have had more than a few zealots declaring her a heretical blasphemer. Luckily, her purpose here provided an easy recovery. Naruto-sama, she paused to clarify. The one you aren't imagining has ordered you to be in his office in the next 17 minutes. He expects you to be kitted out for 3 months of wartime activity. Naruto-kun wants me? Not incorrect, but the wolf wasn't foolish enough to say such. The last thing the woman needed was encouragement for her behavior. He's called upon all of his forces still in Konoha. The Tokubetsu Jounin went from playful to serious in an instant. All of them? He's left out the Inuzuka, but he's rallying nearly the entire House of Wolves. Enko let out a long whistle before her lips twitched into a wicked grin. I guess that means he's planned an exciting outing for us, doesn't it? The wolf stared at her for a moment before slowly nodding. I suppose it does. Oh, don't be so down. Naruto-kun is spoiling us, you should be more happy about it. I am happy. Really? Enko tilted her head to the side. You don't look very happy. I'm wearing a mask. Masks can be happy. The wolf was about to respond when she caught herself, and instead simply exhaled slowly to center herself. The small smirk Enko was wearing helped remind her that she was speaking with someone who played with emotions for a living and enjoyed it. Well, mostly with pain, but despite her usual avoidance of the more mental parts of the discipline, Mitarashi, Enko was still a damn good interrogator. It's why she got away with so much. Well, that and because Ibiki liked to keep the crazies where he could see them, prisoners and employees alike. Paranoid bastard. Not a bad idea, though. It was generally a bad idea to leave them to their own devices, especially when they were shinobi. Actually, all shinobi were crazy, but there were some a little more eccentric than others even by Konoha standards, and those were the ones you had to watch out for. Enko had more or less dominated the top of that list, one Ibiki kept carefully tucked in his bandana for the last decade or so. She had been on the list itself since the academy. Ibiki was many things, but bad at reading people was not one of them. He saw her chaotic potential long before Orochimaru took her under her wing. Regardless of how happy my mask is, Naruto is expecting you. Don't keep him waiting. That had Enko moving. Jumping from her bed and giving quite a show, she hurried to her closet to grab everything she needed. I trust we'll see you in Naruto-sama's office, and she checked her watch. 15 minutes and 37 seconds then? Yeah. Enko waved her off, a pair of lacy panties in her hand. If Naruto-kun wants Enko, then Naruto-kun will get Enko. I could never say no to those eyes of his. Quite. Naruto-sama really did attract the strangest people. Just don't be late. Don't get those panties in a punch unless you're planning to take them off. I always come before him. The wolf took that as her cue to leave, Enko laughing merrily at her retreating back. Oh, some of your pets are just too cute, Naruto-kun. Enko giggled before returning to her closet. Did she take the corset or the fishnet? With a shrug, she decided she'd just bring both. 3 months was plenty of time. When he returned to his office, he was still wearing the broken mask. Something about wearing it while he did this simply felt right. As expected, his office was packed with wolves. It wasn't saying too much considering his office wasn't exactly large, but seeing them all together ready to avenge their siblings certainly pleased him. What perhaps pleased him even more was seeing the heads of purple and white hair near his desk. He pressed between the first few wolves without breaking stride. Those he passed quickly, pulling back their fellows to provide an easy path to his desk. He was a little surprised to see a head of red hair pressed firmly into Enko's breasts, but figured he simply hadn't seen Tayuya because she wasn't exactly tall. He also didn't recall calling for her, so either Enko had crossed her path and dragged her along rather likely, or she had heard the commotion and came to check it out. Excellent, he had a task for her too. Rather than sit behind his desk, he stood before it, taking a few silent moments to observe the force he had mustered. It wasn't much, but they had sent a vast majority of the wolves to ensure they had a foothold in Mizu no Kuni. Still, there should have been more than he was seeing. Either they had been given other tasks by Mai, or they had already been sent to support those in Mizu. He'd ask Mai when he returned, but taking care of something like this was exactly the kind of thing she did as his second in command. That she wouldn't at least inform him that it had happened, and that she was seeing to it, however, is something he didn't quite understand. Unless, of course, she had been hoping to avoid this exact situation. Kind of her really to look out for him, but if he didn't know how much he had failed his children, he'd never be able to be the father they deserved. Besides, he had been feeling a bit restless anyway. With his paperwork always caught up on and getting the taste of a real mission again, he had been in need of something to occupy his time. A war sounded like it would fulfill that purpose quite well. It would also give him a chance to vent his recent frustrations, which he definitely needed. He was sure his wolves would enjoy it too. Gods, why weren't they working towards world domination? Well, besides the fact that they might accidentally end world conflict and have nothing to throw themselves at. Half world domination then. They just needed a suitable advisory, but that could wait. Naruto turned his attention from thoughts of starting the next shinobi war back to his children and associates. The entire group seemed to vibrate in eager anticipation, save for a reading Kakashi and a curious Taiyuya, and he was certain that this opportunity was something they probably needed as much as and perhaps more than himself. He rose a single hand and they all fell still, Kakashi closing his book with a snap and placing it not in his pocket but on Naruto's desk. So it would seem even Konoha's copy ninja was taking this seriously. Good. While most of them went still. Anko was still bouncing in place with barely restrained excitement. Taiyuya, still pressed firmly into the Tokubetsu Jonin's breasts, didn't seem to mind at all. Anko, his tone possessed only enough warning to get his message across. She gave a pout. Oh, if he wasn't busy, that pout would have her in his lap already, but settled down. He did make note that she started squeezing Taiyuya more closely to herself though, and her hands seemed to be wandering in an effort to occupy themselves. Again, Taiyuya didn't seem to have any issues with it, even if her face quite nicely matched her hair. It was like the two of them were trying to distract him. He still needed to spend some time with Taiyuya now that he thought about it. He'd have to make note to do that when they got back from Mizuno Kuni. He shook the thought from his head, as difficult as that proved to be, and resumed his observations of the wolves. The signs weren't as obvious as Anko's, but they were all just as excited as the woman. A few of them were going to have to stay, unfortunately, but he could make it up to them later. We have little time to waste, children. There was no need to raise his voice. They had all been as silent as the grave since his entrance. I have just learned that your brothers and sisters in Mizuno Kuni have faced unexpected complications that cost 3 of them their lives. The wolves bristled at this, their need to stretch their legs quickly replaced by a desire to spill the blood of those who would harm the pack. Yes, I can see you're as pleased by this news as I was. He traced the broken edges of his mask. Any loss to the pack and unacceptable, but unfortunately unavoidable. For 3 of your siblings to fall in combat at once, however, is far too many for us to sit idly by. Last time this happened, 1 man was responsible, and the pack consumed his flesh. This time we owe their deaths to the conflict in Mizuno Kuni. Naruto took a moment to sweep his gaze over the wolves, pleased to see they were barely keeping themselves from charging towards Mizuno Kuni on their own. We did not start this conflict, but we will end it, even if we have to burn the entire country to the ground. That earned a round of cheers from the room, none of which were louder than those coming from Anko. Unfortunately, I will require 5 of you to remain here to ensure the safety of our den and myself. Before they could question that, he tapped into Karura's chakra and brought forth Tsukuyumi. The ironic part was that Tsukuyumi was actually going to be Naruto while he was gone. Taiyuya, I will need you to watch over Hanabi in our absence. She's shown no signs that she might try to run, and she seems to be content learning from Shizen-sensei, but I'd rather have someone I trust with her when she's not in Shizen-sensei's company. Taiyuya gave a cheeky salute. Had she been spending time with Anko? Which no one could take seriously, considering her face was still bright red. She seemed to be enjoying herself in Anko's grasp. You got it, Denka-sama. You want me to watch that Shizen-sensei and her flunkies? No, there's no need. Shizen is trustworthy and the other 2 are replaceable. He pointed to 2 wolves at random, one of which happened to be the same one to retrieve Anko. You 2 will remain here and guard Naruto. Protect the apartment as best you can, but if it becomes compromised, reduce it to rubble and retreat to the den. Naruto pointed to 3 more, all of which were trying to press themselves back into the group to not be chosen. As he picked them, they hung their heads in disappointed defeat, but didn't object. I need you 3 to lock down the den. Accept no visitors, and if anyone gets in, save our records and supplies. None of the prisoners are sufficiently valuable, and if you can't save something, make sure no one else can take it either. As soon as you're dismissed, one of you should seek out Hinata to see if she'd be willing to spare one of her guards for me while we're gone." The way he said that made it sound like there was an opportunity for choice, but not only was he confident that Hinata wouldn't deny him, but her guards were wolves before all else. Even if she didn't agree, they'd see his will carried out. Naruto pulled out a golden amulet from his pouch, and placed it gently on the desk whilst Kyuubi pulled out a small dish from one of the desk drawers. "Those of you to whom I've assigned a task are dismissed. Remember, no information about our activities is to be shared with anyone not in this room. I will not risk this getting out. Haitu-sama." The 5 wolves and Atayuya, very much reluctant to surrender her position as Anko's current plaything, left the room to see to their duties. While he waited for them to vacate, Naruto cut a thin line on his arm, holding it above the dish Kyuubi had. When it had been sufficiently filled, he wrapped a piece of cloth around it tightly, and resumed his address of the wolves. "We are heading straight for Mizu-no-Kuni. We will not be stopping in Nami, we will not be pausing for any reason, and when we get there I expect you to gather up your siblings while I speak with Yugura. I want this situation under control within the week, am I understood?" "Haitu-sama." Naruto gave a satisfied nod. "Good, let's go." Behind him, Kyuubi took his seat behind the desk, staring proudly as the wolves bounded from the room. Naruto gave him a nod before following after them, Anko and a wolf-masked Kakashi trailing to either side of him. It was time to set things right. At a comfortable pace, she probably could have returned to her apartment in 10 minutes 15 if the roads were busy and she didn't feel like taking the rooftops. She had been escorted from his presence 20 minutes ago, and hadn't even made it halfway back. Hell, Yugao could still see the top of his apartment building from where she was. It was fortunate that a passing Umbu had dropped down to check on her when they noticed her being escorted out of Naruto's apartment by 2 less than pleased wolves, otherwise she might have accidentally let Baki slip away. She had Hayate's killer in her possession. Well, he'd be in Umbu possession officially, but she was sure she'd have plenty of opportunities to vent her frustrations out on him in the coming weeks. If he managed to last that long. Rather, if her restraint managed to last that long. She had dreamed of having those responsible at her mercy for nearly a month now, so why was it that achieving her dream tasted so bitter and hollow? Perhaps it was because all those times she imagined having them at her mercy it was the face of a wolf staring up at her begging her to stop, or because she hadn't been the one to capture them being handed her quarry on a silver platter. Maybe it was because avenging the loss of someone important to her wasn't worth losing another. But that's what she had done, isn't it? She had traded Naruto for Hayate's killer, and no matter what she did to them she had still lost Naruto and Hayate. What a terrible deal. It was almost like Baki was serving as a consolation prize she must bitterly, only she'd have much more use for a plastic trophy that said well done. Like as vessel for the alcohol she need to dull the fresh pain of Naruto's loss. It was just her luck that she'd realized she had been wrong before her actions were discovered, but too late to make them right. She wondered for a moment if it would have been better to have never learned the wolves weren't behind Hayate's death before Naruto discovered her treachery, but what would she be? Satisfied, vindicated, smug? About hurting those important to a dear friend. The thought alone was enough to make her sick. Because that's what he had been, even if she hadn't been much of a friend to him. Gods knew she wasn't much of a socializer, much like her old Captain Inu, and it was only Anko dragging Hana and Kurenai over to her table all those years ago that had given her any friends in the village at all. Finding Hayate had been a miracle, and being able to take someone like Naruto under her wing, no matter how briefly, was doubly so. And now what did she have? A captured Suna shinobi whose home had already been invaded by her village, and an empty apartment to look forward to. She didn't even know if she'd have her other friends after this either. Hana was gone on that clan business of hers, and the other 2 were still close to Naruto. Even if they didn't have to choose between the 2 of them, the wedge that her betrayal would drive between them might sever the friendships entirely. And if they did have to choose, who would they pick? Yugao gave a sharp exhale of dark amusement. What kind of question was that? Of course they would pick Naruto over her, she would too. She wouldn't be able to blame them either. Yugao shook her head of the thought with a sigh. There was no point worrying about it now, she supposed. She'd find out soon enough if she had managed to throw away everyone important to her. There were better places to regret her choices too, might as well be comfortable at home instead of shuffling through the streets of Konoha. If she was really lucky she might have missed a stack of reports that could distract her for the rest of the morning. It didn't even take any thought to make her way onto the Konoha rooftops and out of the busy streets, having done it too many times in the past to count. The way back to her apartment likewise was so familiar that it had become second nature. She'd have been at her apartment before she realized it if a sudden commotion behind her hadn't caught her attention. Civilians rushed out of the way as a dozen or so wolves tore down the streets towards the village gates, a head of crimson hair trailing along behind them. She was momentarily torn between wishing him good hunting and praying for her team. Hopefully her team had enough sense to retreat when they saw his chains. She had seen what they were capable of. They would tear through her team in seconds if they weren't careful. Considering how quickly he could materialize them, she already knew at least one of them would be taken by surprise and pay the price. Turning back towards her apartment, she managed a single step before realizing that she was better off heading towards the Hokage Tower. There were going to be questions, and not only had she just stepped down from leading Konoha's efforts to halt the rapid advancement of the wolves by delaying them in Mizuno-kuni, but she had been seen leaving their territory by a fellow Umbu agent not an hour before they all rushed out of Konoha. It didn't take a genius to know people would find that suspicious. Might as well get the questioning over with. Chapter 91 Purple Pineapple. There were 3 colors of hair in Konoha that were generally the most uncommon. It was for that reason that Izumo and Kotetsu took notice of the wolves that spilled through their gate that day. There weren't many shinobi with white hair, there weren't many with red hair, and there was only one person in the entire village with that purple pineapple. Enko gave them a cheesy wave from amidst the wolves as they rushed past, and the 2 eternal Chunin shared a look. So that was SHHHH. I couldn't quite make out any details, there were too many wolves. What are you talking about? That was obviously shut up, I don't want to deal with it. Shouldn't we at least report it? Report what? Fair enough. Yugao didn't even bother knocking, letting herself into the Godame's office and moving to stand next to the Umbu, currently reporting both the wolves' unexpected exodus and the fact that she had just been seen with them. Asuma's gaze briefly flickered over to her, the slightest of nods recognizing her presence, before he returned his attention to the Umbu currently reporting on one of the captains. When he finished, Asuma gave a nod and dismissed him with a wave. Very good, thank you. Please have a written report to me before the end of the day. You may return to your duties. Hi, Godame-sama. They spun on their heel and jumped in surprise at the sight of Yugao. Why, Yugao Taicho? My apologies. It was obvious he was a bit embarrassed to have been talking about her to someone else, but she just waved him off. You were just doing your job, now get back to it. Hi, Yugao Taicho. Yugao shook her head as he left the office. Going through the door wasn't very shinobi-like, but Asuma had put a stop to that soon after becoming Hokage and turned her attention to her Kage. I suppose you have some questions. Asuma stared at her for a moment, contemplative, before leaning forward and folding his hands before his mouth. That would be correct, Uzumaki Taicho. I appreciate that you've saved me the trouble of sending someone to find you. I saw the commotion and figured it was best that I stopped by. She folded her arms over her chest and leaned most of her weight onto one hip in a position that was comfortable but perhaps a bit too informal for reporting to one's Kage. Then again, she hadn't exactly been summoned, had she? She was here of her own volition. What did you want to know first? He jumped right to the chase. Did you inform the wolves of our actions in Mizuno-kuni? No, I did not. I went to see Naruto Kohai. She probably had no right to call him that after what she had done. And when I got there, he was staring at the masks of wolves who had fallen in Mizuno-kuni. And you're certain they were the same masks? Yugao squirmed uncomfortably and turned her head away. I'm the one who had damaged one of them. Asuma's expression softened ever so slightly, understanding now what that would mean for her. I see, thank you. He sat in silence for a moment before continuing. Do you have any idea what their plans are now? I know how you feel about informing on them, but I'd like to know if I should pull your team. Asuma knew better than to underestimate the wolves. Yugao's team had suffered their own losses and reported back that the wolves they had faced were Umbu quality. They might not be especially numerous. Actually, they had no idea how many wolves there were, as there had been no sightings of large wolf forces, but they were mostly hidden and high-quality shinobi. It's why he was against them after all. They might not have gone against Konoha yet, but they'd betrayed allies before, and worse, with the daimyo sanctioning them in Hi-no-kuni, more specifically his Konoha and the House of Wolves operating globally. It was only a matter of time before someone used the wolves to infiltrate his village. He had hoped to at least delay that by pausing the wolves' rapid expansion on the global field, their public one at least. He was aware they had been doing work for whoever they could before they had taken over Nami no Kuni by tying them up in Mizu no Kuni. It was no secret that the rebels had been struggling after all, but it was also well known that Yagura wanted to lose as little untainted blood as possible. With Konoha reinforcing the rebels, it would negate the benefits of the wolves aiding Yagura and keep the guerrilla war going even longer, tying up the wolves in the process. With that in mind, it had actually been disadvantageous to kill any of the wolves, especially if it earned a greater response from them. What he couldn't quite understand was why it had earned such a large response. Sure, he didn't think there were too many wolves, but for those in Konoha to rush over to Mizu no Kuni at the death of just 3? Either he had actually overestimated their numbers or something else was going on that had this Kyuubi rushing to set things right. He wasn't sure which he'd prefer, honestly. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I do not know." She looked away. They knew I had been part of it. I am no longer welcome among them. Asuma managed to bite back most of his wince at that information. On a more personal level, that would hit Yugao hard. From a tactical level, he had now permanently lost his best chance of an informant among their ranks. It also hinted that perhaps the wolves had an informant of their own. He'd have to do a full sweep of his administrative team and probably another check through his umbu. With the wolves being umbu level, it was more than possible that one of them had managed to infiltrate the Hokage's personal forces, perhaps even before they had become wolves. It was an uncomfortable thought, which was why he had already checked them once upon accepting the Hokage's mantle. It wouldn't hurt to check again. "I see. I'm sorry if fulfilling your duty to Konoha has brought with it unexpected consequences." "Thank you for your service." Yugao shook her head. "I was the one who chose to inform on them in the first place. The consequences are mine." The umbu captain paused, considering the purpose of the question before providing her opinion. "You can probably keep my team there for the time being, but they should be cautious. The wolves are baying for blood and should not be underestimated. At the same time, my team should be smart enough to get out of there when things start to go bad." Really, she was thinking about Naruto. She had definitely seen his red hair among the wolves leaving Konoha earlier, and how she had witnessed him destroying training fields like an angry deity. He had been focusing much more on control as of late, she noticed, but she had seen what he was really capable of with those chains. Asuma gave an understanding nod. "Thank you for your insight, Yuzuki Taicho. I will keep it in mind when deciding how to handle the situation." "Was that all then?" Yugao asked, her weight shifting to her other hip. "I did have some personal business to see to." "Yes, of course." Asuma waved her off. "Thank you for stopping by to clear that up." Yugao gave a nod before spinning on her heel and out the door. She still needed to figure out where she was going to keep Baki. She didn't know if she could really savor her revenge when the ones to deliver him to her were currently marching off to war because of her, and she needed to track down Kurenai. She knew the Genjutsu mistress had a rocky relationship with Naruto at one point, so maybe she could offer some advice into fixing this fine mess she had made of her own relationship with the young man. Hopefully. She'd probably have better luck speaking with Enko, which was a really strange thought, but she had seen that purple pineapple just as easily as she had seen Naruto's trail of crimson. If when they came back she'd have to make things right. Somehow. She wasn't even sure if that was possible, honestly. The first thing that told her something was wrong was the complete lack of wolves in the den. She had sent a majority of them to help Sai regain control of the Nami situation, but there had still been a good handful here too. Mai stopped by the barracks and the rec room first. Both were empty, and moved on to the cells in case Naruto had beefed up security for some reason. He hadn't. In fact, it had been greatly reduced. And by greatly reduced she meant completely empty. There was not a single wolf guard among the prisoners. Her pace sped up as she made her way through the winding corridors to the very end. Sure enough, the guards were gone from Baki's cell too. She knew exactly how important Naruto felt it was to get the man into Yugao's possession, so the absence of guards meant that either he turned out to be the wrong person or had already been delivered. Or it should at least. The cell door opened smoothly, completely unlocked, and a quick look inside showed that it was completely unoccupied. She didn't like this. Leaving the cells behind her, she went to the other most secure location within the den, the record room. Much to her relief, there was a wolf inside, though she frowned slightly to see them carefully but hastily packing up stacks of reports and filed paperwork. "And what do you think you're doing?" she asked as she stopped behind them, arms crossed and weight on one hip. A wolf would usually spin around to offer her a salute if she addressed them, especially with the frown she was currently wearing, but this one spared only a glance over their shoulder before resuming their work. Orders from Tsukuyomi-sama Amaterasu-sama. She was almost distracted by how pleasing it was to hear herself be addressed by that name. Almost. And what orders would that be? She rose a brow despite knowing the wolf wouldn't be able to see her. They seemed like they were about to say something but caught themselves before shaking their heads, still not looking at her. My apologies, Amaterasu-sama, I am not permitted to say. Not permitted? Not permitted? She was Amaterasu, how the hell was it she couldn't be told what the wolves were doing in the records room? Explain now. Her tone left very little room to argue, and she was sure her stern gaze had become more of a glare by this point. The wolf made the mistake of daring to peek back at her over his shoulder, and gave a shiver. There was definitely a reason Naruto hadn't just selected Mai as his second-in-command but had permitted her to start going by Amaterasu. The two of them could be so similar it was scary. I'm sorry, Amaterasu-sama, but Tsukuyomi-sama has ordered a complete suppression on all activities of the House of Wolves. Something's gone wrong and he doesn't want anything compromising his efforts to fix it. That immediately caught both her attention and her concern. Did something else come up? He had to take care of something so vital that he had stripped away almost all of the wolves in Konoha to resolve, or had he somehow learned about the events in Mizuno-kuni? She honestly couldn't say which she'd prefer. On one hand, the incident with Mizuno-kuni would mean Naruto knew she and Sai had been keeping it from him, and then as well-meaning as it had been, she was sure he still wouldn't be pleased, but on the other, she really didn't want Naruto to have more to worry about with some new problem arising. I see. I'll have to ask him then. The wolf gave a nod. Of course, Amaterasu-sama. He should be in his office back at the apartment. We're borrowing a guard from the Hyuga wolves to ensure your security until things have been resolved. I'll send them there to meet you. Please don't leave the apartment without them. Tsukuyomi would not be pleased if Mai was without proper protection, and as similar as the two of them could be, the wolves were much more scared of an angry or disappointed Tsukuyomi than they could ever be of Mai. She was a wolf like them after all. Naruto was much more. Mai frowned slightly at that. Even if she had her favorites providing her with additional information on Naruto's actions and necessity when it came to ensuring he wasn't working himself to death in her absence, they didn't follow her about like bodyguards. Well, they did, but that was mostly within the den or the apartment. One might accompany her if she was going out, but they were mostly there in case she needed them to retrieve something or send word to someone while she was taking care of something else. They could certainly fill the role if a situation required it, but they weren't brought along for the purpose of protecting her. She was a capable kunoichi. Thank you. Thank you, but a guard isn't necessary. It was her turn to be on the receiving end of a stern glare. Tsukuyomi-sama has commanded it. They turned back to their work as soon as their piece was said, confident that the matter was closed. And of course it was to try going against it would be like going against Tsukuyomi himself. Mai's frown deepened a suspicion that the guard might not be intended to protect her as much as it was to keep her from running away or doing something to harm the pack briefly fluttered through her mind. She was quick to squash that particular thought. If Naruto ever became so distrusting of her that it was necessary to assign a guard to watch her, then he wouldn't be letting her walk around freely. She'd be locked up within the bowels of the den before she could blink. Then again, as it was now, escaping probably wouldn't be too hard. There weren't any guards after all. If he believes it necessary, I will humor him, but he should know that I'm not helpless. The wolf seemed to bristle at the idea that she might be following Tsukuyomi's command simply because she felt like it, but certainly understood that Tsukuyomi's favored was favored for a reason and probably did not in fact need a guard. Even so, the most obvious explanation for Tsukuyomi's command was summed up in two simple words and a single shrug as the wolf got back to work. Father worries. It was a simple truth, but one that had a fond smile tugging at her lips nonetheless. It was just one of the reasons she loved him after all. Yes, she agreed. Yes, he does. And what would you consider to be the primary factor driving Subject A's behavior in this scenario? Pride, Danzo-sama? Yes. Yes. Very good. It is indeed pride. The old warhawk leaned further back into his seat, enjoying the simple pleasure of a good chair. There were a lot of things people took for granted. He had realized things he now found himself savoring much more after accepting the facts that he was both old and not immortal. He only had so much time left, he might as well enjoy it. Of course, he was also Danzo. He couldn't just retire. Remember that just because it's an emotion with negative connotations doesn't mean it can't be beneficial. Fu and Torian shared a look before turning back to their lord. Danzo-sama? Yes, Torian? If there are positive aspects to emotions, why have you determined that it's best for shinobi like ourselves to go through conditioning? Ah, very good question. Danzo gave a smile, or at least what passed for a smile. It was more than most people saw and certainly more than his root agents were used to. Only Naruto and Hiruzen would think nothing of it, but as he considered those two his peers it was to be expected. I'm pleased to see you're growing more used to critical thinking outside the field. That will serve the both of you well when I'm gone. The two root agents shared another look as their lord continued. Emotions bring with them their own benefits, driving people to accomplish things they otherwise would never have been able to do. The most incredible and impossible feats known to history have been accomplished due to the extreme emotion behind them. So would it not be best for us to have such a tool? Asked Fu. Danzo shook his head. Emotions are a great strength, yes, but they can also be a crippling weakness. To the same degree they can hamper, and emotions are a volatile, often unpredictable sort of thing. I have decided that losing the benefits of that double-edged sword was worth eliminating the vulnerabilities. He took a moment to stroke his chin. It's easier to not react to emotions in the first place rather than trying to balance them after they've taken hold. It can be the difference between life and death on the field. So the point is to minimize risk even if it lessens the greater result, creating a sort of baseline that's more predictable. Torian clarified. Exactly. Danzo gave a sly smirk and a quiet chuckle. You could say that rather than min-maxing, I've decided to spread my attributes more evenly. The root agents shared another look and Fu asked the question they both had. You what? Danzo gave another quiet chuckle. Don't worry about it, it's before your time. So if you've established the baseline with us, why are you having us meet to learn about emotions? While emotions we feel may be unpredictable, recognizing someone else's emotions can aid in predicting their actions and provides insight into how to best interact with them to achieve a desired outcome. For that reason, Danzo paused, cocking his head slightly to listen to the rapid footsteps approaching his office door. Not 3 seconds later, a masked root agent burst through the door, hastily scribbled reports clutched in one hand. Danzo-sama, Danzo-sama. They paused for a second to catch their breath. Urgent news, Danzo-sama. Danzo leaned forward slightly, a deep frown tugging at his lips. I gave very clear instructions that I was not to be disturbed. This had best be good, agent. Konoha has been making moves against the wolves, Danzo-sama. The old shinobi blinked twice in surprise before relaxing back into his seat. Explain. The apartment had been eerily empty as well, but much to her relief, Mai found Naruto in his usual place behind his desk. In contrast to his usual thoughtful expression when filling out paperwork, or his relaxed look when he had found time to enjoy a book, something she'd only been able to see recently because he had done a remarkable job keeping up with the paperwork, he wore a deep frown as he stared off into space. It was obvious that whatever had happened troubled him greatly, which did nothing for Mai's nerves. It was, however, somewhat reassuring to see a wolf standing in a corner behind his desk, ready and alert. If nothing else, at least he was safe. Tsukuyami-sama. She had debated the merits of using something more familiar, but ultimately decided that it was best to remain formal. Even if it wasn't anything to do with she and Sai hiding the events in Mizuno-kuni, whatever was going on needed to be taken seriously, especially if it had Naruto so troubled. It took a long moment for her voice to register, but eventually Naruto slowly turned to face his second-in-command. The frown was lost for a second, replaced by a tired smile, and suddenly Mai found her nervousness evaporating. It couldn't be the issue in Mizuno-kuni if he was still able to smile at her. Of course, that meant something else had arisen they needed to take care of. Mai, he greeted her. Like his smile, his voice was weary, and small, his attention so far away that her presence might as well have been a dream to him. Was there something I can help you with? She wasn't completely sure if it was just Naruto wanting to take care of her, which always made her heart flutter, or if this was some desperate attempt of his to distract himself from whatever he had sent the wolves off to fix. No, Naruto-kun, I came to see what was going on. She switched back to a more familiar form of address, but if he noticed, it didn't show. He gave a few bobbing nods of his head to indicate his understanding, but remained silent for several moments. To Mai it felt like an eternity. You are probably aware of the recent casualties in Mizuno-kuni. As he began speaking, her heart instantly sunk to her stomach, a cold feeling of dread creeping through her body. As you are no doubt aware of my reasons for siding with Yagura. She knew them, yes. She thought they were kind of strange, but she understood the intention behind them. She supposed it made more sense if you thought Naruto as a father letting his children out to play rather than a commander directing his forces. Of course, Tsukuyomi-sama. The formality was back just in case, but again Naruto didn't seem to pay it any mind. I've made a mistake. He paused, frowning deeply. Several rather, and I want them remedied before they hurt my children more. It was probably a bad question, she realized, but she couldn't help herself from asking it. Perhaps she had just become too comfortable as his favorite. Mistakes, Tsukuyomi-sama? He seemed to deflate into his seat, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Yes, mistakes. He collected his thoughts for a moment before elaborating. I had an image of the House of Wolves in my mind, how we would be seen by the world, but it seems as though it was more delusion than anything. I have not painted the picture I have envisioned, and so my actions to maintain it have been an effort of futility at the cost of my children. Purple eyes closed briefly before resuming their unseeing stare at a nearby wall. It would not have been so bad if I had not been so trusting. The beginning of that made sense to her. He was being too hard on himself, in her opinion. Trying to provide his House of Wolves with a more respectable reputation would make certain things easier for them, though it did sort of conflict with their nature. The last part, however, she had no idea what she was talking about. Tsukuyomi-sama? It was all the prompting he needed to elaborate. At this point she wondered if he even realized she was still there. Yuzuki Yugao was the one to teach me Kenjutsu, and someone I considered to be part of the pack. I was going to be extending an offer to join us soon, but it seems I was too hasty. I told her too much, and it found its way into Konoha's ears. I'm not sure of who she told yet, or why they've decided to act against us, but 3 of my children lie dead because of it. Did you want me to see to her, Tsukuyomi-sama? Offered Mai. She'd happily tear into anyone who hurt her lord, as would any of the wolves. No. Naruto shook his head, still staring at the wall. No, that won't be necessary at all. She knows where she stands with the House of the Wolves, and any debt between the 2 of us has been settled. As far as I'm concerned, we've never had any dealings with her. By we she was aware he was referring to himself, and she understood everything else to mean he still cared a great deal about the woman, and couldn't bring himself to bring harm to her. Either she was more important to him than Inoichi had been, or when considering his efforts to undo damages inflicted upon the man, he had learned his lesson already. She was tempted to seek the woman out anyway, but knowing it would displease Naruto stopped her. She had taken a large enough risk keeping the events of Mizu no Kuni from him, directly going against his command to harm someone he cared a great deal about. Favorite or not, she would be in quite a lot of trouble. Mai still wasn't sure if there would be consequences for hiding things from him. He's made no mentions of it so far, despite obviously knowing, but he also seemed rather distracted. I understand. Was there anything I can do to help? His attention turned from the wall to lock eyes with her. There was a tiredness mixed with a self-loathing she knew all too well from him in those golden eyes, but something else simmered gently. Accusation? It was faint, oh so very faint, but it was there. Despite that, he didn't seem all too keen to act on it. A stray thought danced through her head that just like Yugao, he cared too much about her to do anything, and a great guilt settled over her shoulders with such weight she found it difficult to breathe. How dangerous his inability to act against those he cared for was didn't even warrant a moment of consideration against the fact that she would be comparable to a woman who had betrayed his trust and caused the death of 3 of his children. No, Mai, I think you've done enough. I'll take it from here. He paused, his frown going from troubled to thoughtful. Actually, if you wish to check in with the Inuzuka, the Hyuga, or with Shizen-sensei, you are more than welcome to. I will be distracted for some time, I fear, and will not be able to give matters concerning them the attention they deserve. I understand, Tsukuyomi-sama. It was meant as more than just his instructions. She understood that he was displeased by what she had done, but was taking no action against her. Either out of love or as a warning, perhaps both, she was being allowed to continue as if nothing had happened. It was his sigh that kept her from leaving, immediately filled with a weariness that just didn't suit him. For what it's worth, Mai, thank you. I appreciate your intentions of taking care of the problem yourself. He gave her a stern gaze. In the future, however, do not keep my children suffering from me. I cannot be the father they need if I do not hear their cries. Of course, Tsukuyomi-sama. I will keep you better informed in the future. She hesitated for a second before continuing. If I inform you about the problem, will you allow me to try fixing it before you step in? His frown deepened further. She was not aware he could frown like that, and was not comfortable knowing she was the one to cause its discovery, but he gave a single strong nod. Yes, I think that would be for the best. She was his planned successor at the moment, after all. It only made sense to let her take on as much responsibility as she could to prepare her for the position. Not that she didn't take on plenty of responsibilities already. He needed to get her an assistant actually. She'd need a mai of her own if she took his position. Maybe Hanabi would make a suitable candidate. Thank you, Tsukuyami-sama. If that's all? Yes, thank you. Keep me informed on our other projects, please, but otherwise do as you see fit. I'll trust your judgment. She felt another stab of guilt at those words but couldn't tell if it had been an intentional jab from Naruto or reassurance that he still trusted her. By your command, Tsukuyami-sama. She gave a bow before backing out of the room. She would see to his other projects to make sure everything was in order while he took control of the Mizu situation. Once everything was resolved, she would work on proving to him that she could still be trusted. Even if he didn't need it proven, she needed to prove it to herself. Mai would make it up to him whether he liked it or not. The last thing she saw before she left was Naruto rolling up a piece of parchment as he reached for a golden amulet she could swear she'd seen before. It was best to be outside when doing this, but so long as the sun could reach the golden coils, Naruto was confident that the great serpent would be able to send one of his children. Stepping to his office window, much to the concern of the wolf skulking in the corner of the room, he opened the curtains enough to allow light to spill through. He was fortunate that the sun was in an acceptable position, otherwise he'd have to leave the apartment. His wolves were much too on edge, as it was already having him exposed like that wouldn't do them any good. Dipping 2 fingers into the dish of blood the original had prepared for this very reason, he rubbed a generous amount over the amulet until the light it reflected became red. In a flash of crimson, a small golden serpent appeared on his windowsill, staring at him with eager interest. High Priestess hissed in greeting. What is it you require? Naruto held up a roll of parchment that might be considered by many in the shinobi world to be the most cruel of death sentences, a letter calling for the aid of Orochimaru of the Sannin. I need this delivered to the snake sage. I require her assistance for my war. The snake gave a hissing laugh, crimson eyes sparkling in delight. A war, you say? Father shall watch with much interest, High Priest. Then I hope I am able to entertain him. Will you deliver it? It would be my honor to help spark this war of yours. Give it here. Naruto complied, extending the parchment to the young serpent, who snatched it up behind gleaming black fangs. In another flash of crimson they vanished with the note. Naruto went to wipe away the blood from the amulet, only to be met by warm metal, all traces of his blood gone as it had been the first time. Thank you, child of O. He murmured quietly as he closed the curtains. And may you find enjoyment in my actions, great serpent O. He hadn't considered any use for Orochimaru's gift beyond sending messages, but perhaps it was time to start. There appeared to be much more potential there than he had previously realized. And if it meant aiding his children, he would take any advantage he could get. Chapter 92 Danzo's Lecture. They slipped through the trees like a fog, leaving no sign of their passing. Nami no Kuni might have belonged to them, but the forests of Hai no Kuni were their home territory, and they knew them as well as any veteran Konoha shinobi. There would be boats in Nami no Kuni they could use to reach Mizu no Kuni quickly, set aside specifically for the House of Wolves, but getting there would take time. It would not, however, take as much time as it should. The presence of their lord had all of the wolves filled with a sense of purpose and energy that had them pushing themselves far more than they normally would. They would still need to stop for a rest as they neared Nami, but the majority of their recuperation would take place during the trip across the southern Kaizoku Sea. Naruto would have preferred to not stop, and his wolves were more than willing to press on for however long they had to, but he also didn't want to endanger any of them or risk having them exhaust themselves getting to enemy territory only to be exposed as they recovered. If taking a small break before they reached the sea meant they didn't need to stop once they reached Mizu no Kuni, then that's what they'd do. The land of water would burn soon enough. If it took an hour or so more to ensure it was reduced to nothing but ash, so be it. Tsukuyami's will would be done. The smell of tobacco filled the room, twisting wisps of smoke curling up from a well-loved pipe until they splashed against the ceiling of aged oak. The advisor's office in the Hokage Tower was nowhere as large as the Hokage's office, but with only one occupant it was certainly nice and cozy. Hamura and Kohara had probably been a bit cramped over the years, but with one of Asuma's first actions as acting Hokage being to remove them from their role, that was no longer an issue. That was good. Hiruzen wasn't keen to spend any more time with those two, and he certainly wasn't stepping aside to let them advise his son. It was probably better that way. For them, of course. Asuma wasn't quite as patient, or well-suffering, as Hiruzen was. The two of them would have been cut to bits by wind chakra within a week. With himself being the only person to use it regularly, he had wasted no time chucking quite literally their old furniture from the room and replacing it with aged woods and dark leathers. The two fossils had favored impressive-looking pieces which provided absolutely no comfort, possibly a reason they were always in a sour mood, but Hiruzen had spent far too much time as Hokage to not take what comforts he could in life. If an assassin didn't manage it, old age could take away his chances of enjoying his retirement at any moment. Well, that or stress, but he had more or less nipped that possibility in the bud by dropping the mess of Hokage-ness on his son. Poor bastard. No, that was wrong. He and Biwaki had been very much married when Asuma was conceived. That was probably the only downside to assuming this position in his retirement. He had too much damn time to think. As Hokage, he had plenty of paperwork and annoying council members to deal with which occupied his thoughts, but these days he just relaxed in a chair reading whatever reports were delivered to him so that he was ready to advise should Asuma need it. Really, it was a damn cushy job if he thought about it, but he wasn't exactly in need of money at this stage of his life. Being Hokage paid well after all, and he had been Hokage for a very long time. If there was someone he could trust for this position, he would happily spend the last of his days back at the clan compound or relaxing on a beach somewhere. Even gambling away what he had earned over the past few decades in Tanzaku-gai would be preferable to sitting here with only his thoughts. It seemed the gods smiled upon him today, however, as he very quickly found himself with company. Realizing who that company was unfortunately had him instead wondering if the gods were bored and had decided to torment him for their amusement. Two sharp raps on the door, wood on wood rather than flesh, told him exactly who it was even as they let themselves in without waiting for an invitation. There were only two people who ever let themselves into his office, and one of them was in Kaminari no Kuni looking for inspiration for one of his latest books. That one had been kind enough to send some pictures back, and Hiruzen hadn't bothered trying to be discreet about them. Proudly they had been hung around his new office on full display to any visitors, and Hamura nearly had a heart attack when they came looking for their favorite vase. Hiruzen had taken no small amount of pleasure tossing that vase out the office window hours prior, but hadn't minded letting the former advisor look around his office in horror at what it had become. It was more like a personal den at the moment than the office of the Hokage's advisor, but Hiruzen was old, and that allowed him to get away with more. Well, that's what he always told his children and grandchildren anyway. Only his daughter-in-law had ever called him out on it, but that hot-tempered woman wasn't his concern at the moment. In fact, he'd much rather have an angry Fuki scolding him about being a bad example than have to deal with the grim-faced, and he was rarely otherwise Danzo that stepped into his office. Unlike what he had expected, the man did not help himself to a seat and instead opted to stand before the desk looking down at his old rival. Hiruzen was pleased to note that the man's one eye swept over the room and paused for a second or two on each of the pictures he had added. The faintest of smirks twitched at his lips for a second too, but was quickly replaced by the scowl he was known for. Hiruzen. Danzo cut to the chase. Would you care to explain to me why Konoha is currently making active moves against the House of Wolves? Hiruzen's first response naturally to say something sarcastic, but before his smart response left his lips he realized what Danzo had actually said. What? Konoha. Danzo repeated, taking only a little pleasure at Hiruzen's baffled expression. Is currently acting against the House of Wolves in Nizu no Kuni, and has recently slain 3 of its members. Why? For the life of him, Hiruzen couldn't see any immediate benefits to such actions, but the repercussions of Konoha attacking the ally of their patron daimyo immediately came to mind. Asuma was smarter than that, he knew it, so what was his son seeing that he wasn't? Or perhaps it was a matter of what he had failed to show his son. Hiruzen, after all, had dealt more with Naruto and the wolves than Asuma had. I was hoping you might know, seeing as you're supposed to be the one advising him. He certainly never asked for my opinion on something like that. Hiruzen frowned. The twice-retired Hokage took a few long draws from his pipe before exhaling it all at once towards his old rival. As a paranoid Danzo stepped to the side to avoid contact with it, Hiruzen emptied his pipe and set it on the desk before pushing himself out of his chair with a groan. Grabbing his cane and hat, Hiruzen tossed on his suit coat and followed the smoke out the still open door, leaving Danzo to trail curiously behind him. "Where are you going?" "To figure out what my son is up to." Danzo gave an understanding grunt before looking to the cane in his rival's hand. "Finally got one, I see. I told you they were great." Hiruzen gave an amused snort. "You need one because you're old, Shimura. Mine's here because I make it look good." Danzo gave another grunt but couldn't disagree. He didn't know why he hadn't considered going for the dapper gentleman look, but Hiruzen was sure pulling it off. Maybe he'd give it a try too. Technically, High Captain Kigo was supposed to be resting in the Nami medical facility, which had received quite a few upgrades recently, including being an actual building rather than a temporary shack, but the good thing about outranking most of the other wolves was that when he ordered them to let him leave, they didn't have too much of a choice. The only real hard part had been avoiding the actual medical personnel. They apparently didn't give a damn about rank and would have Tsukuyumi himself tied to his bed if they thought it best for him. Well, that's what some of the stories from Konoha said anyway. The wolves here and the occasional civilian that had shown interest in the field hadn't yet been corrupted by the ways of Shizen-sensei, who was currently remaining in Konoha to look after their lord, so maybe he would have been able to order them away too. He hadn't been willing to risk it. Instead, he had slipped out after interacting with as few of his fellow wolves as possible, and assigned himself one of the patrols around the city of Nami. You know, they should probably rename it. The country was Nami no Kuni, but the town itself had never actually had a name. It was probably better to do that sooner than later, especially with how quickly they were growing. That rather minor issue aside, Tsukuyumi would probably just name it after Hana if he had to come up with something. Kigo really shouldn't have been out on patrol, and certainly not alone, but aside from some wounded pride and a bad case of guilt, he was fine. Having to lay in a bed doing nothing was harming him more than a patrol or two ever would. In his opinion, at least, he didn't really care for the opinions of the medics, mainly because it was the kind of thing he didn't want to hear. So what if he had 2 broken ribs and 3 more were fractured? Or if he had been mildly poisoned by one of their blades? Or even if some of his wounds were being held together by spare fishing line in the grace of Tsukuyumi-sama, and if they reopened this far from the medical facility he would bleed out and die? All of that was trivial. He wasn't useless quite yet. Even if they didn't want him in Mizu no Kuni, which he could grudgingly admit, he probably wasn't in the best of health, for he was still plenty capable of a patrol or 2 during his downtime. Besides, how else was he going to be able to witness a group of wolves tearing through the forests to the shores of Nami no Kuni? Taking a break to lean against a gnarled tree, Kigo watched his siblings dash towards the water, taking special note of the crimson hair that followed the one in a broken mask he knew well. Behind his own mask, Kigo smiled. It would seem as though his package reached Konoha and Tsukuyumi had heard the prayers of his children. Everything would be all right now. Asuma looked up from his papers to watch his father stride into the office without a second's still. Understandable, he supposed the old man had called this office his own for decades. It was probably second nature to let himself in at this point. Didn't make it any less irritating, though. He also hadn't quite come to terms with what his father had taken to wearing. As long as he could remember, his father had worn the robes of Hokage, but now that Asuma was draped in them, had decided to go with something as unrobe-like as he could manage. It didn't seem right, but at the same time it fit oddly well. Despite personally wearing the robes that denoted the highest office in the village, Asuma felt underdressed compared to his father's 3-piece suit and matching hat. The cane was a nice touch too. Trailing behind the sharply dressed man was Danzo, his own cane in hand. It was going to be that sort of visit then? Lovely. Sarutobi Dano Shimura-san, do please come in. They already had, and his tone was only slightly biting. As both men also helped themselves to a chair, he continued, ignoring Danzo's smirk as much as he could. No, please make yourselves comfortable. Danzo was evidently amused, and there was an anticipation twinkling in his one eye that Asuma really did not like, but his father was notably less so. One might even say that despite being as dressed up as he wasn't really dressed at all, because you're never fully dressed without a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not smiling. Really made him seem like an old Yakuza boss more than the gentleman grandfather the look would have otherwise lent him, but Asuma was used to a serious Hiruzen as much as he was a jovial one. Well, more used to actually, but he was familiar with both. Knowing how his father could get Asuma decided to continue talking rather than provide the time for the old man's tongue to sharpen. The longer Hiruzen waited to speak, the more cutting his words became. "Was there something I might aid you two gentlemen with?" he asked, hands clasping before his mouth. It was addressed to both of them, but his eyes never broke away from his father's. When a single gray brow slowly rose, Asuma realized that his decision to speak first may not have been a mistake, but his word choice might have been. "I suppose you might start by helping me understand why you've decided to start antagonizing the wolves." Based on his father's expression, it was not a request, and Hokage or not Asuma knew better than to try avoiding the question. The professor was not to be crossed. Even so, Asuma took a moment to collect his thoughts. For a split second he did debate the value of denying Konoha involvement, or probably safer asking how they had learned. In the end he took the safest route: compliance. Still, he wasn't going to sit there spilling his guts like a schoolboy caught by his teacher, despite how apt that might be in this situation. "What do you currently understand of the situation?" "Personally? That my son has decided that he should start poking the sleeping wolves who live in our village with a pointy stick, as if they aren't the group who brought one of our major clans to their knees and more than likely aided in the coup of the Hyuga branch family." Hiruzen gave a stern look before continuing. "Let's not forget that they're here as allies to the daimyo and have control over the most valuable shipping town in the elemental nations." Danzo cleared his throat. "Perhaps I can shed a bit more light on the situation before our Godame explains his plans," the Warhawk offered. Asuma gave him a nod to continue while Hiruzen shot him a suspicious look. "The House of Wolves is currently within Mizu no Kuni, supporting Mizuki Jigura in his fight against the Bloodline rebels. A majority of their forces had been redirected there, leaving minimum forces in Konoha and Nami no Kuni for security. My own agents have backed up from Nami no Kuni for the time being as a sign of goodwill while the majority of the pack is away. That, and we didn't want to risk them being more aggressive because they're more vulnerable at the moment," he admitted with a frown. "Even so, we have been able to identify Inuzuka clan members within the growing town, which indicates ties to another of our biggest clans. We can say with certainty that the House of Wolves has connections to the Yamanaka Hyuga Inuzuka and through Genin Naruto have a connection to the Uzumaki. They are allies to our own daimyo who has taken over Kaze no Kuni, control Nami no Kuni, and are currently working alongside the Mizukage, who, with the rightful daimyo having been slain by Hoshigaki Kisame years ago, runs the entirety of Mizu no Kuni. Beyond that, they are said to have lessened the recent invasion by causing Otogekyu no Sato to withdraw despite being the original source of the plan. It is believed that the Otokage is none other than Orochimaru of the Sannin, so for them to be able to turn them away from striking at the village is nothing short of a miracle and displays an influence over them that is quite frankly terrifying. All members are trained to Anbu level at Konoha standards, some of which display an aptitude that exceeds them. Their pack mentality and nearly fanatical devotion is a result of less than successful conditioning, which makes them easy to identify among civilians if you know what to look for, but when operating on the field are almost indistinguishable from standard Konoha Anbu. Only two groups have records involving wolf identities: the Imperial Record House of the Fire Court, and myself. With all that said, perhaps now you'd like to explain your reasoning, Godame-sama?" Danzo finished with a small sly smile and leaned into his chair comfortably. After that, there was no way Hiruzen wouldn't be chewing out Asuma's ass after his explanation. It had been far too long since Danzo had been able to enjoy such a show. Hiruzen turned his attention from his rival back to his son, his brow rising inquisitively. Asuma, who hadn't been quite so well informed, took a moment to process what he just learned. With everything laid on the table like that, his plans seemed a bit too hasty. He had not realized the wolves were that well connected when he decided to try hindering their rapid expansion. Still, someone had to do something to slow them down, and if they really did have such influence, then it needed to be done before they were in a position where nothing could stop their growth. Allowing the House of Wolves to reach critical mass in a year or two of emerging into the global scene would more likely than not mean war throughout the elemental nations. Not that it wasn't already looking like a distinct possibility. Hai no Kuni had just annexed Kaze no Kuni and had two factions at work in Mizu no Kuni. Iwa and Kumo were bound to be getting nervous. While I had not been aware as to all the connections the House of Wolves has at the moment, I did notice their rapid movement since entering the global field, and the danger it possesses to Konoha in the long run. Not only are they likely to start a war with their habits, but because the House of Wolves has been granted allowances to station themselves here in Konoha, it becomes far too easy for someone to infiltrate them abroad and simply walk in our gates. Danzo was looking positively giddy while Hiruzen's face was being kept carefully blank. The best solution to this issue seemed to be keeping them deadlocked alongside Yagura's troops in Mizu no Kuni. If nothing else, it would give us time to stabilize things in Kaze no Kuni so we wouldn't be stretched so thin should the wolves cause issues intentionally or not. Hiruzen took a deep calming breath, and Asuma knew he only had time for one last addition to his argument. He figured the only thing he really had left to add was pretty strong. Seeing as the daimyo himself approved my plans and he is the wolves' greatest ally, it seemed to be a perfect opportunity, and any repercussions should be minimal. Repercussions minimal, muttered Hiruzen, shaking his head in disbelief. He opened his mouth to say more but caught himself taking another calming breath instead. It would seem I did not stress enough Konoha's relations with the wolves before thrusting the office of Hokage upon you. This is my mistake, I was too hasty. Father? Hiruzen held up a hand to stop him as he shook his head again. If you'd like, Hiruzen? Came Danzo's offer. Please. Very well. Danzo stood from his chair, pushing it back to the desk with his cane, and began to pace across the room. First, Godame-sama, you're an idiot. It was only the fact that both men before him were decorated, highly experienced heroes of Konoha that had Asuma holding his tongue. Well, that and the fact that one of them happened to be his father, who was nodding in agreement to his rival. Our daimyo, while certainly interested in Konoha's well-being, is not focused on it. He cares about what's best for Hai no Kuni and for his new dynasty. He's started a new age for the Imperial Fire Court if he manages to hold on to Kaze no Kuni, one that won't soon be forgotten by history. But that's not enough, not for Iroh. He's too damn ambitious, and the opportunities have shown themselves most temptingly. He'll have you and the wolves both working one side of the Mizu no Kuni conflict, and no matter who wins, he has connections to a unified Mizu no Kuni. The chances of him managing to aid the recovering country to the point where it's dependent and wholly reliant on Hai no Kuni is high, which means he'll be combining 3 of the greater countries into one under his rule. Certainly that might spark a war with Kumo Iwa or some of the lesser countries, but at the same time it's a major deterrent. The manpower alone is staggering, but the resources? He'll have so much control over the global economy that he can simply wait out the other countries as they slowly starve on what little they can produce or smuggle in. It wouldn't be worth it. Despite his ambitions, Iroh is no fool. He will know that attempting to extend even further than that in a single generation would spell ruin for all he's managed. It will be at least 5 before the new Hai no Kuni has stabilized and acclimated enough for its people to be unified in any further expansion. I have no doubt he'll leave instructions for his dependents to that effect. At the moment, the only thing he's risking is perhaps access to Nami no Kuni, depending on your victory in Mizu no Kuni, and the wolves' discovery of his authorization for your actions. Again, considering how many resources he'll have at his disposal, it would also be in their best interest to maintain a cordial relationship with the Imperial Fire Court so that they can profit from it as the leading shipping hub of the world. In short, Iroh has everything to gain and almost nothing to lose. Moving on, Danzo continued, still pacing. The wolves themselves have major pull within the village. Even in their absence, they can influence some of our largest clans with but a word. If they want to cause damage, there is no doubt that they can do so in a heartbeat. History has shown that they are not a merciful group, something Inoichi knows firsthand and the late Gato won't be able to learn from. With their access to Konoha, as you've mentioned, it would not be hard for them to cause irreparable damage, or more likely remove the source of their problems. Danzo gave Asuma a pointed look. That's you, if it wasn't clear. Asuma narrowed his eyes at the implied threat, but remained silent. And don't for a second think they couldn't manage it if they wanted to. Anbu has always been a limited position, only requiring a handful of guards and operatives for the Hokage's personal use, but the wolves had no such limitation. Their numbers, while not large, are still greater than your own Anbu operatives. With similar skill levels, it is more than believable that they'll be able to overwhelm your guards and overpower you. Whether or not they actually kill you, even I wouldn't be able to say for sure. They would lose more than a few, injected Asuma. And they don't seem keen on that. They rushed off to Mizu no Kuni after just 3. Or because they realized there were other players they had not accounted for and wanted to minimize risks. Danzo countered. But you are correct that they would suffer losses. With their fanaticism, however, they wouldn't give it a second's thought. In fact, their lord Kyuubi might not even order their attack himself, fearing that very loss of his subjects, but the wolves are shinobi, and if it means serving their lord's interests, they'll go behind his back to see it done. So I'll end this here with a simple warning: do not act out against the wolves lest we have to find ourselves a Rokudame. You honestly believe they'll try to assassinate me? Danzo shrugged. They might. They could also try tarnishing your reputation, burning Konoha to the ground, or slaughtering your family. One can never really tell with the wolves. They could simply remove themselves from Konoha as you'd prefer, for all we know. Are you really willing to risk it now that you know how many strings you'll end up tugging by moving against them? Asuma remained silent, contemplating before turning to his father. And you agree with him? Hiruzen gave a solemn nod. Aggression against the wolves will never end well. Dealing with them will require diplomacy. Remember when interacting with them that they do not subscribe to the idea of villages and that the pack always comes first. Don't subscribe to the idea of villages? Asuma scoffed. What does that even mean? The hidden villages have been a thing for generations. They do not see Konoha as anything more than a great city filled with clans. Their mindset is akin to those during the Great Clan Wars, and the only authority they recognize are the daimyo themselves. If someone attacks them, they won't go after their village. Hiruzen gave his son a serious look. They will go after their clan shinobi or not. Do not attack their pack unless you're prepared for them to do the same. That was something Asuma hadn't expected, but mulling it over seemed to fit with what he knew of the wolves pretty well. Of course they wouldn't hesitate to go after civilians. They were wolves. Mongrels and wild dogs, the lot of them. Almost humorously he noted his indignation at their lack of honor or mercy. He thought ill of them because they acted as shinobi should. Like the clan wars indeed. After a few moments of silence, the Godame gave a single nod. I see. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will take your advice into consideration. It was a dismissal that earned an amused snort from Danzo, who, having never sat back down, made his way sedately to the door. Asuma would be more cautious going forward, that much he could tell, but he wouldn't be leaving the wolves alone. The boy was just as stubborn as his father. Hiruzen gave a few of his own nods, understanding and accepting the situation as he pushed himself up out of the chair and grabbed his cane. Just because they're a potential threat doesn't mean they'll be an actual threat down the line, just as today's ally may be tomorrow's enemy, or our greatest foe may become our dearest friend. Don't forget that. Of course, father. Despite his words, they were both aware he had no intention of changing his plans. Hiruzen left the room with a sigh. Asuma was a patriot with his heart in the right place, but his good intentions were going to get him and many others in more trouble than they could handle. He just hoped he was ready to shoulder such consequences. Years had taught Hiruzen just how heavily guilt could weigh on one's soul. He had enjoyed the smell of ocean air the last time he visited Nami no Kuni, but as droplets of water whipped past his face, occasionally pelting his mask, he hardly even noticed it. His hands gripped the railings of the ship tightly enough that they had nearly become numb. That too he paid no mind. A pair of arms encircling him from behind and a sudden softness pressed against the back of his head, however, he most certainly did notice. He took a moment to simply savor the feeling, leaning back slightly into the soft warmth, and letting his eyes close for a few sweet seconds. Enjoying that, are you? Came a teasing voice near his ear. He opened his eyes to see a grinning Anko leaning over him and gave his own small smile behind his mask. I am Anko, thank you. One of her hands left his chest to wag a finger at him. No. You know what I said about trying to thank me. If you're going to do it, you have to do it properly. Not now, Anko. Maybe when we get back home. Don't give me that you know you want to. She pouted playfully. It alleviated the weight of his heart somewhat to see her usual antics, but he really wasn't in the mood. No, Anko, my children are out there as they would be if you hadn't learned. Anko interrupted. The only thing that's changed is that their daddy is now on his way to help them, but as he has to wait for his other children to rest and for the ship to reach the shore, he's got some free time that could be put to better use than worrying about them. I suppose you have a point. Of course I have a point. Now let's have some fun. He wasn't going to be getting much rest on the way to Mizu no Kuni, but he was certainly more relaxed by the time they arrived. Chapter 93. Double weary black eyes snapped open as quickly as they could, drawn to the flash of crimson in their bedchambers. Every part of Orochimaru's body hurt, and his chakra was almost non-existent, but they weren't a sannin for nothing. Forcing himself into a sitting position, he was greeted by the sight of a golden snake watching him with amused red eyes, a scroll held securely behind glistening black fangs. Elation shot through his body only to come crashing down just as quickly. Please tell me my prince does not need my aid." As his raspy voice echoed quietly in the otherwise silent room, any amusement in those red eyes dissipated. Dropping the scroll into golden coils, the serpent gave him a suspicious glare. "You would deny the high priest?" it accused. No, never. I would deny him nothing." A cough racked Orochimaru's new body, still adjusting to its new master's presence, and weak from the transfer. "But I would have been far more used to him not an hour ago." 2 crimson orbs trailed over the one they had been sent to find, noting the obvious unwellness, and the serpent gave a satisfied nod. "So it would seem. Still, the high priest sends for you, and Father O is most interested in this war of his." "War?" Orochimaru didn't know his heart could sink more until he heard that. For as much pride as it filled him to hear that his prince was going to war, the crushing guilt of not being able to wage it beside him dragged it down into the cold pit of his stomach. Oh yes, the serpent was positively giddy. War burned brightly in his eyes. "Father O will be most entertained. His words, then I would know them." Orochimaru's hand reached out for the scroll but fell short. The serpent seemed almost to sigh before picking it back up behind its fangs and slithering over to the vulnerable Hibi Sanin. It dropped the scroll into Orochimaru's hand and took the liberty of wrapping around his arm. It was not, unfortunately, as warm as the snake might have hoped, but it was still an improvement to the cold darkness that filled Orochimaru's personal chambers. "Thank you, honored child." Even as he spoke, his eyes were devouring the words of his prince, the weight in his chest growing more and more until he had finished. Naruto really was going to war, and had indeed called for the aid of his godmother to wage it. Orochimaru alone would have been a great asset during the war, but her forces were severely lacking, a consequence of using them for experiments more often than not, and what he could send him was a poor replacement for his own presence. "I see." The mournful tone in Orochimaru's words was not missed by the golden serpent around his arm. "So will you heed the command of the high priest?" Orochimaru's eyes closed, a deep sigh escaping his black lips. "I will do what I can, but I fear it is not nearly what he needs. Father O will be most displeased, but I suppose this matter is between you and the high priest now. Perhaps he is more understanding." "Understanding, perhaps." Orochimaru gave a faint smile. "Forgiving? That's an entirely different matter. I still haven't made up all the birthdays I've missed. I have no idea how I'm going to make up for this." "Just see to it you do." The snake uncoiled itself from around his arm. "If that was all, I'll take if I could ask a favor, honorable child?" The snake only seemed slightly irritated at being interrupted. "What is it you need, snake sage?" "If you would summon for me my best, Naruto has need of them." "For the high priest?" "Very well, I shall fetch them." "Thank you, honorable child." The serpent gave a hiss that sounded very much like an amused snort. "I don't do this for you, snake sage. This is for the high priest." Orochimaru just smiled. "And that is something deserving of my thanks." The snake paused, turning back to look at Orochimaru with measuring eyes of red. Well said, sage, well said." Well, Naruto had been warned, or at least her raven was currently on its way to deliver her report, so the only purpose her presence here would serve was to provide updates on Akatsuki's successes and failures. She was sure he'd agree with her that it was much more productive lessening their numbers and getting the fuck out. And if the one she removed from the picture happened to be one she had a personal grudge against? So what? She was a bit biased. It was still better than having him remain a part of Akatsuki. Denial of resources, wasn't it? Same general idea. If you're going to retreat, don't leave things for the enemy to use against you later. And while that usually applied to things such as crop and livestock, before a siege she had given birth to the bastard, it was almost the same thing. Now if only she had a better method of doing it. "Tobi-chan has seen you watching her again, Itachi-senpai." She wasn't sure if he was paying her words any mind. His attention seemed to be fully glued to her wiggling hips. Maybe Ichai-senpai would like to come back to Tobi-chan's room to see even more? Why, yeah, that sounds good. Well, if nothing else, it assured her she still very much had it. "Oh, Naruto-kun, the things I do for you. Really, it was mostly for revenge, but if she told him otherwise, maybe he'd reward her well enough that she would forget this." The seduction part, at least she was going to savor the memory of plunging her dagger into the bastard's throat. "Orochimaru-sama?" Are you well? Gyurin watched as the now notably shorter Orochimaru was helped into the room by a grim-faced Kimimaro. He didn't seem to want the help but allowed one of the bone user's arms to remain on his shoulder just in case. Not well enough, I'm afraid, and at a most inconvenient of times. Our prince has called for our aid, but I will not be able to answer his call personally. It will be up to you four to ensure his victory in Mizuno Kuni. Orochimaru-sama, I can. Kimimaro began, only to be interrupted by his lord. No, Kimimaro. We will not be risking you in Mizuno Kuni with your sickness. Even if you were healthier, I'd be hesitant. Your clan is not looked upon favorably by that country. Kimimaro bowed his head but was obviously not happy with the answer. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. So what's he need help with? Asked Sakan Yukon, popping out of his back to continue. Does he need swim lessons or something during his vacation? Kimima Orochimaru didn't even have to finish his name before his most loyal of subjects was on the task, two fingerbones smacking into both of their heads none too gently. Our prince would not call on us for something so trivial, and neither would I be taking it so seriously. Orochimaru's displeased frown seemed to have a better effect in this body, perhaps because it wasn't nearly as attractive as his last one had been. He goes to war, and has called upon me to support him. Had I received his summons earlier, I would be going myself, but as I am now, I would do him no good. Instead, I am sending you to ensure his safety during his campaign. Do not fail me. Don't worry, Orochimaru-sama. Gyurin grinned. He'll be in good hands. Orochimaru gazed over what he had to offer Kadamura, the Khan brothers, and Gyurin, and frowned deeply. A pair of good hands, perhaps. He had thought about releasing Suigetsu, but ultimately decided that letting him loose in Mizuno Kuni wouldn't serve Naruto's purposes at all. Jirobu unfortunately was busy trying to find things that would be of use to Naruto, and Tayuya had been in Konoha when Naruto left. Either she was with him, which Orochimaru would prefer, or she had been left behind. Should it be the latter, Orochimaru was fairly certain she would have at least been given a task by the young prince. Actually, now that he thought about it, Kabuto was stationed in Nami no Kuni, wasn't he? Yes, serving as his liaison, which hadn't really been necessary considering how much time he had managed to spend with his prince lately between Odogekure and the House of Wolves. Perfect, he could have at least two subordinates he could trust, seeing to Naruto's well-being. You four will stop at Nami no Kuni to secure passage to Mizuno Kuni while there. Find Kabuto. He'll join you in supporting our prince and should be able to keep you all alive so long as you don't do anything too stupid. The Khan brothers shot an accusing look at Kadamura, who shot one right back. We'll leave immediately, Orochimaru-sama. Gyurin shot all three of them a withering glare that did wonders in bringing them back into line. No, that's not fast enough. Orochimaru bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood before making a rapid series of hand seals. In a poof of smoke, a great purple snake filled the cavern. It did not seem pleased to have been summoned. Orochimaru! It bellowed. Why have you summoned me this time? Where are my sacrifices? There will be no sacrifices, Manda. Orochimaru's voice was quiet and calm. He had dealt with Manda far too much to be otherwise. No sacrifice? You dare summon me with no sacrifice? The large purple head whipped to face the small snake sage, moving to hover mere feet above him. You think I won't cancel the contract, Orochimaru? You know the terms. I'll revoke your ability to summon us in a heartbeat. You'll do no such thing. Orochimaru scoffed. The high priest has called for aid. You will help deliver it to him. You think me a beast of burden, Orochimaru? A horse for you to summon on a whim? I am Manda. His tail struck the ground with the crash of thunder at each word, his eyes glaring into those of his summoner. For the high priest you'll serve as a belt should he wish it. Orochimaru countered. The voice of O has spoken. You will heed his word. You are not he, none are he. There hasn't been a high priest in generations. O's priestesses fell from the faith centuries ago, and their bloodline has been lost for much longer. You speak nothing but lies, as should be expected from the holder of my contract. And you speak as a fool. The bloodline may be lost, but his amulet has been recovered. A new high priest wears it now and has called for us. We will answer. Che called for you, maybe. Follow this false prophet if you like. It will earn you no favors from me. For your insolence alone I demand 1,000 sacrifices to my great name before I will heed your call again. Manda disappeared into a puff of smoke, vanishing back into the summoning realm. Frowning deeply, Orochimaru once again bit his finger and made the hand signs. Drawing every last drop of chakra they could, he softly whispered Kuchiyos no Jutsu, his words, bringing with them an even larger burst of smoke. When it cleared, a massive white snake filled the cavern, its body coiled around itself in a never-ending rope of pure muscle without start or end. With a few seconds of shifting scales, a head slid out from between its coiled body. Two dim eyes, once a brilliant gold, peered sightlessly at the assembled Otogekyu shinobi, a massive black tongue flickering out to taste the air. Before Orochimaru could so much as greet the snake, their entire body seemed to stiffen and jump, the head snapping down to taste the air directly around the snake's sage. That smell, the snake's voice was deep and gravely grinding at their ears like the scrapping of steel against rock. It was also terribly old, ancient, even a serpent that may have been around since the creation of this world. I know that taste. It shifted more somewhere between wariness and excitement. It's been so long, but I know that taste. It took a deep, slow breath before releasing it in a shaky sigh. But it is weak, he is not here. There was a longing disappointment in its words, speaking of a great sadness it would never share. Tell me who has summoned me, lingering with the taste of our great father on their skin. It is I, great elder serpent Koshi-ni-sama Hibi Senin Orochimaru. With some difficulty Orochimaru managed to lower himself to the ground, bowing deeply to the ancient serpent. Gyuren and the remnants of the Sound Four were notably surprised, but Kimimaro didn't hesitate to take a knee next to his master. Seeing this, Gyuren pushed the other two down before following suit herself. If this snake had Orochimaru bowing to it, then she didn't want to anger it. I have heard about you, Hibi Senin. The black tongue continued to flicker out in the empty space the standing Orochimaru had once been. The snake seemed pleased by this, though none of them could see it. From Manda's complaining most often, but the children speak of your ways as one of us. Why have you called me from my home? The high priest has called for our aid, and I fear the forces I send will not reach him in time. I sought the aid of Manda to see his will done, but he refused to answer the high priest's summons, and has called him a false prophet. I turn to you for aid in carrying out the high priest's will. The serpent recoiled as if struck before lowering its head right before Orochimaru. What? The black tongue writhed through the air in obvious agitation. He would deny the high priest. So it would seem, Koshi-ni-sama. With the high priest's command yet unfulfilled, I did not concern myself with his disobedience. Sightless eyes narrowed at Orochimaru. You would remain unconcerned by his actions? No, Koshi-ni-sama, but the call of the high priest seemed more pressing. The great elder serpent Koshi fell silent for a moment, weighing the response before drawing his head back from the bowing Sannin. So it is. Its focus moved to the others in the room, tasting their air before returning to Orochimaru. And these are who you would send? They are my strongest and most capable, Koshi-ni-sama. My recent shedding has left me too weak to aid him personally. I am blind and I am old, but I shall answer the call of O's voice. It was obvious the serpent was not impressed. Climb onto my head, little humans, and I shall take you as far as I can. Kimimaro Orochimaru began raising himself from the ground, his movements shaky and weak. Rather than come to his master's aid as he would prefer, the Kagaya picked up a small package from beside him and carried it to Gyuren. This is Orochimaru's Sama's gift to the high priest to serve him well in battle. See to it he receives it. She debated handing it to one of the morons to carry, but quickly thought better of it. Orochimaru's gift to the prince was beyond important to the snake sage, and losing it would have major consequences. She wasn't going to entrust something like that to Kidamaru or the Kan twins. Strong enough to be Orochimaru's bodyguards they might be, they were certainly not especially skilled or intelligent. Well, Tayuya and Jiroba had been evidently, which is why they had been pulled from the Sound Four for more important tasks. They were valuable enough to not be on Orochimaru's go-to minion team. No, that was Kin and Dosu, they were the minions. Kidamaru and the Kan twins were pack mules and meat shields. I'll take care of it, Gyuren assured him. She turned to the idiots. All right, you heard the great elder serpent. She still had no idea what the hell that meant, either just that it was big and old. Get on his head, we're moving out. With not a little unease the two complied, Kidamaru nearly being knocked down by a flicking black tongue, much to the old snake's amusement. Current leaped onto the snake and turned back to Orochimaru just in time to watch Kimimaro catch them on his shoulder, throwing one of the snake sage's arms around his shoulder and grabbing his hip to steady him. The body transfers had always left him drained, but summoning both Manda and Koshi had rendered him unable to stand on his own. He did, however, have just enough left to raise his head at the Odo shinobi. Do not fail me, and do not fail our prince. Hi Orochimaru-sama. The great elder serpent began to move, and the last Gyurin saw of her Otokage was the body of Uchiha Sasuke slumping fully onto the last Kagaya, completely unconscious. Naruko's eyes scanned the empty training ground yet again, wondering where the hell her team was and when they were going on a mission. It wasn't like she didn't appreciate a couple of days' downtime after leaving the village, even if it was only for a night, but this was getting a bit ridiculous. Her gaze moved to the head of Pink off to the side. Sakura hadn't said much anything to her since the mission, which Naruko would have assumed was because her first kill had shaken her had it not been for the Sakura's smile. She didn't seem like she was still bothered by it, but there was something in her eyes when she gave her that soft smile that had Naruko uneasy. Like herself, the Pinkette had been stopping by the training ground the last few days to see if Kakashi was going to actually show up. So far there had been no luck. Of course, they couldn't assume there wouldn't be any training or missions either, because there was no way Kakashi would actually make an effort to notify them. Last thing she needed was to get in trouble for not showing up to a mission which looked really bad on your record, or worse, to have to hear the Jonin make comments about it for the next 6 months or more. Well, Naruko sighed. I'm going to assume we don't have anything today either. Her brother wasn't here again either, which she took to mean Kakashi had told him there wouldn't be anything, or that he knew or was a part of whatever was keeping Kakashi from doing his damn job. He had made abundantly clear that he had no desire to actually be a sensei, so that really could be just about anything. She was able to see Sakura's smile turn into a small disappointed pout. Naruto-senpai isn't here either. Sakura seemed to care much more about Naruto's presence than their sensei's, which, while Naruko couldn't exactly blame her for, also struck the Uzumaki as odd. As far as she had been aware, the two had hardly spoken at all. Well, there had been the most recent mission. She supposed maybe working directly with him had changed the way she saw him? They had been really close together when they came back to the group too, so something must have happened. It just seemed rude to pry. Kakashi-sensei likes him more. I'm not surprised he knew. Maybe we should just be stopping by his apartment every morning instead of coming all the way out here. If nothing else, one of those wolves he hangs out with should be able to tell us if he's made his way here for a team meeting. Her words sparked a suspicious interest in the Haruno heir. Oh, you know where he lives? Well, yeah. He's my brother. He is, isn't he? Sakura's head cocked slightly to the side. Maybe we should do that tomorrow then? I'll meet you in front of the Uzumaki compound. Naruko's eyes narrowed slightly for a moment, but she gave a slow nod. Yeah. That sounds fine. Great. Sakura's smile was back slightly wider, and she seemed genuinely cheerful for the first time since Sasuke had been abducted. I'll see you tomorrow then. Sakura walked off into the trees around the training ground as Naruko frowned at her back. Something was really off here, especially because Konoha was the other way. Maybe she was going to try cutting through some of the other fields as some sort of shortcut. That was generally a bad idea and not something someone like Sakura would try. The fields were bordered by trees for a reason after all, and that was to catch attacks that might otherwise hit unsuspecting shinobi. Which honestly might be a good argument to get rid of them. What sort of shinobi didn't always expect an attack? Might as well prepare the genin for paranoia as early as possible. Regardless of that particular decision, it still stood that those cutting-though training grounds were liable to be hit by anything from jutsu kunai or fists to something as horrible as the infamous Sunset of Youth S-rank genjutsu. Most sane people didn't risk it because, as Guy had said many times before, the power of youth knows no bounds. Really, that just meant that he couldn't be bothered to check which training field he was actually using when he was pumped up and ready to train. Considering his diet was almost nothing but pre-workout shakes, he was usually ready to go. Guy's habits aside, Sakura had never risked it when they were so close to the entrance of the fields anyway. Fields 1 through 10 bordered the village, so it was a trivial matter to exit them. There was little to be gained walking through them all. Maybe a more real for her anyway. She hadn't been too involved in Nami no Kuni mission, had given her a need for danger or helped her remove the fear from it. The first wasn't necessarily good, but it would help in her profession somewhat, and the second option was a terribly useful tool for shinobi. Either way, Naruko figured it wasn't anything bad. She still didn't know why Sakura made her uneasy though. We're almost there, the shipmaster announced, stealing a glance at Naruto while the crew maintained course. Maybe now would be a good time to sort payment? Naruto remained silent for a moment, staring out at the sea with a soft smile hidden by his mask before giving a single sharp nod. Yes, now will be fine. Shall we move to somewhere a bit more sheltered to conduct business? Certainly. The old mariner seemed more than a little relieved, half expecting that the group of wolves were going to have him ferry them all the way to Mizu no Kuni to return home empty-handed. He was there when Gato was still in power. After all, he knew what the wolves were capable of even if they tried to restrain themselves now that Nami was under their care. To that effect, placing Governor Hana in charge had been a very good idea. She was obviously a lot more suited for her position than any of the wolves were. "We can move to the wheelhouse if you'd like," the shipmaster offered. "Right this way." Naruto paused, staring up at the sky with irritated disbelief. Well, if they had faced it the other way, she wouldn't have bothered entering the training grounds these last few days. Shaking her head, she continued on the billboard above her, proudly announcing the release of Ika's surrender. It was going to be at least a week until Kakashi left his house. Her experience with the last release told her that much. Still, she had already made plans with Sakura, hadn't she? And she supposed there was no harm in paying her brother a visit. He didn't seem to get out much when left to his own devices. A distance of 183 miles one way, which we round up to 185 miles as standard. I don't suspect you want us to wait for you, though we can certainly discuss the payment for that if you do, which means we don't have anything we're bringing on the return trip. We charge half price for that to cover the time and inconvenience of going back without paying customers. I usually just add half the distance, makes it a bit easier, you see. The shipmaster looked up from his papers only briefly to make sure Naruto was paying attention, but it was hard to tell with the mask. The purple eye staring through his soul, however, made him wonder if he really wanted that attention. 185 is a strange number to divide in two, so we'll divide 190 to get 95 miles of charge. Added back to the 185 and we're at 275. We've provided food and drink from our own stores. You can see the breakdown here. He slid a piece of paper across the table, which Naruto only briefly glanced at. And so I'll add that on. We hadn't exactly been expecting passengers, so we weren't stocked with our normal fare. I'll give you a discount there, and just charge you at cost for the supplies the crew usually settles with. Altogether that brings you to double it. The shipmaster stopped blinking in surprise before his gaze snapped up to the single purple eye bearing down on him. "Yes, sir, are you double it?" Naruto's tone left no room for argument, and the shipmaster was not going to turn it down. "Certainly, sir, I'll get right on it." The old mariner quickly did the math and added the new total beneath the old, looking back up to get a satisfied nod from Naruto, who held out his hand for the shipmaster's pen as the invoice was pushed across the table. "Very good." Naruto began writing below the total, finishing with a flourish of his written signature. As soon as he was done, he reached into his pouch, pulling out a small black container and 3 hanko. Just from a glance, the shipmaster, though admittedly he didn't normally deal with such himself, could tell these weren't Mitamine or even Ginkuin. The signature stamps seemed to be made of gold with silver inlays and a flower design. The center of each small flower contained a gemstone, and the top of the stamp had a larger matching one. These were obviously Jujutsu official seals. Not for the first time, the old mariner wondered who the hell he was taking to Mizu no Kuni, because it was obviously more than just a day trip for some of the wolves. Naruto made use of the hanko with the ruby on it, first opening the black shuniku and wetting it on the red ink inside before stamping the seal of the Imperial House of Wolves next to his signature. Following that was the sapphire, which left the seal of Nami no Kuni right below it. Lastly, he wet the amethyst hanko and pressed his personal seal onto the paper. He waited a second, lightly waving the paper to ensure everything was dry, and handed it to the shipmaster. "You can present that to Commander Sai Nami no Kuni, or if you're more comfortable dealing with her, to Governor Hana, in order to receive your payment." The shipmaster barely heard that, too busy staring at the bottom of the invoice. "To the holder of this writ, the sum above is to be paid by order of the moon-reading man Tsukuyomi no Mikoto, daimyo of Nami no Kuni and head of the House of Wolves of the Imperial Court of Hai no Kuni, for services rendered on this. Tsukuyomi was on his ship. The daimyo of Nami no Kuni was on his goddamn ship. He was currently ferrying the leader of the wolves into a war-torn Mizu no Kuni. By the gods, what was he and his crew about to be accountable for? Shakily he looked up from the paper to see the young the man staring at him, patiently waiting. "There are no issues with this manner of payment, then, I would hope." "And no, Tsukuyomi-sama, no issues at all. You have been most generous." Naruto continued to stare at him for a few long seconds before giving a satisfied nod and spinning on his heel to leave the wheelhouse, the door closing behind him with a soft click. Moments after, one of the crew popped their head into the wheelhouse. "So we getting paid or not?" They took in the shipmaster's expression and gave a concerned frown. "HM? Yokita? Everything alright, old man?" warned the crew. "Huh!" warned the goddamn crew Suda. "Why, yeah, sure, boss, what am I telling them? That we have." Yokita took a deep breath. "Tsukuyomi himself as a guest on our ship." With wide eyes, Suda turned to look at the back of Naruto returning to the rails to enjoy the ocean breeze. "That's by the gods, what have we gotten ourselves into?" "I don't know, Suda, I don't know." Shipmaster Yokisa carefully folded the promise of payment and tucked it into a leather pocket in his jacket. "But whatever it is, it's worth double." "Double? So we are getting paid?" "Only if we manage to get back to Nami no Kuni." "Ah." Now Suda really understood. The crew was normally good about leaving passengers alone, and they had been very careful to avoid the wolves due to their reputation, but it certainly wouldn't hurt to let them know exactly who their client currently was. After all, they had bigger problems than payment if one of them ended up pissing off Tsukuyomi. But it really would be nice to get paid double. He might finally have enough for a ship of his own. You know, if they managed to survive this. Luckily, they were almost there. Gods above, don't let those idiots fuck everything up now when they were so damn close. Chapter 94. Ready the Wolves. Her door closed with a soft click, leaving her standing in the dim hallway with a small bag slung over her shoulder. Her mask did little to hide her smile, and she was sure her entire being radiated with the lightness in her heart. There were no words to describe the relief she felt at being free from her biggest regret. Below her cloak, her new favorite kunai slowly dripped the blood of her spawn onto the floor. "HM? Heading out, Tobi-chan?" The voice startled her slightly, and she turned up to see the tower blue figure who was Kisame looking down with her. He looked somewhat puzzled, but the soft smile on his dark lips showed he was happy to see her. No surprise, really, almost everyone here was happy to see Tobi. She was the best of good girls. "Ah, Kisame-senpai." She clutched her chest in mock distress. "You startled me." He gave a deep chuckle. It was hard to frown around Tobi, and he had no idea how Pain and Conan managed it. Sorry. Kisame apologized. "So heading out?" He used his chin to point towards the bag slung over her shoulder. "Ah, yes. Tobi-chan has some things to take care of, and it may take some time. She's going to miss Kisame-senpai while she's gone." It wasn't exactly a lie either. For an S-rank daimyo slayer, Kisame was actually pretty good company, though that may have been a matter of comparison in this case. Kakazu and Sasori weren't exactly fun to hang around, and she spent as little time near Pain or Zetsu as possible. She supposed Conan might not be bad company, but she typically avoided everyone, so Mikoto hadn't managed to spend much time with the woman. "Ah, good luck then. I'll see you when you get back." Mikoto frowned slightly behind her mask. Kisame was the most easygoing of the Akatsuki and was really just here because he had nothing better to do. Maybe Naruto would have use for him. Tobi-chan is afraid it may be a very long time until she gets to see Kasami-senpai again. "Ha! In that case, how about a goodbye kiss?" He stooped down and presented his cheek. She cocked her head to the side in thought for a moment before giving a nod and removing her mask. She was able to see the daimyo slayer's eyes widen more than a little, obviously having expected her to just press her mask to his cheek. Mikoto gave him a quick peck and took a second to return her mask so that he could see her face. "Hee, you're full of surprises, aren't you, Tobi-chan?" Kisame-senpai was right, he needed a kiss to hold him over because he can't watch Tobi-chan's hips anymore. He gave a deep laugh and reached down to pat her head. "You're a good girl, Tobi-chan. Stay safe out there, alright?" "Tobi-chan will do that, Kisame-senpai. Tobi-chan is the goodest of girls." "Hey, yes you are. Say, have you seen Itachi? That bastard's been avoiding me." Mikoto rocked back and forth on her feet, hips swinging side to side, and even though her mask was back in place, she gave Kisame the largest, most beaming smile she could. "Oh, Itachi-senpai is in Tobi-chan's bed at the moment." Tobi-chan was too much for poor senpai. A faint purple colored Kisame's cheeks. "Oh, so Itachi gets that before you leave and I just get a kiss?" Oh no, Itachi-senpai didn't even get a kiss. He didn't even manage to get his clothes off before Tobi-chan finished him. Tobi-chan was too good. The idea of a premature Itachi was far too much for Kisame as he broke down into laughter. "Hee bwahahaha. By Kisame-senpai." Kisame gave a wave, clutching his stomach and trying not to fall to the ground in his laughter. By the gods, that was probably the greatest thing he had ever heard. It wouldn't be until later that Kisame noticed the drops of blood on the floor or that Itachi's body was discovered. When asked, Kisame would say that he and Itachi had wished Tobi a safe trip, and it wasn't until later that he had found the Uchiha in his room. Naturally, most of them were more upset by the news that Tobi was going to be away for a while rather than the death of their comrade. Kisame couldn't blame them, she was one hell of a good girl. It hadn't taken much time at all, Guren noted, before they had reached the country of Nami no Kuni. That didn't sound like much until you realized they had to cross the majority of Hai no Kuni to reach it. As old as this snake was, and despite having claimed to be blind earlier, it was damn fast and very good at avoiding just about everything. Guren had a feeling that the things it didn't avoid had instead been crushed very much on purpose, but she wasn't going to bring that up to the snake. After all, who the hell was she to question the great elder serpent? She thought he might stop when they reached the water, or maybe would have continued on the bridge if he was really set on continuing into the city of Nami, but instead he continued straight into the sea without hesitation. Guren wondered exactly how far the elder serpent was intending to carry them. Gods above, she really did not want to cross the southern Kaizoku Sea on the head of a giant blind snake. She was also aware of a few wolves following along as soon as they reached the land of Nami no Kuni, keeping a careful eye on the absolutely massive serpent passing through their territory. She was slightly comforted by the nod she received from one of them. It didn't seem like they were taking this as an aggressive or hostile action, which was good. The last thing she needed was to be caught between a misunderstanding between Orochimaru and the wolves. No matter what she did, she was likely to end up in a lot more trouble than she cared to try digging herself out of. After a while, the snake slowed and eventually stopped curling its body in its chosen resting spot. It took almost 2 minutes for the rest of the serpent's body to catch up. Kidamaru and the Kan twins were off as soon as they could, obviously having absolutely no desire to wait on the great elder's head while she found Kabuto. The wolves that had followed them likewise came to a rest in the clearing, watching cautiously. One of them stepped forward slightly before stopping, indicating it was he who they should approach when ready. Guren appreciated not being rushed. Hopping from the serpent's head, she turned back to it and offered a bow. "Thank you, great elder serpent, your aid has been most valuable in reaching more aid for the high priest." Almost as if he could sense the question, she bit back, and she would not be surprised if it could. The snake's dim golden eyes turned to her. "I will be here," he promised. "I would not have the high priest wait longer than he has for your aid." Well, that answered that. Damn, she had really been hoping they could just take a boat instead. "You have our gratitude, great elder." It stared at her for a few seconds more before replying. "And should your team provide aid to the high priest, you shall have mine, little human." She gave another bow, to which the serpent inclined their own head and spun on her heel to approach what she assumed was the lead wolf. Giving another bow, she wasn't fond of it, but these were the forces of the prince, and Orochimaru had made it very clear that she knew he. God damn it, she was going to have to get used to this. Should again placed himself below the prince. While that didn't necessarily mean that Orochimaru's forces would likewise be below the wolves, she highly doubted she was above them. She was after all not Orochimaru. "My apologies for the unannounced visit, but we are in a hurry to answer the call of Naruto-sama." She was technically supposed to refer to him as Osama, but while Orochimaru had made that abundantly clear among her own forces, Guren had no idea if the wolves were aware of it. She figured the sooner she mentioned the prince's name the better. Once that was established, she could do what was proper. Not that anyone would tell on her, she could probably get away with just sticking to Naruto-sama. Sounded better in her opinion, and didn't feel so damn weird to say. Gods above, nobody used such archaic terms anymore outside of Orochimaru himself, and perhaps the prince. Guren didn't even know if the prince did, though that all of Orochimaru's servants were calling the prince things he didn't even understand was certainly amusing. She was getting distracted. The wolves surrounding them seemed confused from what she could read of their body language, but the one who had stepped forward didn't seem fazed in the slightest. Now that she really examined them, they seemed to be wearing fur around their neck, the mark of a high captain. "You seem to have missed him then. He's already left towards Mizu no Kuni by ship." Guren spared a glance back at the serpent laying in what little sun was able to pierce the clouds of this wet and dreary land. "I don't think that will be a problem." The high captain gave a shrug. Who was he to say otherwise? If they had transportation, they had transportation. "So may I ask why you've stopped in Nami no Kuni?" "Orochimaru has ordered that liaison Yakushi is to join us in supporting Osama. We stopped to retrieve him on our way." More support? Excellent. The High Captain gave a satisfied nod. We'll retrieve him for you, please wait here. It was Gyurin's turn to shrug. Sounded good to her, she had no problems if someone wanted to do her work for her. Kabuto turned the page of his book and took a sip of his tea. The cafe had outside seating, but who in their right minds would want to be outside in this sort of weather? Of course, this was pretty much the standard day in Nami no Kuni, and just one of the reasons he loathed this country. A sudden, inexplicable feeling of dread washed over him. Things were he suspected about to get a lot worse for him. His hunch was only supported as he peered out the window to watch one of the Wolves' high captains walk up to the cafe and enter the door with the tinkle of little bells. Well, the young woman behind the front counter went quiet as soon as she realized who or perhaps what had entered the cafe. The wolf, either oblivious or uncaring, still gave a nod of greeting to her as he walked straight for the medic spy laboratory assistant, and otherwise right hand of Orochimaru. Liaison Yakushi, Orochimaru has a task for you. He hadn't done something to upset the wolves evidently, but that did little to reassure him. Whatever Orochimaru needed was probably going to be worse. With a great gulp he drained the rest of his tea, ignoring the way it scolded down his throat. That pain was nothing compared to whatever this was going to be, because he highly doubted he was being sent back to Konoha and its lovely weather. It was only a few minutes after the High Captain left that he returned with Kabuto in tow. Judging by his confused expression, the High Captain hadn't told him what was going on just yet. A small wicked grin tugged at Gyurin's lips. Perfect, she wanted to be able to see his expression when he learned where exactly it was they were being sent by Orochimaru. Kabuto's dislike for wet environments was by no means a secret among Oto shinobi. Gyurin. It was also no secret that she didn't really like him, and the feeling was pretty mutual from what she understood. Despite this, he seemed somewhat relieved to see a fellow servant of the Snake Sage. That would normally be considered quite odd, but considering he had been spending so much time around the wolves, having to be very careful about every word spoken and every action taken, she could understand that he would be slightly relieved to be able to interact with someone familiar. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to tell me what's going on. I understand Orochimaru-sama has a task for me? For us, really. Gyurin was able to pinpoint the exact moment he noticed her smirk as dread began to show behind his glasses. You are to join my team. She wanted to make sure that was clear at the beginning to limit misunderstandings later. As we join Osama to support him during his war. I see. That didn't sound too bad, but the feeling of dread had not left him. He also hadn't been kept very well informed about the dealings of Orochimaru or the prince while he was here. With the two of them having been in each other's company for so long, he really hadn't been needed. This was the first time he had heard about any sort of war, though he had been able to watch the forces of the wolves mobilized twice now. And where is Naruto-sama's war? Gyurin's wicked grin did not comfort him. Oh, you know, she started sweetly, Mizuno Kuni. Kabuto didn't even try to bite back the groan that tore itself from his lips. Just his luck, one wet hell for an even wetter one. Why couldn't he just go back to his beautiful Konoha? You know what's even better? Gyurin asked, rocking on her feet in twisted delight. We get to travel there on the head of a snake. Kabuto's eyes were drawn to the massive white serpent coiled in the distance. That was going to be how they reached Mizuno Kuni. He hadn't kicked any puppies recently, had he? There was no way his luck was this bad all of a sudden. I'm going to end up completely soaked, aren't I? Gyurin's wicked grin grew larger. Because if they weren't all drenched by the waves on the way there or caught in a storm, she would still make sure he arrived soaked to the bone, even if she had to push him off the great elder serpent's head herself. She hadn't wanted to take the Serpent Express, but now it didn't seem too bad at all. At least one of them was going to enjoy the trip. And it most certainly wasn't Kabuto. Kakashi and Anko stood at either side as he watched the approaching landmass that was Mizuno Kuni in a silence interrupted only by the crash of waves and the shifting of wolves checking their equipment. The crew had gone completely silent after he had sorted out payment with the ship master, further reminding him that he had been wrong about how the wolves were perceived by the world. If his efforts to negate their bad reputation had failed, then he would stop expanding the energy to try changing the way the world saw them. They were wolves, it was only right the world be wary. Inu Kakashi had been standing much more properly, his regular slouch left back in Konoha, but upon hearing his name from a lifetime ago, he snapped to attention. Hi, Naruto Taicho. He wasn't a wolf nor one of Naruto's other agents. He was Hatake Kakashi, loyal student of the Yondaime Hokage and surrogate brother of Naruto, even if he thought he was better suited for another role, and he would stand fast by Naruto until the end of time. Naruto may not have been his lord, but he was the one calling the shots, and that demanded a certain level of respect. Ready the wolves. The wolves were already preparing for their landing. They weren't going to be reaching the shore by boat, were they? Turning back to the mass of wolves on the deck, there were less than 24, but the ship wasn't exactly large. He barked his orders. Seize check. The wolves snapped their attention up to him. Kakashi didn't wait before continuing. Secure your packs. Realization dawned on the wolves just as it had for Kakashi, and they scrambled to obey, finishing just soon enough to comply immediately with his next order. Squad up, attention. The wolves all jumped to their feet and stood at attention in distinct squads, ready to go. Their excitement was palpable. Squad leaders, sound off. 1-1 ready. 1-2 ready. 2-1 ready. 2-2 ready. Kakashi gave a satisfied nod at the 4 squads before turning back to Naruto. The wolves are ready, Taicho. Good. He fell silent again, watching the ocean split before the ship. Kakashi, Team 1 is yours. Anko, Team 2. If anyone gets in our way, tear through them. I don't care if they're rebel civilians or a goddamn greater daimyo on vacation. We're heading straight for Kirigakure to meet up with the wolves, and so I can get a better idea of our situation. If we pass any wolves, bring them with you. Yagura's orders be damned. Understood, Taicho. You got it, boss man. Anko gave him a cheeky grin, unable to be anything but happy with the current situation. Despite that, he knew she would take the command of his children seriously. He wouldn't have entrusted them to her otherwise. Then you both understand, good. Naruto fell silent again, Mizuno Kuni drawing closer. If I may, Taicho? Proceed. If we have lead of the wolves, where will you be? I will have words with the ship master about what has happened here, and then I will follow, make sure all the wolves have been gathered by the time I reach Kirigakure. Kakashi gave a slight frown. Shouldn't we have someone with you? Just in case? He really didn't like the idea of Naruto following behind on his own, even if he was a capable shinobi. There was a reason shinobi operated in teams, after all. I can take command of teams 1 and 2 if you need me to. That would free up Anko to stay with you, Kakashi proposed. Or we can take 1 wolf from both and Anko, and I can join with 2-1 and 1-1 respectively. That won't be necessary, Kakashi. Looking over his shoulder, his exposed purple eye met Kakashi's. I'm more than capable of making it to Kirigakure on my own. It's not that I doubt you, Taicho. I'd just be more comfortable knowing that you had someone to watch your back. Me too. Anko spoke up from his other side. Better safe than sorry. I will be following you alone. The tone of Naruto's voice told them that his decision was final. If you wish to make sure my passage to Kirigakure is safe, simply clear out all the threats on your way there. Both older shinobi knew he had just placed the responsibility for his own well-being upon their shoulders, even though they wouldn't be traveling together, and they shared a look between them. As you command, Taicho. If that's what you want, Naruto-kun. Naruto gave her a pointed look at the address, but she just stuck her tongue out at him. It was only the mask that hid his smile. The silence returned unbroken for a precious few moments. Inu squad, steady. Kakashi, Anko, Naruto spoke just loud enough that they could hear him, but the wind would be able to keep anyone else from knowing he had so much as opened his mouth. As soon as your sandals hit the soil of Mizuno Kuni, you are doing the will of Tsukuyumi. Do not forget, do not fail. Yeah, sure. You don't need to worry about me, Naruto-kun. Your lovely Fang never disappoints. You can count on us, Taicho. And both of you, he paused for a second. Stay safe. I don't want to lose any more if I can help it. Hi, Taicho. Kakashi gave him an understanding nod. Anko was noticeably less professional as she launched herself at her lord and wrapped her body around him. Oh, you're just so adorable, Naruto-kun. I can't wait to ride you on the Mizuki's desk later. Kakashi sent her an odd look. The Mizuki's desk? Oh yeah, I'm going to screw his brains out on the desk of each of the 5 greater villages. I was going to start with Konoha, but this is too good of an opportunity to pass up. So it is. Kakashi was just so damn proud of that boy, it was almost enough to make him cry. Focus please, Anko. I'll see to your needs later. Yes, Naruto-sama. It had broken the solemn mood, Kakashi noted, but he wasn't sure if she had done it on purpose or not. When she winked at him, he thought he had a pretty good idea. When you're ready, Inu. Naruto gave the permission and turned to walk towards the wheelhouse as Kakashi gave the order they had waited so patiently to hear. Wolves, move out! 18 shinobi launched from the deck, running over the water as if it were paved ground. It would be a fearsome sight from the mainland, he was sure. With slow, almost leisurely steps, Naruto continued on his way. He was already well aware how these sailors saw him, but it wouldn't hurt to remind them exactly whose business they were keeping their silence on. As far as they should be concerned, the wolves had never been here. He was sure it wouldn't take too much convincing, especially when they had to return to Nami for their payment. The presence of wolves there would do well to remind them that their reach was long and their bite deep. It was not wise to deal with wolves, it was even less wise to try crossing them. Morning, Naruto. While she hadn't been half asleep or in any way groggy, Naruto still found Sakura to be far too energetic this early in the morning. She stared at the pinkette for a moment, taking in the faint makeup and carefully brushed hair before offering a distracted morning. She wasn't imagining it was she. There was no sign of Sakura's signature dress thing. Instead, she was wearing a short black skirt and a fishnet top under which Naruto could barely make out a sports bra in a color very close to Sakura's skin tone. Pink stockings ended mid-thigh, and sensible shinobi sandals had been replaced by slightly less sensible shinobi sandals with a defined heel. A short-sleeved black jacket had been thrown over her torso, probably because it was starting to get cold out, but hadn't been zipped up at all. It took Naruto a moment to realize that she had seen a similar outfit before on one Mitarashi Anko. Her teammate apparently had put her own twist on the look. Naruto was 2 parts confused, 3 parts suspicious, and 1 parts jealous. Why hadn't she based her own outfit off an older kunoichi? As strange as it was to admit, Sakura was pulling it off pretty well, though Naruto noted it would probably work better if she were more developed. In a few years she was going to look fantastic. Sakura? HM? Was there a reason you've changed your outfit? Oh? No, I just thought it was time for a change, you know. On the day we're stopping by Naruto's house? Naruto was sure her voice couldn't infer any more skepticism if she tried. It seemed as good a time as any. Sakura shrugged in a faux innocent manner. He hasn't seen us since that last mission anyway, might as well have made the change before he sees us again. It almost made sense, almost. Naruto wasn't buying it, but with a sigh set it aside. If her teammate wanted to pretty herself up for Naruto, then there wasn't much she could do about it. As awkward as it was, at least Sakura was around the same age opposed to Anko, who was a good 8 or more years older. Naruto didn't actually know Anko's age, and she didn't know Sakura's birthday either now that she thought about it. Depending on where it was, however, she knew Sakura couldn't be more than a year separated from her brother. They were in the same class after all, which means the only age difference would be caused by the cutoff for registration. That was a far more comfortable difference than the cradle robbing Tokubetsu Jonin. She wasn't just cradle robbing either. The bitch had definitely made off with some of Naruto's spoils from that mission, she knew it. Well, are we going to get going? Don't want to be late. Sakura was obviously very excited to learn where her brother lived, and for a moment Naruto considered just saying there wouldn't be a meeting today due to the new Ika book so that she could avoid it. In the end, she still wanted to pay her brother a visit, and if he was bothered all the time by Sakura, maybe he'd try hiding at the Uzumaki compound. Well, that was unlikely, but if she was obsessed as she seemed to be these past couple days, maybe Sakura would be taking the whole kunoichi thing more seriously. Naruto really couldn't see a downside to that. As long as Sakura didn't start gushing about Naruto as she used to with Sasuke, then Naruto would manage. Somehow. It was still going to be weird. Don't worry about being late. Naruto shut the compound gate and waved off Sakura's concerns. He doesn't even know we're coming. She didn't even know if he'd be up either, but there was bound to at least be a wolf there who could let them wait in the kitchen or sitting room or something. Sakura didn't seem to have her shinobi equipment on her, but that was fine. Naruto hadn't really grabbed anything more than a kunai pouch on her thigh. Sakura had probably been too preoccupied with looking good for Naruto that she overlooked them, but knowing there wouldn't be any training today from what was quite literally a sign from above, Naruto hadn't bothered. Still, her mother would chew her ass out for leaving the house unarmed. Then she'd go on about being a damsel in distress, and how one of her peers would have to rescue her, and how she'd end up falling for him before he sacrificed himself for the good of the village. Naruto didn't consider herself the most intelligent, but even she could tell that her mother was talking about herself and her father the last time she had been given that lecture. She still didn't think it was fair either. She had just gone out to get the mail that day and they kept a set of kunai by the gate. She was fine. Is that okay? Sakura looked nervous at the idea of dropping in unannounced, like she was going to anger Naruto somehow by stopping in for a visit. It's fine if he's busy, we can just make some tea and wait for him in the kitchen or something. Naruto shrugged. It's not like we have anything better to do today. Reassured, Sakura's smile returned and she happily began following her fellow kunoichi. Tsukuyami, or he supposed at the moment, Naruto sat behind his desk as if nothing was wrong and he wasn't currently hundreds of miles away about to wage a war against the bloodline rebellion, and all those who would threaten the safety of his children. Aside from the occasional sounds of pen on paper or the movement of paper across his desk, the room was completely silent. That was fine, the thoughts running through his head were loud enough. It was inevitable really that he would be plagued by his own worries for his children. He and Naruto were the same after all. Well, he and Tsukuyami. Same thing really. Mai had left him with the reports from Sai and his forces in Mizuno Kuni so that he could get a better picture of what happened before retreating again. She may have been at the den helping the wolves prepare for a security breach, or perhaps in one of her offices, either here in his apartment, or back at the den, but wherever she was, she had wanted some space between herself and him. Understandable really, she probably expected him to be furious. She was right, he was. But not at her. In the end, it was his responsibility. He was the one to give the orders, he was the one to structure the wolves, and he was the one who failed to even take into consideration that his most trusted wolves would try to hide something from him. He understood why. Of course, they didn't want him to worry or blame himself for the losses. He appreciated it as Naruto, he really did, but as Tsukuyami it was something he had to know in order to provide for his children. Tsukuyami did not have the luxury of being allowed peace of mind. There was far too much at stake to be making plans without being fully informed. Which was why he was here, alternating between old reports with nothing but historic value and jotting down ideas to restructure the wolves. It was far past time to do so anyway. They had been operating in a very similar manner since he had first became a genin. Much had changed since then. Like the fact that they now controlled the country. He needed to reorganize everything to make sure nothing was being wasted and all the assets under his control were being used to their fullest. It was going to be no small headache. First, he would need to get a full measure of the wolves under his control, taking into account those being trained from some of Orochimaru's forces and the second generation being trained from scratch in one of her unused bases. He was supposed to have a full record of all the wolves as agreed with Iroh and the Imperial Fire Court, but he couldn't help it if some of them had managed to slip through the cracks. Besides, those being trained still didn't count yet, and if they had to go through a few years of practical training before officially becoming wolves, then he would take advantage of that. He was also supposed to have more wolves left in Konoha and Nami no Kuni, but the one thing those records had been good for was to tell him that the majority of his forces had been committed to Mizuno Kuni. He had not been pleased to learn that not at all. Yes, a large portion of his forces had been committed to Mizuno Kuni by his command, but no more than what was necessary to enter into a partnership with Yagura. It was never a good idea to commit all of your forces to a single venture, and likewise it was foolish to stretch them too thin lest you find yourself needing to reinforce one of them but having no one to spare to do so. In this case, Mai and Sai had taken whatever forces they could that Naruto wouldn't notice to support their siblings in regaining control. When Naruto had gone, he took whoever was available to ensure the mess didn't turn into a battle of attrition, one of the very reasons they had joined Yagura's side. Had Naruto Tsukuyami rather known what Tsukuyami Naruto? This was going to drive him crazy. He was sure now knew he probably would have gone alone. It was probably best then that he hadn't been informed of just how much of his wolf forces had been committed to this. But the wolves and their eventual new comrades were only the beginning of the forces he had to restructure. And he not only had to bring the new wolves in but had to find a way that kept Mai's favorites accessible to her while allowing him to have informants of his own so this didn't happen again. Beyond that, he still needed to account for the entire Hyuga clan, his tentative allies in Yamanaka Inoichi and Yamanaka Ino, the Inuzuka clan, and all of Oto's forces including Orochimaru of the Sannin. Even then he still had Shiz and her team Hanabi. She was probably going to be molded to be Mai's assistant. He really liked that idea. Mikoto, Kakashi, Kurenai, Hana, and probably even Danzo with his route if he were to seek the old Warhawk's aid. Hell, he had a lot of Suna's remaining forces either in the den as prisoners or over in Nami as guests. The Kazekage and his children, including the former Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, were probably there too. Well, he assumed so. He couldn't recall whether or not he told them to make their way there, but with Orochimaru offering her help in getting the Kazekage's loyal shinobi and the reasonable civilians out of Kaze no Kuni, he was fairly certain they would have ended up there by now. All in all, it was a massive clusterfuck. It might be easier if they were all centralized, but some of those groups had no idea the others even existed, so he was going to have to decide who knew and answered to whom. He still wanted those trains from Yuki no Kuni too, but with the mess in Mizu no Kuni, he wasn't sure if there was going to be a way to get them that didn't involve underhanded methods. A pity. He would have liked to maintain strong relations with a country that made such advances. More than once he had considered moving all those under his command or influence to Nami no Kuni so that it was all together, but the island of Nami was not that large, and he'd rather use that space to take full advantage of the economic potential the country held. Rice Country, where Orochimaru's favorite bases were, was out of the question too. Again, too small, and he'd rather not be seen as taking over other minor countries so soon. He'd give it some time before doing that again. Maybe. If the opportunity presented itself, he'd go ahead and take it. Both he and the wolves were opportunists, it was simply in their nature. Were he to target somewhere else, though, he would probably go for Cha no Kuni. Not that he had been considering it or anything. No, not at all. But if he had thought about it, he would have considered its size and the fact that it was close to both Hai no Kuni and Kaze no Kuni, allowing them to remain close to their allies. Udon no Kuni was smaller, which might make things a bit easier, and it was also close to Nami no Kuni. That could be really important if the small but valuable country was ever in trouble, and again it was close to Hai no Kuni. Of course, he was also no moron. Or at least liked to think he wasn't. For whatever reasons, moral, financial, or otherwise, Konoha had moved in to aid the rebellion, which was indirectly against the House of Wolves. Should relations continue to be strained, it might be better for there to be some distance from Hai no Kuni, and by association Kaze no Kuni. There was simply too large a presence in the land of wind for any problems not to be exacerbated. In that case, Umi no Kuni would make for a rather defensible position at the cost of easy movement. Chan no Kuni and Sora no Kuni also looked pretty good. They were separated from Hai no Kuni and Kaze no Kuni by a considerable amount of distance, but could still easily operate throughout most of the elemental nations. He tried to avoid the temptation of the obvious Ukami no Kuni, but he couldn't deny how absolutely fitting that would be. They didn't seem to have a hidden village as far as he was aware either, so maybe he would be able to persuade the lesser daimyo to surrender it without too much trouble. The closest aid they'd be able to call on would be the shinobi of Numa no Kuni, and after that Mizu no Kuni across the Kaizoku Sea. With Mizu no Kuni his future allies, possibly there was a higher likelihood of Ukami no Kuni's daimyo caving into demands. Well, they could try calling on Oni no Kuni, but it wasn't all that close, and neither was Kumogakure. The more he thought about it from a purely hypothetical thought exercise point of view, naturally the more attractive a target Ukami no Kuni became. He made sure to scratch down a note to look further into the land of wolves and its current situation. He'd also have to be on the lookout for any opportunities that wanted to present themselves. Keeping a small group in Mizu no Kuni would be a good idea should something arise. Naruto got it right that time, supposed it all depended on how everything went really. Who knows? Maybe they'd end up with the entire country of Mizu no Kuni, or the country would cease to exist. Both were equally likely. Chapter 95 Contrast. Sakura looked at the nondescript apartment complex only slightly dubious. Did Naruto really live somewhere so plain? Something about it felt off, as if he would be more at home in some grand residence, but at the same time the more she thought about it the more a practical plain dwelling made sense. He was a shinobi, why would he want to draw attention to himself? With that in mind, however, Sakura decided that the interior of the apartment must be something spectacular. The outside of his residence might be kept plain to avoid attention and suspicion, but Naruto was not the kind to live a Spartan lifestyle. Well, he was. She had no trouble picturing him in a small one-room apartment with only enough floor space to have thither his table out or his futon down. He would probably be perfectly content with it too. Despite that, he deserved better, and she had a feeling that those in his life had ensured he was living a lifestyle more appropriate. And by that she meant rather lavish, bordering on decadent. Only the best for Naruto-senpai. She kept those thoughts to herself, as she followed behind an unhurried Naruto. She would find out soon enough there was no point in pestering her fellow kunoichi with questions. Besides, Naruto didn't seem all too comfortable whenever she started to bring up Naruto. That wasn't anything too new. Kakashi brought him up all the time before he was part of the team, but the somewhat suspicious glances Sakura was noticing sent her way meant Naruko had probably come to her own conclusions about her recent interest in senpai. The Haruno heiress knew it would be useless trying to reassure her teammate that it wasn't like that, and would probably only solidify her assumption if she attempted it. There was no helping it. She supposed she'd just have to deal with her teammate's suspicion. They reached the door and Naruko seemed almost confused by that, as if she had been expecting something to stop her from doing due. She gave Sakura a confused glance, but the Haruno heir didn't even know what she was supposed to be confused about. With nothing more to offer, Sakura gave a shrug and gestured to the door. Naruko frowned for a moment before giving her own shrug and knocking. Again Naruko seemed confused when 20 seconds passed without response. Sakura supposed it was probably a reasonable amount of time for someone in the apartment to make it to the front door, but that assumed he was up or even present in the house. Maybe there actually was training today, or he had left to pick up groceries. Like Naruko said earlier, it wasn't like he knew their plan to visit him today. Naruko knocked on the door again, noticeably more forcefully this time, and another 20 seconds passed before the sound of locks being turned reached their ears. 10 seconds of locks being turned later, and the door cracked open just enough for them to see the white porcelain of a wolf mask. It examined them for a second before seeming to recognize Naruko. Genin Uzumaki. Was there something you needed? We were hoping to see my brother. Is he in? The wolf seemed a bit uncomfortable with the question, shifting nervously and looking between the two kunoichi. One, he looked over his shoulder, and despite the mask both girls had a feeling he was biting his lip and thought. One moment please, I need to check. Naruko thought that was odd because the wolves seemed to always know Naruto's whereabouts. Sakura thought it was odd because he should be able to see the other end of the apartment from the door. What would it have a maximum of 3 rooms? Shouldn't have been that hard to know who else was home. Regardless of their thoughts, the wolf closed the door, making sure to redo all the locks, and they could just barely hear a few of his footsteps as he moved from the door. It was almost a minute later that he returned, locks clicking away and the door opening fully. Naruto-sama is currently in his office but has instructed that I show you both to a sitting room. He will join you shortly. If he's busy, Sakura gave her an odd look when she said that. What on earth would he be busy on in his apartment? She could understand he'd be busy in a training ground or even out and about doing errands, but she hadn't heard anything about Naruto having any hobbies he might be enjoying in his apartment. Please let him know that we're fine waiting until he's done. We don't have anything else planned for the day and our visit isn't urgent or anything. He'll join you shortly. The wolf repeated, which could mean either he wasn't busy or it didn't matter at this point. Please follow me. He beckoned them into the apartment, clocking it behind them as Sakura blinked in surprise. She was in the entryway with a main room to her left and a kitchen opening up to her right, but she could quite clearly see down a hall that went on far longer than should be possible in an apartment. She could also see other doors and hallways along it, which meant that this place was even bigger. Well, she hadn't been wrong to assume that the interior would be more grand than the outside. She just hadn't expected this. Did either of you have a preferred seating room? The wolf asked. Naruko shook her head, but Sakura's confused gaze prompted him to explain. Naruto-sama currently has, he did a quick count. 7? 7 sitting rooms here. Most have been decorated differently by my. I know Genin Uzumaki here has been here previously but was unsure if she had a preferred sitting room. The Uzumaki heiress gave a shrug. When I was here last we all just sat in the dining room. I don't think I've seen any sitting room except for the one near the door. I understand. Which dining room? There's probably a matching sitting room in here somewhere. Naruko paused, blinking. There's more than one dining room? Again the wolf had to stop to count. 3. No. My apologies. There are 5 that I am aware of at this time. It was a dark gray and had black furniture? With the white ivy painted on the walls? The wolf sought clarification. Or the one with the red flowers on the table? Ivy. With a satisfied nod the wolf made an abrupt turn down a hallway, narrowly avoiding smashing himself into the corner. The matching sitting room will be this way then. Please follow me. He didn't even look behind himself to make sure they were following. Wolf-san? Sakura had been prepared well, as much as she could be, for meeting with her Naruto-senpai today, but she had not expected to be in such a strange dwelling, nor had she expected to be interacting with a wolf. She had not really been aware they had ties to Naruto at all. Why does Naruto-senpai have so many rooms here? I thought this was supposed to be an apartment. The wolf paused mid-step, squirming nervously as he checked both ends of the hall for signs of his lord. Naruto-sama didn't necessarily need these additional rooms, the wolf quietly whispered, and he's not exactly pleased that we made them, under his breath. The girls were barely able to hear him. But some of us went ahead and made sure to provide it just in case. In case of what? Now Naruko was curious. She had known the place was pretty large, but she hadn't really asked why. She had been far more interested last visit to know more about how her brother had been over the years she was absent, though they had spent most of it listening to Jiraiya's stories. Guests, and the like. The wolf trailed off a bit, not really having anything else. Guests? Naruko cocked an eyebrow he wasn't able to see but could certainly feel. How many guests would he have to have in order to make use of 5 dining rooms? She hadn't actually been expecting an answer, but the wolf had one for her anyway. 60. He said without missing a beat. The dining room seat 12. He could have more in the kitchen if he needed to. There are small tables there. The kunoichi shared a look, but instead of asking when he would have so many people over, which Naruko had been very close to doing, Sakura posed her own question. Wouldn't it be rude for him not to be seated with his guests? How is he supposed to be a good host if he has all 60 of his guests in different dining rooms? That didn't just give the wolf a pause in his thoughts, he actually came to a complete stop in the middle of the hallway and slowly turned to face the pinkette. That is an excellent question. His head tilted to the side like a curious dog. I'll have to bring it up with Mai. And oh so quietly he added. And Ganju will need a bigger room for 60 guests. The kunoichi shared another look but kept quiet. If Naruto hadn't been too fond of having all of these rooms, he probably wouldn't appreciate them making him some grand dining room fit for 60 guests. Because really, when would he have 60 guests? Or even really important guests? As far as Naruko was aware, Jiraiya was probably the only one, and he was just a perverted lech. As far as Sakura knew, the only person who hung out with him was Anko, and they probably more likely to spend time on a couch or a bed than in a dining room intended for so many people. Then again, it was Anko. She might invite 60 people just to watch her and Naruto go at it on the table. Sakura didn't know how Naruto would feel about that, but she couldn't imagine too many young men his age would mind it for the chance to be with the Tokubetsu Jonin. And if anyone would be unfazed by having 60 people watching him have sex with an older woman, it would be her, Naruto-senpai. She was sure he had nothing to be embarrassed about. Otherwise, Anko probably wouldn't have been so excited about getting her reward the other night. Sakura was broken from her rather vivid imaginings as they reached a plain door that the wolf held open for them. Compared to the sort of bland hallways, maybe they just hadn't had a chance to redecorate them. The room had been done quite nicely. Following the color scheme of the room Naruko was familiar with, the walls were painted a dark gray and all the furniture was black wood with equally dark leather. Unlike Naruko's description, there weren't any vines painted onto the wall from what she could see, which may have been due to the bookcases that took up a majority of the wall space. 3 black couches, black wooden trim with black leather seats, naturally faced a simple coffee table, also black, and it seemed the only real splash of color aside from some of the books was a vase of white lilies on the coffee table. The entirety of the room held consistent dim lighting, soft enough to promote relaxation but bright enough that someone could actually make use of all the books here. Naruko took a seat on one of the couches, splaying herself over the dark leather without hesitation, while Sakura began browsing the bookshelves. Sakura had only managed to trail her finger over the spines of half a wall, and Naruko only managed to fall half asleep when the door opened again and Naruto entered the room. The deep frown he wore managed to become a faint smile, but his golden eyes remained troubled, and there was a sense of weight that followed him, a burden too large to remain confined to his shoulders. Naruko, her head snapped up, drowsiness vanishing in an instant as her brother said her name. Sakura, just seeing her senpai was enough to light up her heart and give her cheeks an adorable dusting of pink. Hearing him say her name in such a familiar manner had her half convinced she could fly. What brings you here this morning? You haven't been showing up for training, Naruko started. But neither has Kakashi. We figured we'd check with you before going all the way out to Field 7 and standing around for a couple hours. Sakura gave a nod of agreement before adding, if Kakashi was going to tell anyone about there not being a meeting, it would be you, Naruto-senpai. I knew I had forgotten something. He hadn't forgotten to do it so much as he hadn't even considered it was going to be necessary. He had been so preoccupied worried about his children, and wanting to get them out of a bad spot that he hadn't even considered the consequences of his actions. Oh gods above! How the hell was he going to cover up Anko and Kakashi being out of the village? Their tear through the front gate hadn't exactly been stealthy or secretive, and he was sure someone they had passed managed to recognize their rather distinctive hair. Rather than release the large groan he managed to bite it back and give an apologetic smile. I hope you were not too inconvenienced. Kakashi told me the other day that he wouldn't be available for a while. Hopefully they didn't need any specifics because he hadn't come up with anything yet. Naruto gave a nod from the couch. I had kind of figured as much when I saw the Ika billboard. Or perhaps one of them would provide it for him. Perfect. His smile tightened slightly somewhere between disapproving, amused, and exasperated. Well, he didn't give me the specifics, but he'd have to find some way to have the rest of Konoha believe Kakashi was simply holed up in his home reading the newest of Jiraiya's books. Then again, if that was the conclusion they had drawn on their own, and he only needed to reinforce the idea, then it might not be too hard at all. Anko, on the other hand, well, he would have to find a was to get Ibiki to overlook her absence. Or maybe he'd just leave that for her. She'd been dealing with him for this long, and he was probably so desensitized to her antics that he wouldn't even blink at whatever ridiculous story she told him. Hell, she might just tell him the truth, and they might be fine regardless of whether or not he believes it. In fact, it might be better for him if Konoha discovered their absence, and wasn't okay with it. It wouldn't really be fair to them, but he would make sure they were provided for, and he had a country they could escape to should Konoha try to act against them. He couldn't really guarantee Konoha would back off fully, but his alliance with Iroh should at least limit their attempts. And it wasn't like the two of them weren't capable and didn't have friends who would help them should Konoha turn against her children. Kakashi was known to most Anbu as Inu Taicho after all. There were very few of them who would actually try anything against him. Likewise, Anko was known well in K.I.T, and they and the general shinobi population did not want to be on her bad side. Then again, they wanted to be on Ibiki's bad side less, so they might go through with it depending on his orders. Even then, were he to take over Ukami no Kuni, which he had most definitely not been considering, then the distance alone would deter Konoha from sending out too many of her children to try bring them back or taking them out. There would be some, of course, especially if Konoha herself placed them in the bingo book, and that didn't even consider that other villages might want to take a shot at them when they were no longer behind Konoha's protection. Maybe Uemi no Kuni really would be better. It was much farther away and had no neighbors. Not direct neighbors anyway. Taro Island, Jiro Island, and Kiko Island were all within 100 miles, and both Red State Island and the southernmost tip of Cha no Kuni were both under 200 miles away. Still, it might be better than having a border that a toddler could stumble over. The distance was going to make operations pretty difficult to perform quickly, though. He probably wouldn't be able to move Nami's success over to Uemi no Kuni, but he could try a shipping business of his own to increase revenue. I wasn't a big fan of that idea. He supposed he could always make a fortress on Uemi no Kuni for his wolves to return to and simply stage operations in Nami no Kuni. That would work. Probably. Kind of defeated the idea of keeping them somewhere they could be safe, but they were shinobi, and more than that, they were wolves. Most unfortunately, he couldn't keep them napping comfortably by the fireplace warm and fed until the day he died. Or pass them on to whichever came first. He knew his favorite wolf would never let his children waste away out of the field, and for as much as they would enjoy being around him, they would absolutely hate being cooped up safely. They were wolves they needed to run, hunt, and kill. Ensuring they had a safe place to return to those should be well within his power, and it was something he was happy to provide. He couldn't always protect them, but he would take advantage of every opportunity that he could. Uemi no Kuni was looking really good for that. Any plans would have to wait, however, because he had 2 kunoichi to see to at the moment. While there's no team training, I'd assume both of you have things you'll be using the free time to work on, no? Sakura blushed deeply, looking down in shame, while Naruto rubbed the back of her head with an embarrassed grin. Heh. Well, that is a pretty good idea, and what they should have been doing for the past few days instead of just standing around the training field. But we didn't really bring our equipment today. Sakura blushed even deeper. I figured we'd just spend some time with you today. A deep red suddenly colored the tops of her cheeks. If that's okay with you, of course. He hadn't really planned on guests, and he certainly wasn't in the best of moods while worrying about his children, but they were his teammates, the kunoichi that would be watching his back on missions. He could set aside his obsessive worrying for a day to strengthen those bonds. One of them also happened to be his biological sister. He probably should be spending some time with her even if he was no longer an Uzumaki. Right. He was pretty sure that was how it was supposed to work. Certainly. He gave them both a small smile. I don't mind at all. He took a seat on the couch directly across from the door, Naruto to his right. Sakura hurriedly grabbed a book. She didn't even bother checking which one it was and moved to join him. Before she reached him, he blinked twice, golden eyes trailing over her, or specifically her new outfit, and she ended up pausing before him with burning cheeks. It was hard for her to look into those pools of molten sun, but even as she turned her head down and to the side almost demurely, she was pleased to know her senpai was taking note of her. It was almost as good as the attention he gave her that night. She could still remember the heat of his strong hands as they guided her own and were married in the blood of their enemies. They had made so many beautiful flowers together that night she couldn't wait to see more. We've changed our outfit, haven't we? He asked. He had spent way too much time around Anko to not recognize the outfit that looked best scattered around his bedroom floor. I think Anko would be absolutely flattered to see you've taken some inspiration from her. In fact, she might actually be jealous. Sakura's current outfit would probably look absolutely fantastic on the Tokubetsu Jonin. And again scattered all over his floor. He really did hope she was taking care of the original on the way to Mizu no Kuni. He didn't need to be distracted as he waged war. Oh, who was he kidding? They were probably bothering the whole ship with their activities. It was really hard to say no to Anko, and she knew exactly what she wanted. Sakura gave a small spin, aware that her short skirt had probably lifted up far enough to show things she was only comfortable with her senpai seeing. The hint of surprise on his face gave her a pretty good idea that he had indeed received a good glimpse. A quick glance to Naruto indicated that she had as well. At least that's how Sakura was understanding the blush on the Uzumaki heiress anyway. That was fine, her fellow kunoichi was a teammate. According to Iruka, they were supposed to be able to trust their team implicitly. As he had told her one day after class, they would be closer to her than her parents. The Haruno clan wouldn't be able to understand her shinobi lifestyle, but her teammates would be the family and support she needed. He had stressed the importance of maintaining ties with her parents, of course, but when it came to deciding between her team and her clan, the team would always come first. He had mentioned that would become comrade when she became a Chunin or Jonin, because she might not be with her original team, but she wouldn't ever leave her Naruto senpai, so it didn't matter. Was this what having siblings was like? She liked it. Now she'd just have to figure out if Naruto was her older sister or younger sister. It didn't really matter too much, though. All that really mattered was that Naruto-senpai was also Naruto-ni. Or maybe just Oniai-chan. She really liked that. She hoped he did too. She'd stick to senpai for now, though. Just in case. She looked good, and Sakura had really wanted Naruto to look at her the way he looked at the older Jonin, warm eyes full of fondness and a carefully restrained hunger. And you seemed to like it on her. She gave another spin, making sure her skirt rose even higher this time. What do you think? Naruto was silent for a moment, much to her worry, before he spoke slowly and carefully. I have worried about that woman creating mini-me's before, he admitted. I think she would absolutely adore you. The Sakura before him was nothing like the Sakura he had known in the academy, or the Sakura he had met when joining Team 7. What on earth had he had taken steps to turn her into a proper kunoichi, hadn't he? Anko might not be his first thought to describe a proper kunoichi that would go to Kurenai and then Yugao, but she was certainly not the worst thing for a young kunoichi to aspire to be. No, he was being biased. Kunoichi should not be trying to emulate that woman. But gods above, did he love her? If this was the result of his attempts, then he was going to consider it a massive success. He was also positive Anko would take one look at the girl and reward him most pleasurably for what he achieved. Hopefully she'd leave Sakura out of it. The girl probably wasn't ready to become that much like Anko so soon. He'd have to try convincing her to give her at least 3 years, preferably 4. Sakura gave him an absolutely adorable pout. On second thought, maybe he shouldn't let Anko know of her existence. He didn't need to give to Tokubetsu Jonin any more firepower in her arsenal to use against him. Rested her fists on her cocked hips. But what do you think of it, Naruto-senpai? It's very cute, Sakura-chan. She seemed very pleased on how he had addressed her, but somewhat disappointing by his response. Just cute? she asked as she sashayed as best she could anyway to the couch and practically melted into his side. I'll have to ask Enko-san how to fix that. Oh. That wasn't good. He took a glance at his sister, who looked to be somewhere between amused, pitying, and mildly uncomfortable. Yeah, he was in trouble. What was it about him that attracted crazy, dangerous women and those aspiring to be such? He wasn't sure if it was a blessing or a curse. He knocked on the door with his cane, as was his preference. His rival had been invited along but for whatever reason had declined. Something about finding some way to do damage control or other such nonsense. The only real damage being risked was damage to Asuma himself, and while he was a good man and a decent jonin, he certainly wasn't the most insightful Hokage nor a terrible loss. Maybe Hiruzen had simply needed to change his will? He didn't have much time to think about it before the door cracked open and a wolf peered out at him. They remained staring at each other for a few minutes, neither saying anything before the wolf cocked his head to the side. Is Naruto available? The wolf stared at him for a moment longer. He's seeing to guests. I see. The silence returned. Can you tell him I need to speak with him? It's of some importance. To you? To Tsukuyomi. The wolf continued to stare, debating before he asked how important. It's about Mizuno Kuni and what's happening there. Ah, important. He gave a slight snort, the smallest of smiles threatening at his lips. Quite. Naruto-sama will want to see you. The wolf opened the door fully and stood to the side so he could enter. Excellent, where can I find him? His cane clicked across the ground 3 times before the wolf managed to answer. He's in sitting room number 6, the gray one with white flowers. Danzo paused, looking back to the wolf closing the door. He has 6 seating rooms? 7 and 5 dining rooms. I didn't ask about dining rooms. And he really didn't know why Naruto would have so many. What on earth was he doing in these apartments? The wolf just shrugged. His last guests did. Click, 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 click. Shifting chains moved so slowly it was almost painful, links clinking together in a morbid rhythm. It should have been easy, simple. He was going to speak with them, and remind them who they were dealing with, nothing more, nothing less. Apparently he had been too late. One of them had already forgotten who the wolves were. Who Tsukuyomi was. Who Tsukuyomi needed to be. He did not have the luxury of being Naruto, not any longer. It would serve as a painful lesson and a powerful example, wasteful as it might be. Every human life had value, a usefulness that was lost when they became nothing more than a sack of meat. That process had value too, and he was milking it for all it was worth. It would be a shame to let their life be completely wasted when a slow death could serve his purposes better than quick, brutal violence ever could. It would be slow, it would be painful, and it would ensure the rest of the crew did not forget who stood before them. If the world wanted to see wolves, then he would show the world their god. Shipmaster Yokita stood as still as he could, face kept carefully blank even as fists shook at his sides. He couldn't do anything, but he wouldn't look away. He owed his men at least that much. The rest of his crew was much the same, staring in shock and horror, but unable to look away or force their bodies to move. Jaya. Gone Gaa. Aside from the steady clicking of black chains, only one of Yokita's men made a sound in the wheelhouse. When Tsukuyomi had told the crew to gather together, and informed them in no uncertain terms that they were not to speak of this trip and that punishment for disobeying his orders would be dealt with strictly and harshly, Dento had made the mistake of laughing. Apparently he didn't feel threatened when only the daimyo remained present on the ship, especially when the daimyo was no daimyo of mine, we're free men. Perhaps he wouldn't have had too much to fear from a normal daimyo, a civilian raised in the lap of luxury. Tsukuyomi was not a normal daimyo. Dento would die as he lived a free man. His death would bind the rest of the crew under the wolves through fear. Black chains continued to click, suspending Dento in the air of the wheelhouse and slowly pulling his limbs to the walls. The chain around his neck did not move, but 2 more slashed over his torso, cutting away clothing, tearing flesh, and breaking bone. Jayaga. The 2 chains struck him through the chest before he was ripped apart with a final tug. Tsukuyomi had not looked at him the entire time, his broken mask staring straight into the eyes of Shipmaster Yokita. When the pieces thudded to the ground, he spared them, but a glance scoffing as the blood began staining into the wooden floors. Compared to some of the impossible things high-level shinobi could accomplish, he wasn't all that impressive, but compared to civilians without chakra, he was the deity his children believed him to be. Did anyone else have something they would like to add? Black chains vanished into wisps of chakra, leaving only the bloodied remains of a man. The crew didn't make a sound. No? Naruto gave a thoughtful hum. Then you all understand my orders? When they remained silent, a single thick chain materialized in his hand, falling to the floor with a heavy thud. Almost with a life of its own, it began slithering across the ground like a snake, inching closer to the rest of the crew with smooth movements. Why, yes. Yokida's shaky words tumbled from trembling lips. Yes, Tsukuyami-sama. We hear and obey. Good. The chain vanished. Do not forget the cost of defiance. We are wolves, you are meat. He stooped down and collected some of Dento's blood on 2 of his fingers before smearing it against the snarling maw of his mask. We will not hesitate to devour you. We understand, Tsukuyami-sama. He stared at the ship master for a moment more before locking his one visible eye with every remaining member of the crew. Go home to your families, he commanded, and ensure his share goes to his. Think of them should you be tempted to do something less than wise. With those parting words, he spun on his heel and walked through the mess that had once been Dento without hesitation. Tsukuyami's children needed him. They would not be kept waiting. Chapter 96. Clear the path. The deathly silence of the misty forests of Mizu no Kuni had become familiar to the wolves during their stay in the country. It was nothing compared to those who had lived here their entire lives, but any outsider would be hard-pressed to tell the difference. With that familiarity on their side, they were easily able to recognize that someone was cutting across Kirigakure, or as the rebels sometimes called it, loyalist territory. It was all Kirigakure territory. Technically, they simply didn't have full control of it. With the additional support sent by Sai and Mai, it shouldn't be too long now until that changed. The wolves shared a look with the forces of Yagura they were traveling with, nodding at each other and heading to intercept. They were prepared for a lot of things: rebels, civilians, another Imperial patrol being sloppy, or rogue shinobi trying to hide from their village in the war-torn country of Mizu no Kuni. Even bounty hunters and mercenaries wouldn't have been too surprising with the way the country had been these past years. What they had not expected was to stumble upon a company of wolves tearing through the woods without the slightest care for stealth. It was far more surprising to see them traveling with someone not wearing one of their masks or purple pineapple proudly on display. There was not a single wolf who didn't at least know of Mitarashi Anko and how to recognize her. This was undeniably her. They just had absolutely no idea why. The confusion caused by her presence, caused by the presence of fellow wolves, had those of the patrol coming to a stop as they shared glances in hopes that someone would have some idea of what was going on. Likewise, Yagura's forces stopped, staring at the additional wolves with confusion, slight suspicion, and a relieved sense of joy. The more people on their side, the better. They certainly didn't mind a larger force of wolves aiding them. Enko was obviously able to see them standing among the gnarled trees, looking for some sort of clue to explain everything for them. Clear the path to Mizu no Kuni, she hollered. Sweep the woods. The wolves and loyalists shared confused looks. Now, she barked. Tsukuyami-sama is following us without escort. Make sure he can get there without issue. As soon as they heard the magic word Tsukuyami, they leapt into action, splitting from their patrol without hesitation. 2 of the loyalists nearly followed them before realizing what they were doing. With half of their patrol suddenly gone, they shared another look among themselves before coming to the consensus that bringing this information back to Kirigakure was more important than their patrol. If Tsukuyami himself had traveled to Mizu no Kuni, Yagura was going to want to know. His office was usually dark as he liked it, but today had brought with it a most peculiar gap in Mizu no Kuni's usual overcast sky. The sunlight from which had decided that directly through his office window was the most appropriate opportune location, and resulted in a room more bright than it would have been if he had actually touched his light switch for the first time since becoming Mizukage. He was less than pleased by that. Despite that displeasure, he remained in his office to see to his duties for the day. One of his subordinates had suggested closing the blinds or moving to a room on a different side of the building for the day. They had quickly found themselves thrown through the window. The Mizukage did their work in the Mizukage's office as was proper, and just like the light switch, he had never touched the blinds or curtains in his office. He would not be forced to do so because the sun decided it wanted him to have a bad day. He was the Mizukage, he would not be defeated by some mere sunlight, no matter how irritating it was. Besides, he didn't have that much left today, so once he finished he could just sit here in the sun until it was time for him to leave. It wouldn't do for the Mizukage not to be available to his subordinates during regular hours, so he never left before 4:30. Yugura wouldn't allow the sunlight to change that either. He was a man of strict planning and organization, rigid in his ways and iron in his fist. The sunlight was a mere annoyance, albeit one he had not planned for, and would do little to deter him from his routine, even if it was really tempting. Sharp knocks at his door earned both his attention and a deep frown. No one should be seeking him out for another 23 minutes. They knew he was working on his morning paperwork until exactly 10:45, after which they had 45 minutes to seek audience with him before his lunch at 11:30. It was posted next to the door too, so there was no way someone could forget. Hell, it wasn't just some piece of paper either. He had it carved from black marble he bought from Iwa, and filled the engravings with gold. It was impossible to miss, and his secretary polished it 5 minutes before his arrival every day. Well, this one did. His predecessor had failed to do so, and quickly found himself boiled alive. Yugura hated it when people interrupted his schedule, but it was worse when they failed to follow the one he gave them. Did they not understand the importance of time management? He supposed there was a reason he had become Mizukage. No one else possessed the administrative skills necessary to do the job. There was another knock at the door, more urgent than the last, that drew him from his thoughts. Whatever it was, they thought it was important. He supposed it very well could be. No one would dare interrupt him unless they had to. Enter. As soon as he spoke, he set about organizing his desk, moving completed paperwork away, and storing his ink for use after this interruption. From the corner of his eyes he could see 3 of his men file into the room, all of them looking nervous and out of breath. The nervousness he could understand. They knew better than to force themselves into his schedule, but he hadn't realized they were so out of shape that climbing the stairs to his office would leave them out of breath. No wonder they were having such difficulty outrooting the bloodline abominations. The 3 of them stood before his desk at attention, awaiting his acknowledgement. He took his time. One by one the items on the desk were put carefully away until it was completely barren. When he was done, he rested his elbows on the desk, intertwining his fingers and resting his chin against his hands. He gave them a look to convey just how much he appreciated this unplanned change to his schedule, taking a moment or two to watch them squirm uncomfortably. It also gave him a chance to identify the fools who stood before him. Unless he was mistaken, and he rarely was, this was Sango Patrol, and by his estimations they should be exactly not here. They also seemed to be missing half of their members, if he recalled. Sango Patrol was one of those he had assigned some of the wolves to, but he didn't see any in his office, and he doubted they were that stealthy. Sango Patrol, he addressed them, making note of the way that they all tensed up. Good. What exactly brings you to my office when I know for a fact you're supposed to be on duty right now? He made no effort to disguise exactly how displeased he was to see them. One of them stepped forward. Fortunately, it was the middle one, because the lack of symmetry probably would have bothered him for the duration of their presence, and snapped back into attention. Mizukage-sama. The man was very careful to keep his gaze slightly above and to the left of his kage to avoid looking him in the eyes. We bring important news from the field. Ah, yes, the field where you're supposed to be patrolling, no? Yugura rose an accusing brow. And yet half of you, the half that's supposed to be loyal to me and Kirigakyu, are instead standing in my office. Are we really leaving them to finish your patrol alone? The 3 shifted nervously, the one in front the most. Why, yes, Mizukage-sama. The wolves are currently combing through the woods to the southwest. It wasn't a lie technically. The wolves from their patrol were indeed going through those woods, and with an enhanced vigor even, to ensure their lord's safe passage. With that kind of dedication they were sure to find any rebels in the area, perhaps even better than Sango Patrol would have managed as a whole. The fact that it wasn't a lie did little to keep Yugura from knowing he wasn't being told everything. Are they now? Interesting. Would you care to explain why our foreign allies are able to demonstrate a higher scene of duty to this country than you 3? We believed you would want to know of this immediately, Mizukage-sama. The wolves do not know Mizuno Kuni as we do. And yet they'd been left alone for their patrol. How interesting. The 2 loyalists in the back shared nervous glances while their companion tried desperately to swallow his nerves. They'd made a mistake. They would need to be able to defend their actions if they wanted any hope of getting out of this alive. None of them had any delusions that they weren't about to find themselves on extra duty in the positions no one wanted. They were rather excited when we left them and knew you might desire more of your forces here when you heard what we've brought to you. Really, they had just forgotten to leave at least one of them with the wolves, but no one really wanted to be alone with the wolves. Sure, they had been helping and some had even died for the cause, but these were the same wolves who took over Nami. They certainly hadn't hesitated to stab those allies in the back once it became convenient. Yagura stared at him in silence for a long minute, the seconds slowly dragging on as the Mizukage contemplated the response he had been given. He was very tempted to just have them all publicly flogged and leave it at that, but he considered himself a fair, reasonable man. He would listen to this news before determining how many lashes they had earned themselves. Will I now? Yagura gave a thoughtful hum. Please then enlighten me on what you deemed so important. It's wolves, Mizukage-sama. More wolves are coming to Mizu no Kuni. We encountered a group while on patrol. Yagura was looking decidedly unimpressed. They've sent more wolves? He asked slowly. They've decided to increase the numbers, offering us aid, and you've come running to my office and interrupting my work to let me know. And no, Mizukage-sama. It's not that at all. Well? Go on. You have one sentence to catch my attention and convince me that this isn't a waste of my precious time. Tsukuyumi of the House of Wolves has come to Mizu no Kuni personally. That was enough to give Yagura pause. Not much was known about the daimyo who had secured his position through treachery and the favor of a greater daimyo, and even Yagura was slightly curious about the kind of individual this moon-reading man was and why he would be coming to Yagura's country. After a moment of silence, Yagura gave a nod. I see that is indeed important news. The two in the back sighed in relief, but the one who had stepped forward knew better. As a reward, it will only be 10 lashes apiece for completely abandoning your patrol. Thank you, Yagura-sama. You are most generous with your rewards. It was of some note that the loyalist wasn't being sarcastic in the slightest, knowing full well that 10 lashes was nothing compared to some of the other punishments his Kage had dealt out over the years. If he recalled, the last group to abandon their patrol was left hanging naked on fishhooks on the outer walls of Kirigakure until they died. He probably should have remembered that before they had all decided to report their findings. Just sending one of them would have likely avoided all punishment completely, perhaps even earning further rewards. But he thought 10 lashes wasn't too bad. He'd earned over 100 in his years of service. A few more wouldn't come close to having his wife angry at him for getting them in the first place. I am, agreed the Mizukage. But do not forget my benevolence on this day. The next time you fail me, I may not be so merciful. We understand, Mizukage-sama. Are we to expect our punishment immediately, or will we be resuming our patrol in the meantime? Go back to your patrol. I have a feeling the rest of your patrol may be a bit distracted with everything that's going on. Understood, Mizukage-sama. He gave a bow and turned to leave, pulling his other patrol mates, as they gave their own hasty bows. They didn't resist in the slightest, more than happy to spend as little time in Yagura's office as possible. As soon as they were out of his office, Yagura let out a deep sigh, massaging the bridge of his nose with one hand. Tsukuyumi was coming to visit? As curious as he was, this was going to be absolute hell on his poor schedule. Couldn't that bastard have sent notice first? How inconsiderate. Naruto-sama? His attention was drawn from his teammates to the wolf peeking through the doorway. You have another guest. Naruto blinked in surprise, wondering just how many people were going to end up stopping by today. Oh? Who is it? Elder Shimura, Naruto-sama. He would have expected Kurenai Shizun or maybe even Tayuya with Anabi, but he had not expected Danzo to come knocking on his door. He spared a glance at Sakura and Naruko, both of whom seemed equally or perhaps even more confused. Whatever Danzo was visiting for, they probably didn't need to and shouldn't know, but he didn't think it would be entirely appropriate to make them leave. If you could show him to my office, please, I'll be there as soon as I can. He turned to address his teammates before pausing and returning his attention to the retreating wolf. See to it he's served whatever refreshments he'd care for. Of course, Naruto-sama. The wolf closed the door with a click and Naruto looked back to Team 7's Kunoichi. It seems as though something has come up. If you would be so kind to excuse me for a time, I shouldn't be long. Naruko gave a yawn, took a second to stretch, and pushed herself up from his couch. It's fine, I should probably get going anyway. Coming, Sakura? The pinkette glanced between her fellow Kunoichi and her senpai. I think I'll stay here for a bit, actually. Naruto-senpai has a lot of books I'd like to check out. She shot Naruto a pleading look. If that's okay with you, senpai? Of course. He shot her a small smile. If you need anything, please let one of the wolves know. Did you need to be shown out, Naruto? She waved him off. Nah, I'm good. Go see the elder. It must be important if he's here. She tried not to show just how curious she was about his presence. Nosing into his business was just going to increase the distance she had been slowly closing between them. He already interacted with her easily enough as a teammate, but she hoped to at least get to the point where she could call them friends. Well, to the point where she could call them friends and he wouldn't object to it, really. He gave her a nod. Thank you. I suppose I'll see you when we next have a training session, though I suppose it will be at least a week until that happens. If he was able to finish up his business in Mizuno Kuni within a week, Naruto would be a very, very happy man. Honestly, he was expecting it to be more along the lines of a month, so he really needed to find a way to explain Kakashi's absence. Or not. Was it really so strange that Kakashi might vanish for a time without notice? He'd probably return with a bad excuse too, and no one would think twice of it. Still, it would hurt to have some explanations ready just in case. Yes, see you around, Naruto ni. She gave a wave as she left the room, trying desperately not to think of Naruto and Sakura being left alone together in his home. The old Sakura? She wouldn't have thought twice. This new Sakura? She didn't even know what to think. At least she admitted wryly the girl wasn't unarmed. Elder Shimura, my apologies for the wait. Danzo finished his sip of tea as he waved off Naruto's apology. It's fine, I had not realized you were entertaining guests. I won't keep you from them for too long. Naruto's gone home already and Sakura is busy enjoying my library. Take all the time you need. Danzo gave a grunt and set his cup down. I think we should just cut to the chase. As much as I enjoy our chats, I have news I'm sure you will find to be quite urgent. He had Naruto's attention immediately. There had been a lot of bad news lately, and the daimyo of Nami no Kuni was already dreading what this could be. Naruto all but collapsed into his chair with a deep sigh, looking up at the elder with tired gold eyes. What else has gone wrong? Making note to investigate both the recent misfortunes of the wolves and Naruto's strange eyes, Danzo gave a frown. I'm afraid our Godame is not a fan of yours and has been actively acting against you recently. I understand most recently that he sent forces to aid the rebels in Mizuno Kuni. Naruto's shoulders slumped, which didn't surprise Danzo before he let out a relieved sigh that caught the elder off guard. Is that all? Naruto asked hopefully. Yes, that's all. Konoha, your home is doing what they can against you and your wolves. Danzo really couldn't figure out what part of that could possibly be considered good news. I was aware of Konoha forces aiding the rebels, admitted Naruto. So when you said you had bad news, I thought for a moment something else may have happened. I'm quite relieved to learn this is not the case. Ah. That made much more sense. Still, Asuma's actions are no small thing and should not be taken lightly. This could end up causing a lot of damage not only to the two of you but also to Konoha as a whole. Have you come up with a response to what he's done? Asuma's involvement is troublesome but by no means a priority at the moment, answered Naruto as he leaned back into his chair. I'll consider what the House of Wolves will do after our business is concluded in Mizuno Kuni. On one hand, Danzo could understand that Mizuno Kuni was currently taking up a lot of the wolves' resources. On the other, Asuma will continue to move while you address Mizuno Kuni, and there's no telling how long that may draw out, for which was his intention. Ignoring him would be grossly negligent. There's little he can do. Naruto shrugged. We're packing up and preparing the den for an evacuation, and there are only a handful of us still in Konoha. He can't operate too overtly because while a lot of my resources are tied into Mizuno Kuni, a lot of his are tied into Kaze no Kuni. And if his business in Kaze no Kuni concludes before your own, you'll be at a major disadvantage, pointed out Danzo. Quite. Naruto agreed with a nod. But if we finish sooner, then I have much more to work with. Should we finish at the same time? Well, it will all be determined by who acts first. And you intend to be able to act first without having a plan ready? I have several. They're simply dependent on the events of Mizuno Kuni. Which leaves you high and try if he finishes first. It will be fine. Danzo took a breath to berate the young daimyo before he paused and narrowed his eyes at him. You have something in the works, don't you? Not at all. Naruto denied. As far as Danzo could tell, he was being entirely honest. I am, however, in a position that would allow me to act should Asuma be ready before I've finished. You expect him to make it obvious? You won't know until his forces are busting down the door, and as soon as you're out of the picture he should have little trouble aiding the rebels just to make sure no one takes your place. Naruto gave him a sly smile. Let's just say that capturing or killing me won't help him any. In fact, it would be more beneficial to me. As for my replacement, they've already been chosen and have plenty of experience just in case. You're not going to tell me, are you? I made that mistake recently, you know. The sly smile melted away, replaced by a small frown as he recalled his recent failings. I trusted someone whose loyalty was not first to the wolves, and it cost me 3 of my children. I can't afford to make the same mistake. I see. While somewhat insulted that Naruto thought he might do something to harm the wolves, he could understand the caution in the face of recent events. But just because he didn't know Naruto's plans didn't mean he couldn't help. Your forces are stretched thin, I understand. Danzo moved on from the subject of Naruto's recent misfortune. And I so happen to have root agents without assignments. Perhaps they may be of some use to you. I can have them sent to Mizuno Kuni to help overcome the stalemate Asuma was trying to create. Naruto thought for a moment about the offer before shaking his head. No thank you. I've taken steps to undo Asuma's meddling. He was also well aware that half of the root agent's function would be to figure out what he was hiding from Danzo, and he didn't particularly want to risk something getting out at the moment. At the same time, he didn't think anything of Danzo's attempts. The elder hadn't said anything about their secondary purpose, but both of them knew it was obvious enough. One could not expect the private forces of Shimura Danzo to not report everything they could to him. It would be the cost of having them around. He did, however, have some use for the offer. If you are in need of something to occupy their time, I suppose they are free to spend their time around our den and my home. Our security has been greatly reduced due to the events in Mizuno Kuni. It wouldn't, or at least wasn't likely to give Danzo the insight he'd like, but it did have a chance, and the information hadn't been the sole reason anyway. He genuinely liked Naruto, which was probably as weird for people to think about as it was for him, and was hoping that one day the young man would fully take his own position in the shinobi world. Hopefully that would be for Konoha if Asuma didn't manage to fuck it up. Danzo considered the counter-offer with a thoughtful hum before he spoke. It would be rather odd for my private security to be present when I am not. I would need to remain here for the duration of their stay. Certainly. Naruto replied without missing a beat. I'll have a guest room prepared. Gods above knew he had plenty of the damned things. Danzo gave an amused snort as his lips twitched into a faint smile. I suppose we've come to an agreement then. I look forward to experiencing your hospitality. Naruto's sly smirk returned. Orochimaru never found it lacking. Danzo nearly had a heart attack. It was some time before Naruto returned to the guest room he had left Sakura reading in, but she was in the exact same position she had been when he left. Her surroundings, however, had changed. Several small stacks of books sat on the floor before her, while teacups and empty plates covered his coffee table. She was wrapped up in a blanket, that pink fluffy one he had never learned the origin of, with a brightly covered book in her hands and a noticeable tinge of red on her cheeks. He had forgotten that Jiraiya had left copies of his Ika books when he visited. Some of the wolves must have put them away. Having fun, Sakura? The girl's head snapped up, mortified at being caught by her senpai. And Naruto-senpai, this isn't what it looks like, I swear. She hurriedly stashed the book into the blanket, flushing furiously. He raised a brow and smiled before taking a seat next to her and reaching down for one of the other books. He was not surprised to find himself looking at the green cover of one of Jiraiya's books. Brows still raised, he looked over to Sakura. Really? Snatching it from his hand, it joined its sibling within the blanket. Really? Her attempt at a stern glare was undermined by the redness in her face, and he was half expecting her to puff out her cheeks. Reaching over, he ruffled her pink hair, and her glare disappeared immediately. So are they any good? He had never really had the time to read Jiraiya's work, though he knew Anko had a few of them she liked to read for inspiration. Based on what he had experienced thus far, he figured they probably weren't too bad. Why, yeah? She buried her face into his side to avoid looking at him. I like them. Really, she liked to read them and imagine her Naruto-senpai as the male protagonist, but she didn't think he needed to hear that. Yet anyway. Then feel free to stop by and read them whenever you like. Really? She peeked up at him, green eyes shimmering with hope and admiration. Of course they aren't doing anyone any good just sitting in here. She gave him a smile. I'll stop by often, Naruto-senpai. I promise. Just whenever you want to, okay? I'll make sure the wolves know to let you come in and read if I happen to be out. Thank you, senpai. She buried her face back into his side for a few minutes, and just when he was starting to wonder if she had fallen asleep, she faintly addressed him. As senpai? Yes, Sakura? When can we kill again? Probably on the next. He paused, her words fully processing. He gave her a curious look as a single emerald eye opened to peer up at him. That's an interesting question, Sakura. May I ask why you want to know? I liked it, Naruto-senpai. I want to see the flowers again. Flowers? He didn't recall any flowers on that mission. The crimson flowers, they're so beautiful. She gave a giggle somewhere between alluring and disturbing, reminding him a lot of Orochimaru's own. Drip, 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 it's so easy to make a bouquet. Blood. She was talking about blood. Had he really made a mini Anko? He didn't know whether to be proud or worried. Probably both. Two green eyes looked up at him full of hope, and he realized it might be harder saying no to her than it was to deny Anko. He was going to be in some deep, deep trouble because of this in the future, he knew it. But if blood was what she wanted, who was he to deny her? The prisoners weren't serving any use anyway. Would you like to kill someone today? I can arrange something for you. Would you? Her arms wrapped around him tightly. You're the best, Naruto-senpai. He patted her head, wondering if what he had done might be considered wrong. I'll have one of the wolves show you to the den. You're free to choose a single prisoner, and do as you like with them. It was a rule he had to impose after her let a stressed Anko go down there to blow off some steam, and a good dozen of his prisoners ended up dead. He had helped relieve the rest of her stress in the shower, and decided that there were better ways to help her wind down after a long day. She reached into her blanket to pull out a single kunai, and he tried very hard not to think about where she had been keeping it. Practically skipping, she stopped at the door and turned back to him. And Naruto-senpai? Yes, Sakura? When I visit next time, can we read one of those books? Together? Sure, Sakura. We'll read some Ika. She gave him a beaming smile. It wasn't exactly what he had done with Anko, but getting to kill someone before reading Ika with him was close enough for now. And maybe next time they could kill together. Her heart was fluttering just thinking about it. Chapter 97. Similarities. Wolves had become a familiar sight to Kiri shinobi recently, so seeing them typically wasn't a surprise. Even when reinforcements had been sent not too long ago, it had hardly fazed those on guard duty. When two separate groups of wolves emerged from the forest and converged on the southern gate, however, the guards were more than a little uneasy. The wolves within the village joined them not long after, swelling their ranks and growing increasingly excited before two of them, one with silver hair and one with purple, managed to calm them down. Even then the energy was palpable, and it was obvious to the Kirigakure shinobi that something big was happening. It was only confirmed when one of the wolves present bore the white fur of a high captain. She was never seen outside the command tent, and she most certainly never took orders from anyone else. Yagura himself could give her an order, and she would consider it a suggestion, determining if she wanted to direct wolves to carry them out. But as soon as the two wolves with strange hair, either of which were in the wolf uniform and only one of which even had the mask, started talking to her, she was barking orders to the others. Whoever these two were, it was obvious they were not to be trifled with. It took a few minutes, but before long all of the wolves were lined up before the southern gate, eagerly awaiting something. The one with purple hair stood directly in front of it, flanked by the silver-haired one and the high captain, while the wolves themselves spread out evenly to either side, 2 men deep. The reason for their strange behavior was not far off. As one, they dropped to a knee as a figure emerged from the mists. His black armor was speckled with blood, and the left eye of his mask had been shattered to show an unnaturally bright purple eye. The mist seemed to cling to him, tugging back at his armor, as if they wanted to delay his departure, and his crimson hair trailed behind his brisk steps. He stopped a few feet before the wolves, the 3 highest ranking of which looked up to meet his gaze. Together they greeted him, each and every wolf in sync, and the guards understood. "Tsukuyomi-sama!" they cried. "We are ready to serve." Almost as if the sky itself was shocked to hear of his arrival, the rare sunlight that managed to peek through the clouds seemed to retreat, leaving the village covered in the gloomy overcast it was so familiar with. The southern gate guards shared a look. Whatever his business here in Mizu-no-Kuni was, they hoped it was quick. Something about this Tsukuyomi, even from this distance, simply didn't seem right, and they wanted as little as to do with him as possible. They were quite wise for it. While the bitter ache of loss still pulled at him, knowing there should be 3 more wolves standing before him, the sight of his forces still managed to make his heart light. These were his children, and now he was here to make sure they could all return home safely. They wouldn't have to suffer for his mistake any longer. Rise, children. His voice, while soft, was still easily heard by the wolves, and they all rose as one, snapping into salutes and eagerly awaiting his command. He didn't keep them waiting. Squads, break away. Patrol the perimeter of Kirigakure while I confer with your High Captain. He turned his attention to the High Captain in question. High Captain Katsuri, if you would show us to your current base of operations? Hi Tsukuyumi-sama. Kakashi, Anko with me please. He didn't check to see if they were following him. They would have done so even if he hadn't instructed them to. Glancing at the gate guards as he passed, he made note of the way they avoided his gaze. Just further proof that he had been going about things the wrong way all this time. They didn't even question his presence. He did not stop to state it. The business of the wolves was no business of theirs. He watched from his office as the wolves slunk from the forests, and came to rest before the gate of his village, observing them as they prepared for the arrival of their lord. It was curious to see the wolves, a force of individuals well suited for their namesake, acting in such a professional manner. He wouldn't assume they were well disciplined. They would have demonstrated such professionalism outside of Tsukuyumi's presence if they were so. It was obvious they held a great respect for the man who emerged from the mist. As the sky itself darkened at his approach, Yagura thought he might understand why. Tsukuyumi, even from this distance, was a truly striking figure. They've become slightly more daring in their attempts, but the frequency remains unchanged. We expect an attack about twice a week, usually hitting our second or third least guarded outpost or caravan. Katsuri had removed her mask for the briefing and shot him a vicious grin. They learned not to target the least guarded opportunity after we caught them in an ambush a few times. Apparently Yagura hadn't bothered because they were such low priority. Very good, High Captain. Very good. He looked down at the table of maps and reports, thinking before he glanced back up and asked the most obvious question he had. Are they still low priority? Her grin became positively wicked. We weren't going to risk the high priority objectives with such a flimsy defense, but it's been holding up for the upper mid priorities. The rebels are just letting them go through because they don't want to risk an ambush at the obvious target. It's done wonders to free up manpower for some of the other objectives. Atta girl. Naruto reached up to ruffle her hair, paying no mind to the fact that she had to stoop down so he could reach, and placed a kiss on her brow. She seemed beyond thrilled at the attention, and he made a note that he really needed to take the time to show his affection to all of his wolves more often. He may have failed them in the past, but he would be damned if he wasn't there for them from now on. So what can you tell me of the rebels' allies, the Konoha shinobi? She blinked at him in surprise. They are Konoha shinobi? Unfortunately. She gave a curse that had Anko grinning proudly. She must have learned it from the Tokubetsu Jonin at some point, and muttered sourly under her breath. That means I do owe Taiko dinner when we get back. He's going to be so damn smug, High Captain? His voice broke her out of her thoughts, and after an embarrassed cough she responded. We had been unaware that they were Konoha shinobi, though we had suspicions. What we do know is that they appear to be at Umbu level. They are. Naruto interrupted. Yugao's squad, I believe? Katsuri immediately understood the implication, and what it must mean to her lord, wisely choosing to avoid the subject as much as she could. That makes sense, yes. It seems to be no more than 6 remaining, 3 having been slain, and 1 who seemed to have vanished. She realized her mistake and dared a glance to Tsukuyumi. He didn't say anything, but he really didn't have to. She could see it all in his eyes. She was still in Konoha when we left, but I'm not sure how long that will last. Probably more safe to just assume the presence of 7 at all times. Of course, Tsukuyumi-sama. Katsuri gave a nod, happy to be able to move on to other subjects. As for the rebels, they don't seem to have much in the way of manpower. They have a surprising number of supporters, but very few of them are of Jonin strength, and despite fighting for Kirigakure bloodlines, there's a notable lack of bloodline users in their forces. We believe Yagura managed to slay a majority of them, with any survivors favoring escape over supporting the rebels. This was more her territory. She'd much rather talk strategy than try to avoid causing her lord pain because of poorly chosen words. Field reports were much more safe. At the moment we're aware of 5 notable individuals, including their leader Terumi May, her second-in-command Ao, the first in a new generation of the 7 swordsmen, Chojiro the demon, Momoichi Zabuza himself, and Zabuza's apprentice. We believe their name is Haku. She handed him a stack of papers containing what they knew about each of them. Aside from them, no one else poses much of a threat, even to Yagura's men. The only reason they haven't been defeated yet is because they choose their targets wisely, and use large sections of their forces to overwhelm smaller groups of Kirigakyu troops. And the Konoha reinforcements? Asked Naruto. How have they played into everything lately? She paused for a moment, collecting her thought, and determining how she wanted to convey what was no doubt a more sensitive subject. As most of the rebel forces are not much of a threat, we have been basing our responses to rebel attacks based on who we can recognize. When the 5 I mentioned were not present, we believed well it had been Kigo at the time, but it wouldn't so anyone any good to pass blame around. They were all wolves, one pack under Tsukuyomi. They shared both victories and defeats in their efforts to carry out his will. That the regular forces would be easily defeated. We had not expected Umbu-level shinobi to be hidden among them. She looked down ashamed at their mistake, and what it had cost not only them but their father. They took us by surprise. Since then we've been treating every group as if they possess Umbu-level combatants, which has slowed down our progress significantly. We're basically back to square one according to some of the loyalists, but those we've interacted with don't seem to hold our caution against us. They've evidently run into similar problems. Naruto nodded, and understanding everything seemed to match what he knew, and he supposed that was a good thing. He had enjoyed enough surprises as of late. Are we being proactive or reactive in facing them? Naruto asked with a frown. Reactive. It's proven hard to locate them thus far. Katsumi gave her own frown. They don't have anything they need to defend, so it should make it easier for them to move around, but that should be cancelled out by the fact that they have so many people. I have no idea how they're finding space to set up their camps. What kind of camps? Tents? They could set those up about anywhere. Note Tsukuyomi-sama, they seem to be using rather large bunkers. No one in Kiri seems to be aware of them. No one aware of them? Large bunkers? Hidden? Are they really using? He trailed off in thought for a moment. I may know someone who can give us information on the bunkers, he finally said. The way Katsumi's eyes lit up, he might as well have proposed to her after a decade of dating. That would be fantastic, Tsukuyomi-sama. She barely restrained herself from jumping on him and giving a most unprofessional hug. Maybe when she was off duty. Do you know how soon you might be able to have that? It depends on how likely I am to get some sunlight. If tomorrow's favorable, I may be able to have that for you by the end of the day. That proved to be too much for her, and she ended up leaning over to pepper his face with kisses. It took her a moment to realize what she had done, and she looked back up to see an amused Kakashi and a slightly less amused Anko. If she had to restrain herself while he took care of business, why did the High Captain get to kiss him? That wasn't fair at all. He was going to have to make up to her for it tonight, preferably on the Mizuki's desk. My apologies, Tsukuyomi-sama. That news was very exciting. I lost myself for a moment there. Naruto beckoned her back down and ruffled her hair. Don't worry about it, I understand. He kissed her cheek. And if you ever feel the need to kiss me or hug me, please don't hesitate. I am your father, I love you all. I won't get mad if you want to show me you feel the same. I'll remember that, Tsukuyomi-sama. She feigned a cough in an effort to hide the red on her cheeks. But it would be unprofessional for me to do so when on duty. You're the High Captain on an active assignment, Naruto pointed out. You're always on duty. Kakashi stepped in to help her. If she's always on duty, she could probably use a break. I can take temporary command if she needs a few hours one of these days. I'm sure Anko would be happy to fill in too, wouldn't you? Anko didn't seem too pleased by the idea, but her frown quickly morphed into a pout. Only if I get Naruto time equal to the time I have to be in command. Her arms found themselves crossed over her chest. It's not fair that she gets Naruto time while on a mission while I don't. It's natural for a father and daughter to spend time with each other. Well, he thought it was anyway. Kakashi never had a daughter or even a sister. Neither did his friends. Actually, he didn't really have friends either. Maybe he needed to get out more. I'm a wolf too, Anko argued. So I should get to spend time with him if she does. But you're not his daughter. Says who? She countered. I'm a wolf and the wolves are his children. You sleep with him. All his wolves sleep with him. Kakashi gave her a blank stare. You regularly have sex with him. Fuck yeah, I do. Enko pumped her fist in the air. It's the duty of the eldest daughter to step up and take upon herself the role of the wife in the household, when the mother is no longer with us. Kakashi didn't know what to say to that. Neither did a heavily blushing Katsumi. Naruto just shook his head with an amused sigh. That was his Enko, all right. I don't even want to know where you came up with that, but if it's not from an Aika, I'm totally giving it to him to use. Only if he doesn't change our names when he writes it. Deal. He probably wouldn't have much trouble convincing Jiraiya to agree to that stipulation. Naruto shook his head again. Katsumi? Why don't you go ahead and get some rest? I think these two have it for now. I'm going to speak with Yagura. Tsukuyami sama. Enko was really going to make this whole fatherhood thing weird, wasn't she? At least he wouldn't have to worry about this sort of stuff from the Sand siblings. Karura's giggle at the thought was accompanied by a sense of definite approval. Tsukuyami Dano, I would assume? Yagura remained facing his open window. I didn't hear you knock. Which would probably be because he hadn't knocked. He was no subordinate coming in to report, nor was he going to stand outside his door and wait for Yagura to permit him entrance. He was Tsukuyami, and he was here to see things done. Strange, perhaps I'll have to knock more loudly next time. Yagura frowned as he turned to look at his ally. Quite. Tsukuyami was, well, he wasn't quite as intimidating from this distance. Not that he had been intimidating before, but the striking figure was somewhat reduced now that Yagura could make out some important details. Like his height. Tsukuyami wasn't very tall, in fact he seemed to be about the same height as himself. Yagura may have found a certain sense of camaraderie in this, but something about Tsukuyami's voice seemed young. He was not pleased to be reminded of his vertical deficiency by a young daimyo who might still grow to be taller than he was. Everything else about the young daimyo, however, seemed greater up close. The long red hair, the bright purple eye, and from this distance he could make out the seals on his exposed upper arms. They looked complicated, and even as he stared at them he could feel Isobu shift uncomfortably within his own seal. Understandably, Jinchuriki were not often fond of seal masters. But here was something more to these seals that made him uncomfortable, a physical weight they shouldn't have been able to possess. And if he didn't know better, he might suspect the young man before him to be a fellow Jinchuriki. Last he heard, no Biju had been sealed into a noble family, nor were any of the great beasts unaccounted for. Though he supposed that didn't mean this Tsukuyami hadn't managed to obtain some of the chakra from one. That was a dangerous game to be playing, especially in front of a true Jinchuriki. So Yagura broke himself from his musings. What is it that brings you to Mizuno-kuni? He paused. Unannounced, I might add. The uninvited went unsaid. 3 of my wolves were slain recently. Did you think that would not draw my attention? Yes, quite the quality forces you have. Such dedication. They die for a cause so easily it's like they aren't even trying. He gave a thoughtful hum as he retook his seat and folded his hands before him. If I had known your forces would have such trouble with the rebels, I would have thought differently about your offer. Tsukuyami's exposed eye narrowed, his scowl hidden by the mask. Perhaps this was more proof that he should have either sided with the rebels or left this whole mess alone. He had never met Yagura, hadn't even communicated with him before this. It was Sai who had set everything up on his behalf, and apparently his commander hadn't had any issues with the Mizukage. Or maybe he didn't bring up his objections after being instructed to make contact. He'd have to speak with Sai when he got back. From my understanding, it's not the rebels who have been giving them trouble, but the Konoha Umbu currently aiding them. Tsukuyami countered. So far they've managed to kill a number of them, something your shinobi seem incapable of. It's very fortunate they have allies that can. I don't know if you'd still have Kirigakure otherwise. Watch yourself, boy. Yagura commanded. I'm no petty noble you can run your mouth at. I'm Mizukage and the daimyo of Mizuno-kuni as far as you're concerned, and I won't hesitate to put you and your mutts back in their place. As he spoke, he tapped into the sandbite, pulling up enough chakra from his seal that his eyes began glowing a dim green, and the bloodlust of the beast flooded the room. Tsukuyami's eye widened in surprise for a single second before narrowing into a heated glare. The seals on his arms began glowing a faint blue with his own chakra, and Yagura had a sudden feeling of fear that was not his own. It took him to realize that it was the Sanbai's fear, the Biju itself seemingly distressed by whatever the seals on Tsukuyami's arms were. How extraordinary. A brief flash of gold filled Tsukuyomi's eye, an unmistakable feeling of another Biju's chakra becoming momentarily present, and he crossed his arms over his black armor. Do not think you can intimidate me with the sanbai. I will not think twice about ripping it from your body and allowing it to rampage across Mizu no Kuni for the rest of time. Yugura had the strangest feeling that the young daimyo was capable of backing up that threat. It only reinforced his dislike for the Lord of Wolves. The two continued to glare at each other for a minute before Naruto scoffed and turned to leave. I came to see what plans you had to finish off the rebels, but from what I've seen I don't suspect any exist. You use the resources of yourself and others as a bulwark to protect you from the rebels, hoping and praying that they'll end up destroying themselves before they can reach you. He gave another scoff. Pathetic. I'll have the locations of the rebels soon enough, and I'll take my wolves and whatever forces of yours who actually have the guts to get things done to finally end this war of yours. You think it's that easy? It was Yugura's turn to scoff. I've been fighting this war a decade now. You won't finish it with such little effort. You're naive and foolish, a sign of youth, but I doubt you'll get a chance to mature before someone does the world a favor and removes you. And you're stuck in your ways. Unbending, unchanging. You cannot adapt to the world outside, so you sit here in a familiar war to feel safe. I'm going to end this war, and then the world is going to devour you. When it does, I'll be here to pick up the pieces. Tsukuyomi left the room, not bothering to shut the door behind him, and both of them were struck by how similar they actually were. And how much they couldn't stand each other. It was a good 10 minutes later that Yugura finally caved in and rose from his desk to close the door. How inconsiderate. Have any twos? Danzo stared at Mai with a scowl for a moment before handing her one of his cards and turning to Naruto. Any sevens? Naruto shook his head. Go fish. Grumbling about bastards that must be cheating, Danzo fished out a card from the deck, scowling at it with all the disdain he could muster. Nines? The recently drawn card quickly found itself flung like a shuriken at Naruto with a negligent flick of Danzo's fingers. Gods above, he hated this game, and not just because Naruto had managed to win it all evening. Mai gave a giggle, something that made it impossible to scowl for a few moments, and Danzo wondered if this was what it would be like to have children or grandchildren. Maybe Hiruzen had the right idea. Of course, the charming bastard had also managed to steal away Biwako, which was probably the first rivalry they had ever had. Gods, what a woman she had been. But if Danzo had another chance to do things over, he would start Root as a self-sustaining organization and truly retire to a wife and kids. Okay, maybe not fully retire. He would at least limit himself to Root business on the weekends. Everyone needed a hobby. A knock on the door drew their attention from the game, and to a wolf peeking his head into the room. You've received a letter, Naruto-sama. The young daimyo waved it off. Just put it on my desk with my paperwork, I'll get to it tomorrow. It's from your son. Danzo blinked in surprise and turned to Mai as she hid a giggle behind her hand. Naruto had a son? How had he not heard anything about this? He gave Mai a considering gaze. Was she the mother then? They did seem rather close, but she was still pretty young. Hell, they were both young. And this son of his was old enough to write a letter, so when had Naruto become a father? It had to have been with an older woman, someone who had obviously had no qualms about a much, much younger partner. As mature as Naruto was and had always been, if the kid was old enough to write, then the woman must have been with Naruto when he was 10, maybe earlier. Geez, he hadn't even known that was possible. Wasn't puberty supposed to start around 12? Naruto's next words came even closer to giving him a heart attack than the revelation that Orochimaru themselves had stayed within Konoha as his guest for over a month. Which one? How many children did Naruto have? Gaara, Naruto-sama. Naruto perked up at that. Oh, from Gaara? Give it here then. The wolf gave a nod and handed it to his lord. Certainly. He took a look around the room, noting empty cups and a few scattered plates. Did you require anything at this time, Naruto-sama? Nothing right now, thank you. You may return to whatever it was you were doing. The wolf gave another nod, of course, and shut the door behind him. Something about that name seemed familiar to Danzo, but it took a minute to place it. Gaara? Sabaku no Gaara? Yes, that's him. He's your son? How? Naruto opened his mouth to explain before he paused. That is a very complicated story. Sometimes even I don't really understand what happened. I see. He didn't see at all honestly, but there were a lot of things that happened around Naruto that simply didn't make sense. Like how all his wolves tended to go from semi-conditioned professionals to puppies in his presence. Naruto gave a distracted hum in response. His attention was already focused solely on the letter in his hand. Mai reached over with a thin knife, offering to him with a smile. Even she didn't know when, why, or how Gaara had ended up being his son, but she thought it was absolutely adorable that the little tanuki called the Ukami his father. With the gentleness reserved for his children, Naruto carefully cut open the letter to reveal 3 separate pieces of paper. The first had been written by Temari, stating as formally as she could that these letters were intended for Tsukuyami alone, and wishing him well. There may or may not have been a section in which she commented on how lonely it was sleeping alone, and how much she was anticipating seeing him again, but she had done a very good job in hiding that between 2 paragraphs talking about the family trip they were on. She had, according to her letter, felt that Gaara probably wouldn't be the most elaborative in his own writing and wanted to make sure his father was kept up to date on how his son and his son's family were doing. He appreciated it. Handing the letter to Mai, who was more than eager to read it, he pulled out the next one. As Temari had predicted, Gaara's hadn't added much in his letter, writing mostly about his ability to sleep, how strange the members of his family were, and asking him to take care of his mother. From Gaara it was about what he expected, really. As with Temari's letter, he handed this one to Mai, idly noting that she had passed the first over to a curious Danzo. The third letter wasn't really a letter, and he couldn't stop the massive grin that stretched across his face when he looked at Gaara's artwork. His son had drawn him a picture. It was simple, so simple, but it absolutely blew his mind. This wasn't just being a father, this was fatherhood, and they really were worlds apart. Naruto stared at the picture for a few minutes in silence, golden eyes tracing over the figures representing himself, Gaara, Karura, Temari, and even Kankuro and Raza in the background. With the wolves they were family, but they were also a pack, hunting and running free until they returned home to their den. With Gaara and Karura and Temari he supposed they were just family. There was no command structure, though he suspected both Karura and Gaara might disagree there, nor was there any agenda. They simply were. The thought was beyond refreshing, and the feelings in his heart warmed his entire body. Naruto? Mai's voice caught his attention, and he gave her one of the small genuine smiles she loved so much. Yes, Mai? Is everything okay? She frowned in concern, an expression he took no small amount of guilty pleasure from seeing. She wore it far too well. Yes, Mai, everything's just fine. He handed her the picture, watching her reaction. He wasn't disappointed. It took her a second to realize what she was looking at, but before he knew it, he had a young woman flinging herself at him in an inescapable hug. Oh, it's so adorable. She squeezed. You have to have him visit so I can meet him. Perhaps, Naruto offered. We can go on a trip to visit them, a vacation of sorts. She gave him a scrutinizing look. A real vacation, or do you have something you need to take care of outside the village again? Yes? She slapped his arm with a small grin before placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. As long as you promise to take some time to rest, that sounds fantastic. Dinner for 2 it is then. Naruto nodded. She didn't say anything to that, but her beaming smile let him know that she thought that sounded absolutely wonderful. Danzo's snort caught their notice, and they both turned to see him with the picture. Last I checked he was a murderous psychopath, he commented. And now you have him drawing pictures of you with 2 wives. It's more of him with 2 mothers. Danzo gave another snort. If you say so. He took a glance at it again before asking, so what are you going to do with it? Hang it on the fridge, of course. Danzo thought he was joking, releasing a small chuckle, but he watched as Naruto retrieved it and walked out of the room. When Mai rose to follow him, he decided to do the same. Despite being told, he was still mildly surprised when they ended up in one of the kitchens in front of a fridge. Other pictures were already there, designs for outfits of some sort, and Naruto proudly hung Gaara's picture right between them. There, he declared with a soft smile. Perfect. This was without a doubt the strangest family Danzo had ever had the pleasure of knowing. And perhaps the strangest family he had ever had the honor of being a part of. Chapter 98. The first son you called High Priest? The golden serpent twisted and coiled, hanging its head upside down to see the one to summon it. I did, honorable child. I would ask of you a favor if you would grant it. Its forked tongue danced out between hissing laughter as it wound its way through their own golden scales to face Naruto properly. A favor? Ask it of me, High Priest. It will be granted. Red eyes gleamed with something dangerous, a lurking anticipation mixed with morbid curiosity. They prey my pack hunts, they hide in the dens of the snake sage. I would have you seek her out, and bring me back the locations of her past dens. I will ask it of her. More of the strange laughter came from behind gleaming fangs. I do not smell the elder, so I can only assume they have not arrived yet. The snake sage has sent aid for you, though they failed to answer your call themselves. They began swaying to and fro, reminding Naruto of the tale of an excited pup. Such disloyalty, it trailed off with a hiss. Such disobedience, angular head tilted slightly to the side. I would gladly punish them for such transgressions, High Priest. Blackened tongue lazily pierced the air, and its open jaw seemed to almost grin. After your newest request is fulfilled, of course. We would not hinder your plans when they seem so exciting. She will answer to me and me alone, honorable child. I will hear her out before punishment is given. She would not fail me so casually. Are you certain? Amethyst eyes glared down at the serpent with an almost physical weight. Are you questioning me? Coiling its retreat, it peered back up at the high priest with lowered head. No, it assured him. We would never think to question you, High Priest, but surely you would not begrudge us the opportunity to offer our advice. He gave it a measuring gaze for a minute, a frown tugging at his lips. Then consider your advice offered, but there are none who know Orochimaru better than I. If she has failed me for reasons within her power, I will see to her punishment personally. The serpent didn't seem pleased, but they gave a nod of their head anyway. Of course, High Priest. As you say. Golden scales shifted irritably. Was there anything else you required of me? Obedience. The snake recoiled as if struck before resting its head on the floor in an imitation of a bow. Always, High Priest. Your snake sage may disobey, but we will not. My snake sage has my confidence. Naruto gave the snake a withering glare. You would do well to remember that. He paused for a second. And if she has betrayed that confidence, I will be the one to deal with it. She is my responsibility. So if I were to suspect or notice something in the future, inform me at once. I will look into it. O's child grinned at that. As you command. I'll depart now to deliver your message. Right before it left, Naruto's voice gave it pause. If I find that you continuously raise false accusations at her, I will turn you into a belt and gift you to her. Do you understand? Perfectly, High Priest. Perfectly. Father was right. Orochimaru had done well in gifting the young Tsukuyomi his amulet. Perhaps they would let Orochimaru's recent failure go unpunished this time. In a flash of red, the golden serpent disappeared. Naruto's frown did not. A thoroughly soaked Kabuto exerted every effort to not glare at a smug Guren, though he very much wished to do so. He would not give her the satisfaction. Kidamaru and the Khan twins didn't bother hiding their amusement. Kabuto couldn't wait until he could return to Konoha. Hell, he'd even spend the rest of his life in Suna under that ungodly heat if it meant he could escape the watery hell he was in. Even Nami no Kuni was starting to look inviting compared to crossing the Kaizoku Sea on the back of a snake. Especially with those four. At least he had enough foresight to pack his storage scrolls in a waterproof container, otherwise he would be arriving to Mizu no Kuni with nothing but what he carried in his pouches. Most of that was probably ruined by his unexpected trip into the sea, courtesy of a suspiciously pink dolphin that had fearlessly leapt over the great elder serpent, despite the fact that all other ocean life had been avoiding getting nearer than 3 kilometers. Well, except the eels. They seemed to be pretty excited by the arrival of the great elder, which had not been exactly pleasant to discover when he had been knocked into the sea. Fortunately, the eels had been courteous enough to push him back towards the great elder, otherwise he probably would have been left behind. For such an old snake, he sure could swim quickly. The sight of land brought with it the promise of this trip being over soon, and even though they would be somewhere as horrible as Mizu no Kuni, at least there would be solid footing beneath him. He tried not to think about the fact that it was bound to be as soaked as the rest of the accursed country. When the great elder serpent made the transition from sea to land, Kabuto almost felt like crying in relief. He doubted Tsukuyomi had traveled by snake, which meant he should be able to return to Nami no Kuni with the young daimyo, and push this nightmare of a trip to the back of his mind for the rest of eternity. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite over just yet, and the great elder, being absolutely massive and mostly blind, wasn't at all bothered by the trees he wound his way around and often through. Kabuto didn't have the advantages of being a gigantic blind snake, but he could at least take some measure of comfort from the fact that the others didn't either. Watching a branch slap Kidamaru hard enough to send him halfway down the serpent didn't quite make up for the trip, but it certainly made Kabuto feel better. A giant serpent crashing through the misty forests of Mizu no Kuni was not something that went unnoticed, and it wasn't long before the news had Naruto standing before the southern gate awaiting its arrival. It was not hard to deduce who a massive snake would be in Mizu no Kuni for, especially after the words of O's child. He was not kept waiting long. He had also not quite expected what sight greeted his eyes. It was one thing to hear that a giant white snake was tearing through the forests, it was quite another to actually see it. What the hell did a snake that size eat worlds? Despite its size, it was also surprisingly quick, and within seconds of seeing it, the large serpent came to a screeching halt with its nose just feet from Naruto's face. The snake's black tongue flickered out, barely brushing across the young daimyo's skin. Yes, the deep grinding voice almost sighed in relief and great joy. His smell is strong on you, High Priest. I can taste his power in the amulet you wear. Naruto remained silent, his purple eyes staring into the dull gold of the old snake. Evidently it was not completely blind, not yet. There is fire in your eyes, strength in your will. They will serve you well. Tell me, what is the name of this high priest? I have many names, you may know me as Tsukuyomi. Something about that greatly amused the serpent as their jaws split into a fanged grin. So be it, moon reading man. They hissed with laughter. It is no wonder why father would take an interest in you. What are you then, Tsukuyomi? What kind of person has become the high priest of O? I am many things to many people. Naruto frowned only slightly. These serpents seemed rather keen to try judging him and his decisions, and he was not fond of it. To you I am the high priest. That is all you need to know. The snake paused, weighing his words as it observed him through cloudy eyes. Eventually it dipped its head in a bow and backed away slightly. Yes. My apologies, High Priest. It has been a long time since someone last held such an honor, and my excitement and curiosity seem to have gotten the better of me. I am the great elder serpent Koshi, first son of O. Call for me and I shall aid you, as I have every high priest to come before you. This snake was not old. Naruto realized it was absolutely ancient. It was also not to be made an enemy. The first son of O? Even if the golden serpent of the sun had mostly daughters, and even if it favored those daughters over whatever sons it may have had, being the firstborn son of O still carried a great deal of weight that even he as high priest would be wary to throw himself against. In honor of both that and to show appreciation for the serpent's apology, Naruto felt it appropriate to provide an answer to his question. I understand, great elder serpent. Rest at ease knowing that your father is represented by the daimyo of Nami no Kuni, head of the imperial house of wolves of Hai no Kuni, guide to the goddess Hinata no Mikoto of the clan of Hyuga, allied to Hai no Kuni Mizu no Kuni, the clan of Inuzuka, and the clan of Yamanaka. He is the godson of the snake sage, the prince of Odogekyu no Sato, and the son of the Uchiha matriarch. His veins flow with the blood of the Uzumaki, and his body houses the Ichibi no Tanuki Kurura. He is the wielder of Morio's tooth, and the bearer of O's amulet. Koshi grinned, flashing great purple fangs. You hold much influence in this world then. Good. You will need that if you are to bring back father's faith. I will spread the world among my descendants. You will have all the help we can offer. Naruto wasn't quite sure exactly what that meant, but even aid from O's grandchildren was a great boon not to be underestimated or unappreciated. Thank you, great elder. No thank you, high priest Tsukuyomi. I have waited many millennia for this opportunity. Gods above, even ancient, couldn't properly describe the age of this serpent. This thing was timeless. White scales shifted slightly, and Naruto had the distinct feeling that the massive serpent was slightly nervous about something. The very idea was completely ridiculous, but was proved correct with Koshi's next words. High Priest? If I could, he shifted a bit more. If I could ask of you a favor? What favor would you ask? He was very careful with his words, and he probably had O's child earlier to thank for it. They had agreed to his request before hearing it, and it wasn't until after it left that he realized it had been another test for the serpents to judge him on. He hadn't been pleased about it, but at least it was proving useful. He should have been on the lookout for things of that nature from the beginning, honestly. He was dealing with snakes after all, and not just any snakes. He was making deals with the children of the serpent deity. He had obviously been too lax in his dealings with them, and he had severely underestimated the value of Orochimaru's gift. Almost as if to prove his suspicions correct, Koshi seemed to express approval as much as a massive blind snake older than known human civilization could anyway at his response. When you next speak with Father, Koshi shifted even more, his black tongue flicking out nervously. For a moment it seemed like he might even think better of asking. Tell him that I long to hear his voice again even once more before my passing. Kilometers of muscle shuddered. And let him know that I do not hold his actions against him. I am honored to have been chosen to father the serpents of this world in his name. Despite never having spoken with the great golden serpent of the sun, Naruto took Koshi's words seriously. He had come to realize there was much more to this role than he had ever expected. When next I speak with O, I will tell him. You have my word. Thank you, High Priest. Even if your word does not sway him, I appreciate your willingness to grant me this request. Many tons of white muscle coiled together, and Koshi lifted back his neck to look down on the village of Kirigakure. You strike me as an intelligent man, Tsukuyomi. Or perhaps just wise. Either way, I feel it is only right to leave this situation in your hands. The snake sage called upon me to deliver their aid to you, but I was not the first. Manda, leader of the snake summons, was summoned by Orochimaru for this purpose but refused to see your will carried out. I was to punish him myself for this transgression, but it is you who he insulted with his actions. What would you have become of him? Naruto thought for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know Manda, nor do I know the contract and relationship between he and Orochimaru. Orochimaru may have called upon him in order to carry out my instructions to her, but I gave no such orders to Manda. If he is to be punished, it would not be my place to say. You are the High Priest, it is always your right to decide. Koshi lowered his head back to the ground to better meet Naruto's eyes. Even if you did not order him to aid you, not only did he obey your snake sage, but he openly insulted you in their presence. Surely you will not let that stand? There is truth to your words, great serpent. Naruto frowned. But I was not there. To find others guilty on the words of serpents would be foolish of me. A hissing laugh escaped Koshi and he rose back into the air. Wise indeed, High Priest Tsukuyomi. Wise indeed. He continued to laugh for a few moments more before gently shaking his head and returning it to the ground. So are we to assume Orochimaru has lied to us and allow Manda to continue unpunished? I have little reason to doubt Orochimaru. I'm inclined to take her word. Then he will be punished? No. Even on the face of a giant snake the confusion was easy to read. Koshi tilted his head to the side slightly and stared into Naruto's purple eyes. Your ways are strange, High Priest. If you believe the words of your sage but will not punish Manda, what will you do? I will test him. Let us see if he fails the commands from my lips. Koshi's laugh was closer to a roar, an odd sound to come from the lungs of a snake, and took minutes to subside. You speak like a serpent. The massive snake's laughter became more of a hiss. I look forward to seeing what you do, High Priest. I'm certain you will not disappoint. White scales shifted until Koshi's tail wrapped completely around Kirigakure, and still had more than enough to coil under the snake's chin. He rested his head on his makeshift pillow and flicked his black tongue eagerly. What test will you have for him? Nothing complicated, nothing difficult. I will command him as I do my children. If he obeys, I will be pleased. If he disobeys, he will be punished. And what will you have him do? Orochimaru intended for him to aid me in my war. I see no reason not to make use of him. Good. Call for him when you are ready to test him. I will be eagerly watching, as I'm sure Father is. I will call, we'll see if he answers. Koshi scoffed. He is a summon, and I have promised you the aid of my children. He will come. The summons are your children then? The summons, yes. And also the snakes in the grass and the air and the sea. The serpents are of my blood, all of them, as was tasked to me by the great golden serpent. I have not failed him. Tell him this when next you speak. It will be done. Would you have me call you when I test him? No. Koshi began shaking his head. The High Priest has returned and wages war against his enemies. I will remain here until they are devoured. Naruto took a moment to look back at the body of the snake completely surrounding the village and back up to the angular head and massive purple fangs. It would be one hell of a deterrent, that was for sure. As you wish. Naruto gave a nod of his head to the great elder, which was returned and turned to enter Kirigakure, but paused after a single step. Did you say Orochimaru sent you with aid? The thick white muscles slithered out from beneath his head and pulled back to reveal 4 individuals standing beside him. Yes, these are the forces of Orochimaru. They claim their recent shedding has left them weak, but it gave him a scrutinizing look. Perhaps that is not my place to judge. You will see to your servants, I'm sure. You are not the first to mention her actions, Koshi. He walked past the serpent and patted its scales lightly. It was like a wall of steel. I will see to Orochimaru when I see her next. Yes. You've already proven that you are no fool. I don't doubt that you will. Koshi placed his head on the ground to rest. And this last shedding, she is a he now. Again. Who is to say? I was not there for the birth of that serpent. Naruto paused for a split second at that, making note that Orochimaru had already changed bodies. If that was why she hadn't been able to come, then he completely understood. The weakness they experienced after a transfer was known to him, and if she wasn't at her normal strength, then he didn't want to pull her into a war and risk her being killed. Thank you, Koshi. I had not yet heard the news. Then it is my pleasure to keep you informed, High Priest. He patted the scales again, not knowing if such a large being could even feel it, and approached the Otogekyu shinobi. 2 of them he recognized immediately, one from a report, and one because he had met them before. Yakushi-sensei, what a surprise. I didn't expect to run into you so far from Konoha. Ah, Naruto-sama. A dripping Kabuto tried his best to give a pleasant smile. Really, he did. It was more of a grimace. It turns out that there was work to do here in Mizuno Kuni, so here I am. Here you are. Naruto agreed with a nod. He turned to the other person he recognized and gave them a nod too. And you must be Gyurin. I've heard of you from some of my wolves. For such a pretty bloodline, it can cause a rather surprising amount of damage. That earned him an equally pretty smile from the woman, and he focused on the 2 he didn't know the identities of. And you too? Who did Orochimaru find fit to send me? Kadamaru Denka-sama. Answered the spider, 6 arms splayed out in greeting. I'm Sakan, greeted the other. He turned slightly to show another head that grinned at Naruto. And I'm Yokan. Naruto stared at them for a moment before shaking his head. Yeah, your Orochimaru's alright. The Kan twins were more than a little disappointed to not get a reaction, and even Kadamura seemed let down. Both Gyurin and Kabuto looked like they wanted to strangle them. He was reminded very much of the genin team that stayed with him during the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, this time there were 2 Zakus. He hoped Orochimaru wouldn't be too upset if he ended up driving a chain through their throats. Accidentally, of course. A pleasure, I'm sure. He had no doubt he sounded as skeptical as he felt. Turning back to the 2 he had reasonable confidence in their competency, he opened his arms slightly in welcome. It may be a bit broken at the moment, but welcome to Kirigakyu no Sato of Mizuno Kuni. I assume Orochimaru has already given you orders. Gyurin and Kabuto shared a look before she spoke up. Our orders are to offer you aid in whatever way we can, Denka-sama. She reached into one of her pouches to retrieve a wrapped bundle. We are also to ensure this reaches you on behalf of Orochimaru-sama. Another gift? He couldn't help but be amused that she kept sending him things, especially after realizing just how valuable the amulet had been. He had no idea what the purpose of them was, but he certainly wasn't about to reject any of them. Yet anyway. He was well aware that there could come a time that the gift she offered would be something he just couldn't accept. He tried very hard not to think about what that could possibly be or why on earth she would think it would make a good gift, but he knew her well enough not to doubt that she could find something. He also needed to start referring to her as a he now, according to Koshi. That was going to take some getting used to. Gyurin gave a nod as she approached with the bundle outstretched. He took it gently. He had no idea what she might have sent him this time and tucked it under his arm. He'd open it later, either in the command tent or wherever his wolves found lodging for him for their stay. He hadn't given it any thought when he marched out here, but he was sure it was one of the first concerns any of his children had. Knowing Anko, he was probably going to find himself with a room at a local brothel for as long as he was in Kirigakure. Of course, as long as it was clean prior to his occupation, he really couldn't care less that it was. Excellent, I suppose. Kidamaru and the Kan twins seemed flabbergasted by his response to a gift from Orochimaru himself. Gyurin seemed amused while Kabuto watched impassively. Any ally of Orochimaru was bound to be strange, but her godson the Crimson Prince? There was nothing the young man could do that would surprise Kabuto. He had seen way too much shit in his life in the service of Orochimaru already, and simply considered him to be capable of anything the traitorous Sannin was. And sometimes more. But he wouldn't tell her that. Receive gifts from Orochimaru-sama often then? Asked Gyurin with a smirk. Naruto shrugged. She likes to show her affection. Come, let's get you settled in. I'm still awaiting information I requested from her earlier this morning. And you know she'll give it to you? Gyurin asked, but she really didn't need to. Even the most foolish Odo shinobi could tell that Orochimaru would go to any lengths for her Crimson Prince, though his confidence in that fact was slightly disconcerting when they were to serve under him for an indeterminate amount of time. He could quite literally get away with anything in Orochimaru's eyes. Naruto rose a single brow and gave an amused snort. She'd give me the world should I ask for it. He continued back into Kirigakure as Gyurin and Kabuto shared another look. The scary part was that he was absolutely right. The terrifying part was that a fanatical Orochimaru had a damn good chance of pulling it off with the proper motivation. Say that again, Zabuza frowned. But slowly. The messenger gave frantic nods, either exceedingly brave or unbelievably foolish, from within the opening of the Kubikuribocho that tried very hard to marry its edge to his throat. Why yes, Zabuza-sama. Kid looked like he was close to pissing himself. Mai seemed less than thrilled, but Ao was visibly amused. Well, half amused and half disappointed. They simply didn't make shinobi like they used to. More of the wolves have joined up with Yagura's forces in Kirigakure. Yeah, I got that part, kid. Kubikuribocho dug further into the concrete walls with ominous grinding. I meant the part about living deities descending from the heavens and snakes larger than the goddamn village trying to eat it. Oh. Yes, oh. It was hard to tell what was grinding more, the sparking edge of Kubikuribocho or Zabuza's teeth. Well, they say that there's a snake wrapped around Kirigakure right now. Pure white with a body so thick it almost hides the village completely. The kid shuddered at just the thought. It doesn't even need to stretch in order to surround it. There's enough of its tail left over that it can probably go halfway around again easily. That was probably not good news. At least Zabuza couldn't see how that would necessarily be bad. Granted, he didn't see how it could be a good thing either. It just was. Though it was damn strange, that was for sure. And the deity? Mentioning the snake had been nothing, evidently, because the kid hadn't even uttered a word before he paled and started shaking lightly. The beads of sweat that began forming as he tried to force his jaw to work were also moderately concerning. Tetsutsuka spit it out, boy. Tsukuyami is currently in Kirigakure. Oh. Well. Damn. Zabuza was sure the expression on his face was absolutely ridiculous, even half covered in bandages as it was, but he couldn't bring himself to be concerned with that at the moment. He had bigger fish to shred into shark chum. Like the fact that Tsukuyami was currently in Kirigakure. You know, that bit of news that had just reached him. Even assuming Tsukuyami wasn't a warrior of any kind and that the wolves were all only mid-B-ranked shinobi, which Zabuza knew damn well they were not, the fanaticism alone his presence would generate would make them a fearsome force indeed. Knowing instead that the regular wolves were at least a ranked and umbu trained from what he could tell anyway made the situation much worse. He tried to not immediately imagining what forces he may have brought with him. Would they be the best to serve as his guard or as his inner circle, or would they be mediocre because he was more powerful than any of his forces? Neither option looked good. And when you mixed his sudden appearance with that of a massive serpent? Now Zabuza saw why that could be a bad thing. Even he wasn't really keen on going against something that fucking large. It would be like going against a biju just without the corrosive chakra. Zabuza was many things, but an idiot was not one of them. Still, he had to make absolutely sure he wasn't just hearing things. Tsukuyami, the daimyo of Nami no Kuni and the head of the Imperial House of Wolves. He paused to take a deep, calming breath. The man who took over a country without anyone batting an eye, that Tsukuyami with an army of fanatical forces who would happily slaughter everyone in the world to please him. You're telling me that Tsukuyami is currently in Kirigakure? Why, yes. God motherfucking damn it. Haku looked up from her journal to smack him on the arm for his profanity, but he paid it no mind. Despite his best efforts, she still hit like a girl with deadly precision and exceedingly cruel accuracy. He really had done good by her. Beyond word of his accomplishments, do we really have any other information about this Tsukuyami? Ao tried very hard not to give an undignified snort at the thought that someone would be so pompous as to try stealing the name of a god. For all we know, he could just be a figurehead. He's dangerous as a figurehead. Zabuza held Ao's gaze as he removed Kubikuru Bocho from the wall. The wolves are fanatics. I know we've talked about this before. On their own they're competent, reminded of him they're deadly. I can only imagine that in his presence they're damn near a force of nature. Ao frowned but didn't disagree. They had indeed discussed this before. As time went on, the wolves became slightly more relaxed, normal for soldiers in comfortable positions, and seemed to fight more like your average or ranked shinobi. Whenever word or worse yet troops arrived, however, they seemed to regain the wild energy of their namesake. They went from skilled mercenaries to ravenous animals, and as anyone with experience could tell you, it was a lot easier to fend off a predictable human than it was to fend off a rabid beast. A rabid beast with the intelligence with a human? That was a bad combination. Ao could only imagine, and not happily, what they might be like if they knew their god was watching them. He shuddered at the thought. And if he's not a figurehead? Zabuza continued. Imagine the kind of person it would take to lead that pack. The swordsman shook his head. Either way, it's bad news for us. Things are going to be a lot harder now. A feminine scoff followed his words from a maid that looked less than impressed. Konoha, the strongest of the 5 major villages, decided to give us aid. We have some of their best ready to aid us, and a new target who simply walked into the open. We managed to get rid of him, and the wolves will scatter. Or go on a frenzied rampage throughout Mizu no Kuni until they're put down, pointed out Ao. I doubt that having a ranked shinobi lashing out at everything around them will be good for us as we try to stabilize the country. And we'd probably have better luck hitting Yagura, really. Zabuza snorted. Unlike Tsukuyomi, his men don't seem to really care for him. If we're to target anyone for an assassination, he's our guy. Zabuza frowned deeply enough that it was visible through his bandages. Though I'm not sure I like the idea of Yagura falling when Tsukuyomi is already in Kirigakure ready to assume control. That's just asking for trouble. Yagura's too skilled, he's a Kage after all. Mei shook her head at the thought that assassins, even Konoha Anbu, could manage to end Yagura's reign of terror. It would be a waste to send them after him, and I'd rather not cause their deaths needlessly. It would be a bad start to our relations with Konoha, and we can't afford more enemies at this point. It was a fair argument against trying to assassinate Yagura, but not necessarily a strong one for trying against Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi is allied with the Fire Daimyo, Ao reminded them. Which means he's allied with Hai no Kuni and Kaze no Kuni, and through them Kanehigakure no Sato and Sunagakure no Sato respectively. If we're trying to avoid bad relations, he's not really a viable target either. Letting out one of the foulest curses he knew and doing his best to ignore the Saban lodged painfully in his spine for the efforts Zabuza was reminded why he hated politics. It was so much easier when you could just kill any problem you encountered without worrying about the consequences. Had worked mildly well for Kisame from what he heard. Sure, he slaughtered a daimyo and had a massive bounty on his head because of it, but he had also slaughtered all samurai under the daimyo's employ, which had worked well to deter others from trying to collect it. For some reason Zabuza didn't think this daimyo would prove to be quite as easy. But we have Konoha's Anbu on our side, it's obvious who Konoha supports. Not publicly, pointed out Ao. But yes, it would seem Konoha does support us. We can probably assume that the Fire Daimyo supports whatever places him in the greatest position though, so we still need to be careful. If we don't get rid of Tsukuyomi, or the wolves, then we should be fine. We'll give that task to the Anbu. Zabuza and Ao shared a look. She wasn't wrong. Iroh might try something anyway, but if they avoided direct confrontation with the wolves, they could even claim complete ignorance of their presence. It was better than sending their own forces on a possibly suicidal mission too. The only problem would be how Konoha reacted to it. Are you sure that's what you want to do, Mei? Zabuza frowned. I wouldn't normally, but a situation like this might call for some caution. I agree. Ao nodded. It would be wise to get some measure of our opponent before making moves. We can't give him too much time to become familiar with Kirigakure. The sooner we strike, the better chance we have. A sigh escaped Mei's lips as she shook her head. And if a squad of Konoha Anbu can't take him down, what chances do our forces have? I can't spare either of you for an assassination attempt. Well, you might be able to spare him. Ao's face remained perfectly blank when they both turned to him. No offense, Zabuza. Ao, what? I'm not wrong. He's not. He was a master of silent killing, and he had been away from the rebellion before. Hell, he had been away from it more than he had been with it at this point. If they had proven themselves capable of operating without anyone, it was definitely him. We're not wasting Zabuza on an assassination when we have other options. And if they fail? Asked Ao. Maybe. Zabuza just gave a shrug. Fair enough. He had been itching for some action anyway. Might want to reach out to Kisame before, though, just in case. If anyone was qualified to offer advice on slaughtering daimyo, it would be the fish. Chapter 99 By Raven's Wings. The raven seemed perfectly content with its chosen perch, swaying back and forth with every step the wolf took. Said wolf was less than thrilled that the bird had decided to land on the top edge of his mask instead of the arm he had extended for it. Cheeky thing. Quick steps devoured the distance between the two and the intended recipient of the raven's message, and the wolf continued to remind themselves that they were not running to Tsukuyomi for help. Communications from his spy could be vital. After all, it was only natural to bring this matter to his attention with haste. Above him, the raven gave a smug caw. Evidently it didn't agree. Mai's slender fingers elicited a happy caw, with their ministrations softly stroking through inky black feathers of a satisfied raven. Naruto watched from the corner of his eye as he scanned over the letter it had carried from Amigakure. He quickly found himself giving it his full attention. She was God's damn it. God's motherfucking damn it. They hadn't even discussed this, though looking back he damn well should have. It wasn't that he saw anything wrong with her killing off Itachi, he supported her getting her revenge 100%, or even the matter of her leaving Akatsuki. He hadn't really needed that in the first place, even if this last letter had news that made having a spy in their midst an attractive concept for the imminent future, but the fact that she hadn't given him any time to arrange any kind of support. She wasn't just trying to assassinate Uchiha Itachi, she was double-crossing an organization composed of S-rank shinobi in the process. The chances of something going wrong were astronomical, and he didn't have so much as a pair of wolves to help her exfiltrate Amigakure safely. He also had no reliable method of contacting her if she was on the move. Her ravens were good, but it would still take them time to figure out where she was. Time she might not have. Gods above, he didn't even know if she had succeeded. For all he knew, she could have been killed before her raven had managed to get out of Amigakure, a possibility that did not please him. He couldn't even summon a child of O to check on her because what was left of the original's blood had already dried up. Naruto frowned down at the paper for a moment more before tossing it onto his desk with a sigh. Worrying about it wasn't going to do anyone any good at this point, but it was going to be damn difficult not to. Is something wrong, Naruto-kun? Mai looked up from the raven, who squawked indignantly at the sudden lack of attention, and gave him a concerned frown. Too much had been going wrong lately for the young daimyo, and she wasn't sure how much more he could shoulder before it broke him. It's no, well, don't worry about it. He corrected himself. It definitely wasn't nothing, but there was nothing to be done about it until he heard from the Uchiha matriarch again. Just a complication with one of our agents that only time will show the full ramifications of. It wasn't as much information as she would like, but she did appreciate that he hadn't tried to completely hide it from her attention. Even so, if you want to talk about it, Naruto-kun, she offered, which earned her a small smile. Thank you, Mai, but I don't think that will be necessary. Probably be better if I don't think about it for a while too. That gave Mai some relief, because if Naruto was comfortable setting the matter aside, it wasn't anything close to critical. Still, the frown on his face didn't seem to be leaving, and something in his golden eyes told her that the news was troubling him more than he'd care to admit even to himself. Setting the raven onto the back of a chair in his office, something wicked flashed through her eyes and a sultry smirk pulled at her lips. If he didn't want to think about it, well, she had a few ideas on how she could keep him distracted. The matter of Mikoto and the news that Akatsuki would soon be looking for his son would stand no chance against Mai's onslaught, at least for a few hours. But sometimes a few hours away from your problems was all you needed to come up with a solution. And if not? Well, Naruto was willing to keep trying. He was sure Mai wouldn't object to the idea either. Fields of white seemed to stretch on forever, broken only by the occasional spot of exposed rock from buried mountains. What few trees were visible did their best to blend into the white nothingness, their burdens laying heavy on aging branches, and relentless specks of winter stuck to every nook and cranny of their bark. In the distance, the glow of fires escaped the windows of Shimo no Kuni's southernmost town, Shira, inviting travelers to stop by and escape the cold. Gaara wasn't interested in that in the slightest. He had heard of snow before, of course. He understood it conceptually. Experiencing it was a completely different matter. It was soft but crunchy, a solid that quickly liquefied in his grasp. And the cold, the desert dropped pretty low during winter nights, but the snow here was so cold that his fingers began to burn. He loved it. Turning back to his amused siblings, he paid no mind to Raza staring distastefully at the white landscape, nor the bright red that stained his nose and cheeks. Kankuro gave a shake of his head, a thin smile pulling at his lips, while Temari brought him in for a hug before wrapping a length of cloth around his neck. He didn't know what it was, but it was warm and soft just like his mother's. A pair of lips briefly touched his nose, followed by his forehead, and before he knew it, slender fingers through his hair were replaced by some sort of hat. Gaara looked up into the green eyes of his mother to find a pair of mittens being held out to him. He put them on without question, immediately noting how much warmer his entire body felt. Kankuro gave an amused snort but otherwise remained silent. "Oh, aren't you just the cutest?" Temari patted his cheek with her own bare hands before gesturing back to the fields of white snow. "Go on," she prompted him. "Enjoy." He didn't need to be told twice. Gaara had always wondered what it would be like to make a snowman. "You think that's them then, yeah?" he asked, 3 sets of teeth chattering in the cold. His partner just grunted and continued shuffling forward, paying the small family no mind. The Ichibi Jinchuriki is a homicidal psychopath, not some kid being introduced to snow to the first time by his family. Deidara could see that, but something about them simply seemed off. Maybe it was their age. Kids sure were forcing themselves to grow up faster these days. Back in his day, that young woman would have had a good few years before she even had a kid, never mind the fact that he was obviously well past the toddler stage. Was he just getting old? "You sure it can't be both, yeah?" "It could be." Sasori shrugged. "But I doubt it. Should we check?" "If you want to." Sasori shrugged again. "I don't care if you want to waste your time, just don't waste mine. They might have seen something I already told you to check if you want to." "Yeah, but it would be weird for me to just pop up out of nowhere to ask them." "So you want me to go with you?" "Yeah, exactly. How does it make it any less weird to have 2 strange men approach a young family in the middle of nowhere?" Sasori gave his younger partner an unamused look. "Well, his puppet did anyway. It would probably be best if you just pretended to be lost." "Aren't we?" The large puppet that housed him paused in the snow, a small dusting collecting on its curved back. "Let's go ask for directions." She rapped her knuckles against the wooden door, practically bouncing in excitement both for what she had done and what she was going to be able to do. It had been far too long since she had seen Naruto. The sounds of locks disengaging went on for a bit before the door creaked open to show the mask of a wolf. They seemed less than pleased to see a raven mask staring back. "Can I help you?" "No, you can't. I'm here for Naruto-kun." He stared at her for a moment. "And you are?" "His mother." "Ah." The wolf looked into a hallway behind him as if seeking advice from comrades that weren't there. Well, he supposed it was okay. Naruto-sama sure was popular these last few days. He normally didn't get so many visitors. "Please come in. Naruto-sama has a guest at a moment, so I'll see if he's free." "He'll be free," Mikoto assured the wolf as she walked into the apartment. "He's always free for me." The wolf thought that might be more accurate for my ankle or perhaps even Orochimaru, but who was he to question Tsukuyumi's mother? How did that make her his grandmother? What a strange idea. Of all things she had expected to see upon entering his room, a naked young woman draped over him was not one of them. Mikoto hesitated in the doorway, her black eyes tracing the 2 nude figures whose modesty was only saved by a thin black sheet that twisted around them. They actually looked really good together, a traitorous part of her chimed in. She couldn't disagree. The deep black and burning red of their hair stood out wonderfully from pale flesh, her son's tattoo like seals cutting across his torso, and the arms that held his sleeping companion to it. Mikoto couldn't quite place the burning feeling in her stomach, somewhere between pride and jealousy. Some part of her felt as though her place was being stolen from her, but another argued that this was what it was like to have a son grow up. Gods know the other 2 had never gotten this far. He seemed happy even sleeping, so she supposed she was glad he had found. Actually, she couldn't quite recall her name. With a frown she realized they probably had never met, which was understandable, but even so she should have heard some mention of her from Naruto. Especially if they were this close already. At least it wasn't that Inuzuka from back in Nami. Mikoto definitely hadn't gotten off on the right foot with that one, so learning that they had become her daughter-in-law would have been irritating. Actually learning that there was a possibility of her having a daughter-in-law this way was more than a little irritating too. But again they looked rather cute together, and the exposed flesh of the sleeping couple seemed soft, warm, and inviting. Mikoto herself was tempted to join the two of them, something not helped by the fact that she had rushed here immediately after bidding farewell to Kisame, and was feeling rather drained from the trip. Would it be weird for her to join them? If she woke up first there would be no problem. If Naruto woke up he'd be in bed naked with his lover and his mother, and if the girl woke up she would be in bed with both her lover and her lover's mother. Putting it like that made it seem like a bad idea, but a wicked part of her thought it would be terribly amusing. She usually called that part of her the Toby half, but her Toby half was a good girl and certainly had a lot more fun than she had ever had as Mikoto. Maybe Toby's idea wasn't so bad after all. Ensuring the hallway was clear, a smirk tugged at her lips and she entered the room. She had become used to wearing very little beneath her cloak in the muggy humidity of Amigakure, so she was very nearly naked herself before the door closed with a click. She wouldn't take everything off though. Even Toby thought that was a bad idea. A pair of panties would serve well enough and brought with it memories of that night so long ago. It was still a horrible memory, but the comfort she received from Naruto afterwards remained one of the best in her possession. Slipping into bed with the two, she pressed herself into Naruto's free side and gathered what sheets she could over herself. She was going to make sure she was comfortable naturally, but that didn't mean she had to give anyone who came looking for her son a show. The last thought she had was of how wonderful it felt to have someone to hold again. "Excuse me, yeah?" Kankuro turned to look at the approaching figures who crunched their way over through the snow. Just by sight they were obviously shinobi of some sort, and based on the scratched headbands they were obviously not the legitimate kind. Legal kind? Endorsed? Now that he thought about it, the whole concept of rogue shinobi was sort of strange. They were supposed to be sneaky, backstabbing mercenaries looking out for their own interests above all, weren't they? So why was the idea of leaving the village one was raised in for better opportunities frowned upon? If anything, it should have been applauded. He was getting distracted. "Can I help you?" Kankuro was aware of Temari placing herself between the two strangers and Gaara, who was still enjoying the snow without a care in the world. Evidently Temari wanted to keep it that way. "I hope so, yeah." The taller one scratched the back of his blonde hair, idly brushing off the snow that was already starting to accumulate again. "My companion and I are a bit lost." He gave an embarrassed chuckle. "We were heading towards Shira and then up through Shimo no Kuni to Kaminari no Kuni. We're trying to find someone who we think might have headed that way, yeah." It was actually a surprisingly honest answer which earned a raised brow from Sasori. He couldn't be too surprised though, as the best lies were timeless and Deidara wasn't really good with the whole permanence thing. At least he was playing his strengths. Or avoiding his weaknesses, he supposed. Pain thought that Gaara might have headed towards Kumogakure no Sato after Suna had been captured by Konoha, mostly because there had been no word of a sand monster devouring the Konoha shinobi nor tales of some sort of desert god rising in the midst of chaos. Sasori hated it when Pain got poetic, mostly because he never wrote or saved those speeches. If you were going to make art, make it last, damn it. Otherwise it was just a waste. But with the lack of those, it was determined that he probably hadn't remained and possibly never returned to Kaze no Kuni. The next logical place for him to go apparently was Kumogakure. Something about the safety of a major village and the fact that they took the best care of their Jinchuriki. Sasori really hadn't been paying close attention, but was personally of the opinion that any Jinchuriki that managed to find themselves outside the authority of a village probably wasn't about to exchange that freedom to a village just because they were the most tolerant of your existence. Then again, not all shinobi were intelligent. Haiden was a prime example of that. And with the Ichibi Jinchuriki supposedly a blood-crazed psycho, they probably weren't thinking about the most logical course of action. Naturally, that meant Pain's prediction of Kuma wouldn't mean anything either, because they wouldn't be looking for safety, but who was Sasori to question the boss man? Some of his puppeteering supplies were damn expensive, and Akatsuki paid very handsomely to maintain a roster of S-ranked shinobi. Kankuro's posture relaxed a bit, though he didn't drop his guard. "Well, that's Shira there," he pointed to the distant lights. "And if you keep going that way, you should hit Kaminari no Kuni before long." "We appreciate it, yeah." Deidara gave him a grateful smile. "Neither of us is used to this sort of weather, so wandering around lost would have been a real pain, yeah." "No problem." Kankuro gave a shrug before his eyes narrowed ever so slightly at the talkative blonde. "Say, who are you guys looking for anyway?" Oh, just the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Deidara didn't even hesitate, nor did he notice the way that everyone but the young man currently building some sort of snow sculpture tensed at hearing it. Sasori did. We hadn't heard any news of him back in Kaze no Kuni, so upper management thinks they might have gone this way towards Kumo. Haiden was an idiot, but Deidara wasn't much better, Sasori admitted. He still gave an amused snort. Upper management? The worst part was that technically he wasn't wrong, though he highly doubted any of the members of upper management would appreciate being called such. That's so? Interesting. Yet to be honest, I'm not even sure why, but I didn't have many options after I left my village, and this gig pays pretty well. Deidara gave a shrug as if he was speculating about tonight's weather. Well, thanks again for the directions, it was nice meeting you all, yeah. He gave a short laugh. And it's a good thing none of you have a chakra spirit sealed into you, yeah. I would hate to have to fight. Sasori didn't even try to disguise the pained groan that somehow managed to draw itself from decorative lungs. Why, yeah, that's good. Best of luck with your seer. I did, but she's gone now. Huh? Deidara turned towards the young man, putting the finishing touches on a sculpture of a woman with a rather suspicious tail. You had what now, yeah? I had mother. Gaara repeated, earning a groan from his brother and an exasperated sigh from his sister. But she's not with me anymore. She's spending time with Tusama these days. Sometimes she visits still, though. Well, it had been a relatively civilized conversation so far. Sasori didn't see why that had to change just yet. There was still a chance of this being a misunderstanding, he supposed, but he was damn sure the man standing off to the side and watching them was the Yandame Kazekage, excuse him, the former Yandame Kazekage, so there was a damn good chance this was the man's family. The fact that he made his son the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi was pretty well known. Just to clarify, Sasori's gravely voice cut in. This mother was the Ichibi no Tanuki, correct? Yeah. Gaara nodded before pointing to his sculpture. She has a tail. And a rather generous bust compared to the rest of her body, Sasori noted. Purely from a professional perspective, of course. Bodies were kind of his thing. And she's no longer with you? It sounded ridiculous, but so did placing Biju within people in the first place, so who was he to judge? No, Tusama took her. So he was really claiming to no longer be a Jinchuriki. Sasori really didn't have any way to check that, but he was inclined to believe it. It might explain why the infamous mass murderer seemed so docile at the moment. Actually, that was a bad comparison. Kisame was pretty chill usually, and his hobbies included shredding the skin off of his opponents. Still, what he was seeing was a far cry from how the young man was supposed to be, and as far as he was concerned, that was as likely a reason for it as any. Is that possible? Deidara turned to his senpai, who just shrugged. But you said she visits you, yet Tusama took her from my seal, but she can still visit it. Sometimes Tusama has been there too. That was unlike anything Sasori had ever heard. As far as he was aware, it shouldn't have been possible, and he should just consider the fact that the kid was delusional, and still held the Ichibi. If he didn't, however, it would be a massive waste of time. Sasori hated wasting his time. I see. Sasori thought for a moment, trying to decide how to proceed, when Deidara decided to ask his own question. So who is this Tusama, yeah? Asked the Aiwa native. We probably need to have a talk with him if he's the one with the Ichibi. Tusama is Tusama. Gaara seemed honestly confused at the question, and his answer earned a smile from Temari. Like, what's his name, yeah? Tusama? Before Deidara could get too heated in an argument against the child, Sasori's voice cut in. Puppeteer, what's his name? Kankuro shared a look with his sister, who gave a shrug that Gaara copied more out of his own confusion than any sort of agreement. But if Temari thought Naruto could handle it, and he was the man to make Gaara calm down, and was currently in possession of a Biju, then Kankuro supposed he could probably take care of himself. His name's Naruto of Konoha. Kankuro answered. I'd be careful, there's something about him that was able to scare a Biju. It was completely truthful, which was more than a little unnerving for the two Akatsuki members. Raza chose this time to add in his own 2 cents, though it didn't look like they would really be needed. He's the godson of Orochimaru too, he commented, and was able to convince them to abandon the invasion of Konoha they had been planning for years. Sasori and Deidara shared a look. This really was sounding less and less fun. Is he good with seals then? Sasori was now asking more out of general curiosity than trying to learn more about a possible enemy on the future. The more he heard of this Naruto, the more impossible he seemed. Kankuro gave a brief chuckle. Good? I'd hope so. His entire torso is covered in M. They have a tendency to start glowing real ominously when he gets pissed. That sounded awfully like a Jinchuriki, but he couldn't have two Biju, could he? And that was before he took possession of Mother? Yeah, when we first met him. Kankuro spared a look back to Temari and Gaara only to see that his brother's attention was back to his sculptures and Temari had been recruited to aid him. This really was a bizarre situation. It almost didn't seem real that he was standing here in the snow chatting with S-ranked rogue shinobi who were hunting down the Biju. Maybe Konoha's green had more of an effect on him than he had realized. And this Naruto, he's not a Jinchuriki, is he? They had a general idea of who most of them were, and he knew Konoha's Jinchuriki had been covered in one of the briefings. He distinctly remembered they were female. Name was similar though. Kankuro shrugged. Not sure about when we met him, but now. Based on what Gaara said, he's probably the Ichibi Jinchuriki now. He shuddered a bit. Gods, what a horrible thought. Could you imagine a Jinchuriki with two Biju? I remember Gaara with one. Quite. This probably needed to be reported to Pain, after which they would go hunt down this Naruto. Sasori's eyes met Deidara's, and it was obvious they felt the same about the situation. They really didn't want to deal with this mess. This Naruto was sounding more and more unpredictable with every description, and some of the resources he seemed to have at his disposal increased the danger of that unpredictability exponentially. Akatsuki teams were put together to neutralize specific Jinchuriki. How the fuck were they supposed to counter someone with two Biju at their disposal? Biju that, from the sound of it, like their Jinchuriki? Well, at least one did. Almost as if to convince them that it was a bad idea, Gaara spoke up from his work, green eyes bright and nose red. Mother mentioned that Sama used to speak with the Kyuubi, but that she's being punished. The Akatsuki shared another look. Sounded like 10 tales of Nope to them. Well, Sasori swept his gaze over the Suna shinobi. I suppose we'll just have to keep looking for Sabaka no Gaara Jinchuriki of the Ichibi. Kankuro gave an amused snort. Why wasn't he surprised that the man who could make Biju submit to him was able to scare off a couple S-rank shinobi? That's right, yeah. Deidara gave a nod. Leader Sama gave us very clear instructions. We need to make sure we follow them carefully, yeah. Consensus reached. Deidara moved off into the snow to try his own hand at building something temporary, of course, from the fluffy white substance. Sasori and Kankuro stood in the snow watching the three of them in the snow for a while in silence before the master puppeteer turned to his younger counterpart. Have you ever considered making puppets out of human bodies? No. Kankuro's attention remained fixated on the work his siblings were doing, a contemplative frown on his lips. Have you considered making them out of snowmen? I have not. Sasori blinked at the question more out of a need for accuracy in his work than an involuntary action of surprise. Would that even be efficient? Kankuro shrugged. What does efficiency matter when we're exploring the limits of our trade? It was a fair point, he supposed, but now he was going to spend way too much time considering such an inane idea. How the hell would he ever make use of an army of puppet snowmen? Behind them all, Raza returned to staring at the snow in disdain. This future water was nearly bad as its melted counterpart, and he hated every part of it. Maybe he should have just stayed in Nami, at least there he could hide indoors from the accursed liquid. Danzo knocked twice but didn't hesitate in reaching for the door. Naruto and Mai hadn't been in the office when he stopped by, and one of the wolves, one of the few around these days, mentioned that she might have managed to get him into bed to rest. Apparently that was something pretty normal around here, and as strange as it seemed, he believed it. If Naruto was anything like he was, and it was pretty undeniable, then the young man probably worked himself past what should be considered healthy. If it was such a regular occurrence that everyone here was used to it, then maybe he needed to have a talk with him about not being a moron. Then again, Mai seemed to have things pretty well under control. Maybe a talk with her first then. If she wasn't having any trouble, he'd leave it alone, but if she was, he'd talk to Naruto to make it easier on the girl. Gods above, he would have to do little more than mention how much trouble it was causing her to get Naruto's cooperation. It was obvious the two cared a great deal for each other, and it warmed his heart to know that the future of the darkness had such support to rely on. If Danzo could manage to keep Naruto here in Konoha, which meant more or less stopping Asuma's well-meaning but terribly stupid ideas, then he could rest easy knowing her future was secured. If not, well, at least the ways of the true shinobi wouldn't completely die out. The wooden door creaked quietly until it revealed a room filled with soft light, which briefly made Danzo doubt whether or not Naruto was currently resting within. It seemed odd to sleep in the light, but maybe that was just Danzo. He had never really been a fan of it. One benefit of the light, he had to admit, was that it made it really easy to see things. He had not been expecting the sight that greeted him. Not at all. Naruto napping? Sure. Shirtless? Whatever, Danzo had always slept in the buff. Cuddled up with Mai? He wouldn't really have been surprised and really had half expected it anyway. How else would she manage to get him to stay in bed? It was only logical that the best way to keep a young man in bed was to have a young woman in it with him. Mai shirtless? Well, no. No, he hadn't expected something like that at all. She always struck him as too reserved for that. Completely naked? The two were young and in bed together, he probably should have seen that coming. With a third partner? That was probably what surprised him the most. The older woman looked pretty similar to Mai too, which only made it seem even more strange. He moved to close the door and return their privacy to them, but stopped short and looked back up at the older woman with them. Wait a minute, was that? Oh, sweet merciful gods above, Uchiha Mikoto was currently in bed with Naruto. And from the looks of it, she was naked too. Forget talking to Mai first, he now had plenty of questions he needed answered from Naruto. Where his root agents would be allowed to bunk during their stay had just been pushed to the back of that list. Gods, he needed a drink. He was getting too old for these surprises Naruto kept springing on him. Chapter 100. Mai will be done. It was becoming a common occurrence for his rest to be interrupted by these flashes of gold. Orochimaru mused from his bed. He supposed he should get used to them. Naruto seemed rather fond of making use of their services. It was good to know at least one of his gifts was able to serve his prince well. Kimimaro, who had been standing sitting watch beside Orochimaru's bed, shot to his feet, ready to defend his lord. The golden child of O wasn't impressed and proceeded to slink across the blanket of Orochimaru's bed without worry, coming to rest near the snake sage's chest. They took a moment to stare at the young form of the sage, idly tasting the air of the room before speaking. I cannot tell if you really do hold his confidence, or if he continues to send me because he has doubts of your actions, hissed the snake. Much to his disappointment, Orochimaru did not rise to the bait. What does my Crimson Prince command? The child of O shifted a bit, grudgingly admitting that at the very least the snake sage seemed to want to serve even if they continued to fail the high priest. It was something at least. Your dens and Mizu no Kuni, he suspects his enemies hide within them. That's all he needed to say before Orochimaru understood exactly what his godson needed. Kimimaro. Even as he called for his most loyal servant, Orochimaru was pushing himself out of his bed and would have fallen out of it had the last Kagaya not caught the sage on his shoulder. The bone user didn't spare the golden serpent as much as a glance, instead immediately starting towards his lord's office. Even if what he needed wasn't there, it would be much easier to have it gathered there for him. The child of O watched for a moment before dropping off of the bed himself and following along leisurely. Though he would prefer the high priest's commands be fulfilled, he really didn't care if Orochimaru succeeded in following his orders. In fact, he'd much rather have Orochimaru fail if it didn't mean the high priest was denied what he needed. Regardless, his part had been done, and the ball was in the court of the snake sage. He was half tempted to just go back to the high priest and claim that Orochimaru refused, but not only would that probably come to bite him in the tail later, but Orochimaru would probably manage to get it to the high priest anyway, so he would just be delaying the high priest needlessly. Koshini-sama would not be pleased, and neither would O. He was starting to think that having the honor of serving the high priest directly might not be worth the trouble of running errands to and from Orochimaru. Having to deal with the summoner of the lesser serpents, but not being able to put them in their place, was beyond irritating. Maybe he could convince one of his other siblings to take his place. That would probably be for the best. Hell, he could probably get one of the older siblings to take it on, claiming that he wasn't capable of properly aiding the high priest, and that he required someone more skilled and mature. The thought that he could both escape this and manage to pull one over on an older sibling certainly tickled his fancy, and he couldn't think of any consequences of failing. It was perfect. Now if only Orochimaru could hurry up and either fail or succeed. Either way, he would be that much closer to never having to work with the snake sage ever again. He really didn't see what the high priest saw in him, but maybe that's because he hadn't seen the sage as a woman. The high priest was young after all. It was understandable that his opinions might be swayed and his favor captured by an attractive potential mate. Maybe he should hold off on trying to escape his duties just until the two met again. He was sure it would be amusing to see what the high priest thought of the sage now that they were male. He also idly wondered if they would still try to mate. Well, if nothing else, at least the snake sage chose more appropriate dens. The golden serpent eyed the room it appeared in, distastefully noting the vibrant reds and opulent golds to which clung stubbornly the scent of a dozen different clashing perfumes, cheap candles, and the faint smell of sex. The high priest certainly did find himself in interesting locations. He sat now on the edge of the large bed that dominated the room, looking over a handful of papers he had set down on the bedside table. The high priest didn't seem uncomfortable, but neither did he appear to be particularly pleased by his surroundings, which the child of Oz supposed was a point in his favor. Another paper found itself set down on the table before Naruto turned a purple eye to the golden snake coiled at the foot of his bed. Despite being able to see the large number of papers and scrolls that had been tied to the snake's back, he decided to ask anyway. Did Orochimaru have what I requested? The child of O appreciated that about as much as Naruto seemed to appreciate the room's decor. It is possible, High Priest. Even so, they tried to remain as polite as they could, though it was painfully evident that the question irritated them. Excellent. Naruto paid the snake's tone no mind, reaching over to untie the bundle and retrieve the documents sent by his godfather. He still wasn't used to that. Naruto skimmed them briefly, confirming that they were indeed what he had sought, and a small smile grew into a vicious smirk. Oh yes, this was exactly what he needed. Tossing them onto the other papers on his table, he rose from the bed and to the bedroom door, sticking his head out enough to address the wolf standing guard on the other side. Fetch the High Captain, there are things I need to discuss with her, he ordered. And if you see Kakashi or Anko, have them come as well. Hi Tsukuyumi-sama. They didn't hesitate to carry out his orders, though he suspected the first wolf they crossed would be sent back to assume guard over their lord. Naruto returned to the papers, spreading them over the bed to begin sorting them, and idly noting that the child of O had moved from the red comforter to one of the wooden bedposts near the headboard. The rebels had managed to last this long because the Kirigakure shinobi could only react to attacks and had no way to bring the fight to them. With this, all of that changed. It was time for the rebels to be forced onto the defensive. Tsukuyumi had them in his sight now, there was no escaping. But if they were wise, they would still take the opportunity to run. Who knows, maybe he'd take pity on some of them. Naruto awoke to the same feeling. He had fallen asleep, smothered in the soft warmth of female flesh. It seemed heavier than when he had last lost consciousness, but he didn't think much of it. The wolves were used to crawling into bed with him, or not, so it had only been a matter of time before they grew daring enough to do it while he and his favorite wolf were completely naked. Honestly, he was a bit surprised they had managed to last this long. Golden eyes opened to greet the light that spilled into his bedroom, and he made a mental note to close the curtains before they started next time. He would have thrown an arm over his face to fend it off, but they were unavailable to him at the moment. He took a look down to his right, where Mai's head of black hair snuggled into his chest, his arm trapped between her budding breasts, and smiled softly. Gods above, what had he ever done to deserve having her in his life? Golden eyes trailed lower, still devouring every inch of exposed skin. That was a bad idea. He tore his eyes away before he got too carried away and ended up waking her from a well-deserved rest. Instead, he turned to the wait on his other side, curious as to who had joined them. While he couldn't claim she was the last person he expected, she was certainly close. Mikoto seemed quite content to curl into his other side, completely nude as far as he could tell. He had only enough time to recognize how peaceful she looked before he had to avert his eyes from her as well. She was an attractive woman after all, and her soft warmth pressing into him was doing enough without staring at her slumbering form. He couldn't help but wonder if Mai was going to look just like her when she was older, considering how similar they looked already. He could only be so lucky. Naruto ended up wondering that for the next several minutes as he stared up at the ceiling until he heard Mai give a yawn. He turned to her with a smile and was quick enough to catch her black eyes blinking open tiredly. Angry, tired, or trying to tear his clothes off, she was just too pretty for his own good. Naruto managed to crane his neck enough to place a kiss on the tip of her nose, and she took the opportunity to raise her head to capture his lips. It started soft, but as it became more heated, he regretfully pulled away to their mutual disappointment. Sorry, he gave her a regretful smile. But we have a visitor. They can watch, she shrugged. It wouldn't have been the first time some of the wolves enjoyed a show. They aren't a wolf. Then they can wait. She tossed what little of the sheets covered her away and began crawling up the bed, only to pause when the hand she placed on his chest instead ended up in silky black hair she was confident wasn't her own. Blinking in surprise, she looked down to see a naked Mikoto tangled between sheets and legs, unbothered by the movement of the bed. As I said, Naruto gave a wry smile. We have a visitor. He rewarded her disappointed pout with a light peck and immediately realized that he may have made a mistake when her eyes lit up in a very mischievous, Anko-like way. Gently moving Mikoto's black hair off of Naruto's chest, she resumed straddling him and leaned down with a grin. Well, if she really wanted to join us, this woman was going to be the death of him. But by the gods, he was going to enjoy every second of it. Besides, he never could say no to her. Or Anko. It was probably for the best that they were separated at the moment. Naruto didn't have time for any more thoughts as her lips began attacking his neck and her delicate hands did their best to claim their territory. As soon as her hips began to rock above him, he knew it was over. There was no way he could stop her now. Might as well enjoy it. And so we can start here and work our way around in a clockwise pattern to ensure the rebels can't relocate quite so easily. Naruto did his best to ignore Anko's suggestive grin as he went over the plan with High Captain Katsuri. Based on the reports you have, they're probably to the south, so hitting the unoccupied bases should go faster, and with luck they won't know about it until it's too late. I like it, Katsuri grinned. I like it a lot. It will be good to be able to go after them for once. She looked down at the map of Mizuno Kuni, noting the number of locations marked as one of Orochimaru's bases. We have a lot of work ahead of us. I'll start readying the wolves. She was stopped from leaving by Naruto's raised hand. I don't want just wolves on this, High Captain, and I don't trust Yugura enough to not keep agents near him. At least a third of the wolves should remain here ready to cause as much damage as possible should he try anything, and their numbers should be made up by the presence of Kirigakure shinobi. He looked up from the papers to catch her eyes. This is their war, let them fight it. We're only here for the spoils. And to make sure their sacrifice means something went unsaid but understood. He would limit how much they did for Kirigakure and lessen the risk to his wolves. He knew better than to try to keep them from danger entirely, though, so while he would lessen the risk, he wouldn't try to make them withdraw from Kiri's civil war completely. And for the fun, interjected Anko, still grinning. She was beyond pleased with herself for the accommodations she had managed to arrange for them. Specifically for Naruto. He gave her a look but otherwise refrained from reprimanding her. Anko was Anko, and he could only expect so much decorum from her. It was something he had understood before he had offered her a position the first time. She responded to the look by giving a shrug and sticking out her tongue playfully. So now that you two have finished talking about work, are we going to get to the real reason you've invited two beautiful women into your bedroom, Naruto-kun? Katsuri's cheeks darkened deeply, but Naruto simply shook his head, half amused and half exasperated. Maybe because I don't exactly have an office here and just walking outside is likely to turn these papers into mush? Oh ho? Anko wagged her brows. So you already came up with a reason for getting us alone with you here. I like it. Katsuri continued to slowly become a tomato from her position on his bed, and Anko's grin only grew larger by the second. Anko, there's work to be done. I'll play with you later. That's fine, she waved him off. But what about poor Katsuri here? She won't get that chance. You wouldn't want to deprive her of alone time with Daddy, would you? Katsuri seemed to be stuck between wanting to run away to hide from her embarrassment, and wanting things to continue out of a curiosity burning as brightly as her face. I don't think this is the time or place for that, Anko. We're in a room at Kirigakure's finest brothel, the Tokubetsu Jonin encountered. I don't think there could be a better time or place. It was a fair point actually, but Anko had left an opening for him to take her advantage of. You can call yourself what you like, Anko, but poor Katsuri here doesn't need you insinuating that she's a prostitute. Anko blinked twice in surprise but was quick to recover with a sly grin. Who said anything about Katsuri being the prostitute in this situation, Daddy? He didn't have a counter to that, and his frown, it was not a pout, damn it, must have shown it. Anko gave him a victorious grin and Katsuri giggled softly. Regardless, Naruto began gathering the papers scattered over the bed. We have work to do. If Katsuri would indeed like some private time with me, he shot Anko a look as she began to giggle. For whatever reason, she needs only to ask and I'll arrange something after this mess has been dealt with. His attention turned to Katsuri. All right? If you need something, I'm here for you. Haitu-sama. Enko seemed to be only seconds away from bursting, and only the sound of a knock on the door gave her pause. When a young employee of the establishment popped her head in with a smile and a platter of food, however, Enko lost it. The two of us not enough for you, Naruto-kun? Enko beckoned the young woman into the room. Come on. Don't be shy. It seems that Daddy's appetite is much more than I had realized. She turned to Naruto. So is now the right time to, Sama? With the realization that she wasn't going to stop until he gave her the attention she oh so desperately needed, Naruto turned to Katsuri. You're free to stay if you like, he offered. But it looks like I'm going to need to take care of Enko if we want any hope of her controlling herself. It only took a second for Katsuri to understand his meaning, and the blush resumed with a vengeance. You don't actually mind if I join, do you? Naruto looked to the young woman, her platter of food already set down on a small table by the door, and her hands playing with the sash that kept her rather revealing robe closed. He looked back to an excited Enko who had already stripped out of her top and was sliding her skirt down her legs with a wink. He probably wasn't going to be able to fully satisfy her if she was this bad, which meant it was probably unfair to add someone else for him to take care of, but at the same time he supposed he could also use all the help he could get. If those clothes come off, you're not leaving this room until we've managed to satisfy Enko here. Her robes were already on the ground. It was going to be a long afternoon. From the corner of his eye he was able to see Katsuri making her way to the door, no doubt to start readying the wolves, and so he didn't pay any mind to the click of the door. He couldn't blame her, this really couldn't be considered alone time with him in any sense of the word. He was surprised then when a third body ended up joining him on the bed. Oh, he was in a lot of trouble now. Enko's wicked smirk only confirmed it. Despite their best efforts, Naruto's best efforts, the noise from their activities ended up waking their unexpected guest. It took Mikoto a few seconds to return to awareness, and a few more to realize what was happening not a foot from her face. She scrambled off of Naruto's chest and watched as what looked to be a younger her straddled her son, and enjoyed the carnal pleasures of the flesh. Her attention moved on to Naruto, who was doing his best to muffle his own sounds into the young woman's neck, both hands holding firmly onto her hips. The young woman, on the other hand, did absolutely nothing to keep the world from knowing exactly how much she was enjoying this. Mikoto really had no idea how to feel about this. On one hand, she could admit she had probably brought this upon herself by crawling into bed with the young couple, and watching them ignited a warmth in her that she hadn't felt in many years. On the other hand, she was more than a little uncomfortable being right next to her son as he had sex with some young woman she had never met. Admittedly, most of that could be attributed to that growing warmth she was feeling and the fact that she was an article of clothing away from being completely naked. Some small third part of her wondered if this was supposed to be some sort of invitation to join them. They were obviously comfortable enough to do this sort of thing right next to her. Ultimately, Mikoto opted to gather the sheets the bed's other occupants had discarded and wrap them around herself before vacating the room. Only one of them noticed but didn't mind at all. Katsuri had surrendered after an hour or so and a 20-minute nap and left to arrange things with the wolves with a smile almost as brilliant as her blush. Naruto had managed to stick around for another 2, though if asked would admit that for a good portion of that he was more observer than participant before he too left the room, papers tucked under one arm and an amused child of O following behind him. The first thing he did was seek out Katsuri in the command tent and give her the information provided by Orochimaru. The second thing he did was send a wolf to get them something to eat, which earned him a tired smile from the High Captain. "How's it coming?" he asked as he took a seat on the edge of the table, only vaguely noting that he must have picked it up from one of the beautiful serpents in his life. "We're preparing supplies at the moment. We believe it will take roughly 3 weeks in order to clear them all out. I have some of them spreading word of our intentions to the Kirigakure shinobi in hopes of inciting them to join us. Reports of success on that front have been mixed, but we should have some willing to join us." She gave a sigh as she looked down to the plans over the table. "There are only 2 things I don't like but haven't been able to come up with a solution for." She spared a glance to her lord and took his raised brow as indication to continue. "First, if there are any spies about, word of our plans are going to reach them quickly, which may complicate things. If they know we'll be in their old bases, then we can expect them to leave us presents." Katsuri frowned. The second one leads from that, but if they learn we're busy dealing with the bases either now or halfway through, then they'll know Kirigakure's total strength is back down to what it was before we offered aid. With the Konoha Umbu on their side, I think they'll be confident enough to make a push for the village itself. Good. Katsuri looked up to meet his gaze with obvious surprise. My lord? If they finally make a move against Kirigakure, we can be confident that they'll commit the entirety of their forces in hopes of ending this foolishness once and for all. So long as the wolves here know to avoid direct combat, and send for us, we can approach from the flank and mop them up. Something dark and hungry entered his eyes. And if we're too late either way, well, I suppose that's just bad luck. I don't expect the victor will be in the best condition now, will they? Tsukuyomi-sama, there was an awe to her voice, a reverence from seeing the god of the wolves once again. He wasn't just going after them directly, stealing away their home and resources so he could crush them, but he was simultaneously arranging it so that failure would pit two potential enemies against each other for him to deal with at his leisure. It was glorious. You were not in Konoha when I told the others, Katsuri, but I want to be done with this accursed country. We will take what is our due and reduce the rest to ashes. Why yes, Tsukuyomi-sama. Good, continue gathering the wolves. I expect to leave no later than dawn tomorrow. She snapped into a salute. Hi, Tsukuyomi-sama. Your will be done. Naruto left the command tent, a small dark smile playing at his lips. Yes. His will be done. A golden serpent resting on one of the chairs watched him go, amusement gleaming in its eyes. Father had chosen well. Have fun? Naruto turned to the voice and was greeted by the sight of Mikoto sitting at his desk wearing his black bedsheets as makeshift robes. For being more or less thrown around her, they did a miraculous job of being tight in some places and loose enough in others that the entire ensemble ended up being as revealing as possible. He wasn't sure if that was intentional after having woken up with her in his bed. I did. He finished buttoning up his shirt and gave her a small smile. Sleep well? Touché. She crossed her arms across her chest, the thin black fabric around her shoulders slipping away to reveal pale skin. I hadn't expected joining the two of you for a nap would lead to such an experience, though maybe I should have. I don't recall you mentioning a young woman in your life. I would have appreciated knowing you were involved with someone before I intruded on your private time. Naruto rose a brow. And I would have appreciated a bit more warning that you were going to try assassinating an S-rank traitor in the midst of the infamous Akatsuki, he countered. But I'm glad to see you made it out okay. She gave a sheepish smile, a light dusting of pink easily noticed against her pale skin. I would assume you succeeded? He prompted, taking a seat on the edge of his desk and trying to avoid the rather advantageous opportunity provided by his position to enjoy the sight of her mostly exposed breasts. Her sheepish smile turned brilliant, and she very nearly uncrossed the arms, maintaining her dignity in her excitement. Oh yes, that bastard is finally gone. My greatest mistake undone. Her smile only grew larger. You have no idea how wonderful it feels to have that weight lifted from my shoulders. Perhaps not exactly, but he definitely knew some wonderful feelings. Mai had finished reintroducing him to them minutes prior. I can imagine. So what will you do now? He asked. As much as I enjoy spending time with you, I can't keep you in Konoha forever. It caused her to frown, and much to his concern her displeased expression was just as alluring as Mai's. He made a mental note to figure out if Mai and he supposed Sai were in some way related to the Uchiha clan. I don't know actually. Briefly she considered going to Nami no Kuni where Naruto could visit her more often, but not only would she not know what to do with herself between visits, but she'd have to deal with the Inuzuka, which she was a less than attractive prospect. What are you up to these days? Maybe there's something I can help with. She didn't receive much information being a spy, and also she had no idea what his wolves might be doing and how she could help them help him. And as she thought about it, perhaps she had been too hasty in her actions. Not in killing Itachi, that couldn't come quickly enough, but in leaving the Akatsuki. She could have still been used to him there at least. There was a chance she could still manage to go back, but it was slim. What were the odds that they didn't connect Itachi's death to her needing to leave to take care of personal business? Or at least that they managed to connect them but didn't care? Probably not very good. Well, my biggest project is currently Mizu no Kuni. So far the whole thing's been a massive mistake, and now I've tied most of my resources into it in order to get it finished as soon as possible. Mizu no Kuni? She asked. Bloodline or loyalists? Loyalists, they seem to have the best chance at victory, but things haven't exactly worked out to plan. Mikoto frowned at that, being a bloodline holder herself, but she could at least understand that he sided with the group he thought was going to be victorious. Still, it would be a terrible tragedy for all those bloodlines to die out. So what's going to happen to all the bloodline users? If they're smart, they'll run. Sai's been ordered to provide shelter to any who pass through Nami no Kuni, but I doubt they will now that they know the wolves have been supporting Yugura. Still, if they go that way, they'll have safe passage and be offered supplies at the very least. Naruto rolled up his sleeves and snatched a paper from the desk. I don't have anything against them, it's simply business. I see. She still didn't really like it, but she supposed that if she didn't have a bloodline herself, she might see it the same way he did. But if nothing else, she would be able to help him with this. And who knows, maybe she would be able to help some of the rebels with bloodlines and take them under her protection while there? Not only would that help her feel better, but she was sure Naruto wouldn't mind having more shinobi with bloodlines available to aid him in the future. So who will I be reporting to when I get to Mizu no Kuni? You can just report to me when you get there. I'll probably be there for a while after everything concludes, making sure things go smoothly. He didn't even look up from his paper, not registering how confusing that would sound to someone who didn't know. You're going to Mizu no Kuni? No, I'm not. His golden eyes looked up at her. But Naruto's there now, he couldn't stay away when his children needed him. The sheets dropped as she shot into a ready stance, pulling a kunai from somewhere he probably shouldn't consider. Who are you? She demanded, which he supposed was fair. She wasn't here when he achieved the Kage Bunshin technique. We normally just call me Tsukuyomi, as I take care of those duties, but right now I'm Naruto, while he takes up the role of Tsukuyomi over in Mizu no Kuni. That didn't seem to satisfy her, which again was understandable. I'm a Bunshin, Kage Bunshin specifically. I'm the reason he's managed to keep up with all the work he keeps piling onto his plate. That she understood, but it still seemed a little absurd. Most Bunshin couldn't be farther than sight from the user, and they took up a decent amount of chakra, so having one across the sea seemed a little far-fetched. How long have you been active? He blinked at the question, and took a second to think. Don't think it's been a week quite yet, but we're close. How? There's no way Naruto's chakra would have managed to last so long. He didn't use his chakra. The clone smiled as he pointed to his golden eyes. Karura the Ichibi was kind enough to provide some for him to use. The Ichibi? How much had she missed? When I get back from Mizu no Kuni, she poked him firmly in the chest, and he did his best to maintain his gaze in the presence of hers. You are going to need to fill me in on everything you've been up to, understood? Certainly. He agreed easily enough. We'll talk over tea. Good. Mikoto nodded. I'll be back soon. She placed a quick peck on his cheek and strode out of the room, his black sheets laying on the floor behind his desk. A quick glance let him know that she hadn't been completely naked, at least. And it was quite a view. Shaking his head of the thought, he claimed his seat, tossing the sheets onto one of the unoccupied chairs in front of his desk. He needed to find more men to have around. All these attractive women were going to cause him a lot of trouble one of these days. He could feel it. White bones slid easily enough as he flexed his fingers. Two purple eyes peered curiously at his godmothers. It was simply easier to remember her as the woman who took his virginity, at least until he met them in a new body latest gift. They were nice, he had to admit, and he was sure they complemented his attire nicely. Perhaps that was what his ensemble needed, a splash of color mixed with greater intimidation. He could probably pull off more bone on his new armor. His chest piece, for example, would probably look fantastic with Yugura's ribcage covering it. He would keep that in mind after this whole mess was over with. His attention moved from future fashion statements that would get Enko overly excited to the wolves that had been gathered to root out the bloodline rebels from Orochimaru's former bases. Their excitement was palpable, and they nearly shook with energy. Better yet was the group of Kirigakure shinobi that had shown up to join them, ready to assist these foreigners in defending their home. Excellent. Not only did that boost his own forces, but it would be good for the Kirigakure shinobi to see the wolves doing more to end this war than their Kage, especially if he and Yugura continued to have disagreements. It would make things easier if he had to be disposed of. Katsuri, he caught the attention of the campaign's high captain. This operation is yours. I will be watching. Do not fail me. She stood taller at that, not because he was doubting her, but because she could recognize the faith he was putting in her and the importance of the task she was being given. She would not fail him. Hi Tsukuyami-sama. She turned to the men and women gathered before them, wolf and native alike, eager to begin. Wolves at the ready! Dozens of snarling faces snapped to attention in the Konoha salute, the Kirigakure forces around them looking about in surprise. While the wolves had maintained some semblance of professionalism during their time in Mizu no Kuni, they had never really came across as a standing army, and instead seemed more like a loose collection of agents. They would come to understand that previously they hadn't had the presence of Tsukuyami to rally under. We are the children of Tsukuyami, she declared, and while she was very careful to continue staring straight ahead at the wolves before her, many of them turned their attention to the figure standing to her left, a mere step behind. As most of them saw it, however, it was High Captain Katsuri standing to his right to carry out his will. And he has made his desires clear to us. The Bloodline rebels continue to cower in the abandoned dens of Orochimaru, too cowardly to oppose us openly for the cause they claim to believe in, but our father's amusement of their wretched existence fades into weariness. He grows tired of this war and of a Kirigakure that requires us to provide them fangs. The Kirigakure's shinobi bristled at the barb, but were quickly caught up in the rising energy of the wolves around them. Tsukuyami, Tsukuyami, Tsukuyami. We've given them enough time to flee, enough time to surrender. Now it's time to finish this decade-long farce they call a civil war and take the fight to them. The Kirigakure shinobi joined in this time. Tsukuyami, Tsukuyami, Tsukuyami. Father calls us home, who will return to him without first carrying out his will. Tsukuyami, Tsukuyami, Tsukuyami. May his light guide us. Tsukuyami's will be done. Tsukuyami's will be done. Naruto watched as the gathering moved as one spilling out from the gates of Kirigakure to seek out the rebels that had avoided them for so long. Well done, High Captain Katsuri. Well done. Thank you too, Sama. She smiled back at him. Tsukuyami's will be done. Naruto gave his own small smile from behind his cracked mask. My will be done.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.